Hey guys, this is Infinity No What Ifs. I hope you are doing well. Please support to subscribe this channel to watching new interesting stories and to get all videos in real time. Please subscribe. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto became the wielder of the darkness. Here is short summary. Naruto did his best every damn day. He would like to believe that it was because of him that they managed to get past the first part of the Chunin exams. They even had a good plan to get through this damned forest. Then a crazy snake man intervened, shoved his hand into his stomach before tossing him away. Now, he awakens in complete darkness and becomes a host to an ancient entity. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. So, this is the Kyuubi brat, Orochimaru said. It was the second part of the Chunin exams, with Team 7 being unlucky enough to run into him. All they knew at the moment was that he wanted Sasuke for some reason. When he first engaged them, he sent Naruto flying with a wind jutsu. Then he started to engage Sasuke in what could barely be considered a fight. The whole time he was just toying with him. Even when Sasuke thought he had the jump on him, it would always appear to be a simple mud clone in his place. Then, Sasuke was about to be swallowed whole by a snake Orochimaru summoned. It was only thanks to Naruto arriving just in time that he was saved. Which really irked Sasuke. Then both Sasuke and Sakura watched their blonde teammate, unknown to them, being enhanced by Kyuubi, fight back Orochimaru. The fight didn't last though. He was still toying with them, barely trying against Naruto, and was more so studying him. It was then they watched the snake Sannin use his tongue to wrap around Naruto's neck. He then lifted his jacket and shirt to see the seal that held back the Kyuubi. I would love to study you more, Naruto-kun, but I have a schedule to keep. Doing a few hand seals, he held his right wrist with the kanji for each element appearing on his fingers. Then, the two others of Team 7 watched as the pale-skinned man shoved his hand into Naruto's gut. 5 elements seal. They heard Naruto shout in pain before passing out within Orochimaru's grip. He then tossed their teammate off to the side. Sakura tossed a few kunai to pin him by his jacket to a tree. It was a good try, but the weight from Naruto made his jacket give way and the material ripped, causing him to fall to the forest floor. A valiant effort, little girl, but in the end, pointless. Now, Sasuke-chan, I have a little gift for you, Kukuku. They were confused about what Orochimaru meant by that, only to watch as he performed a seal with his neck extending and flying towards Sasuke. Before either could react, he sank his fangs into Sasuke's neck. The boy screeched in pain as the snake Sannin retracted his neck. Sakura saw a seal appear on his neck before it pulses with energy. Sasuke's screams intensified before he passed out onto the tree branch. WWW, what did you do to him? Sakura asked with her eyes wide in shock. Orochimaru simply chuckled while making Sakura shiver in fear. I just gave him a little gift. He craves power, and one day, he'll come to me for all the power he could want. Kukukukuku. Sakura watched the pale Nukenin sink into the tree branch he was standing on before his presence was completely gone from the area they were in. After a minute passed, she grabbed Sasuke before hopping through the trees to find a safe place to treat him. She would have gone to search for Naruto, but with Sasuke knocked out cold, they were sitting ducks for any other team wanting to take advantage of them. She could only pray to Kami that he was alright. Forest of Death, unknown cavern. Naruto's body was covered in shadows. There was no light where he was. When his body fell from high above, it caved into a weak spot on the forest floor. From then, his body rolled down a rocky hill, increasing his injuries, before falling onto the flat rocky ground. The silence was everywhere. There was no sound. Unknown to Naruto, he wasn't alone here. The surrounding area, the darkness, flowed towards him. Sounds of multiple feet walking towards the unconscious blonde would have been heard. Glowing yellow eyes stared down at the boy. He was the first human they had seen in such a long time. One of the ones in the front brought out a weapon, a dagger with tribal markings and etches all over it. Strange runes of a language only they knew were aligned along the blade. The creature moved forward and instantly saw how the dagger reacted when near the boy. This made the creature and the rest near it giddy. Finally, a new master was chosen. Two of the creatures moved forward and turned the boy around before ripping his jacket and shirt off to reveal his chest. They also noticed the seal on his stomach and the one Orochimaru placed over it. It was strange but wouldn't affect the ritual. The one with the dagger moved over the boy's body and held the dagger in both hands. The weapon was pulsing with power. The shadows of the area seemed to draw into the blade. The runes on it glowed a dark purple, shining a dark light amongst all of those around. Imp-like creatures surrounded the area, each of varying sizes. The one holding the dagger was special though. It, unlike the others around it, wore an eye patch over its left eye. It also had on a tattered robe covering most of its upper body. Words came out of its mouth, not understandable to any beyond their own kind. Then, all the creatures watched the leader stab the dagger into Naruto's chest. There was a loud gasp as Naruto's eyes opened up wide. A silent scream escaped his mouth before the dagger that was stabbing into his heart began pulsing with power. The imp over Naruto laughed before it and the others were absorbed by darkness and flowed directly into the dagger. Shadows from the cave began circling and flowing around Naruto. The dagger dissolved into energy and healed the wound on him. The entire cave began to shake with tendrils of darkness shooting out of Naruto. This also affected the world above ground. The earth shook, causing a momentary pause for those taking the Chunin exams and those who were watching over it. It didn't last, however. The shaking stopped and left many wary for whatever it could mean. Back in the cavern with Naruto, his entire body was covered in a cocoon of dark tendrils. The cocoon was pulsating with dark energy, changing the boy inside for the better to wield a power that hasn't been seen in eternity. Naruto's mindscape. URK. What is happening? Quote. The Kyuubi stated out loud. It could feel a large portion of its chakra being taken and used. It had thought that the seal that Orochimaru placed over the one that the Yondaime made was supposed to block and disrupt the flow of its chakra to its host. But then it felt that dark energy forcibly enters the boy's body. It began changing everything and even dissolved the seal that the snake Sannin placed on him. The main seal that kept it locked in here was still intact but was being used to feed his chakra to something else besides the brat. Easy. I'm strengthening the bond between all of us. An unknown male voice spoke out. Kyuubi tilted his head up and saw a man standing there on the other side of the cage. Standing roughly at 6 feet in height, he had a chiseled face with angular cheekbones. His hair was a pitch black that flowed down just a little bit past his shoulders. His body was thin, but Kyuubi could see the muscular frame that was hidden under the black suit the man wore. His eyes are what drew the most attention. The sclera was black as the void and his iris were glowing a fiendish yellow. You know, Kyuubi, I gotta say, your chakra is delicious. I've only had 4 taels worth of your power and I feel the darkness growing back in strength already. Enough. Who are you? What do you want with my vessel? Kyuubi shouted toward the unknown man while he simply chuckled. For whatever reason, Kyuubi was getting warning signals about this man, this being before it. Didn't help that he was still taking another tael's worth of his chakra from it. I rather not explain things twice, so let's wait a moment for the kid to show up. The man said with Kyuubi feeling its patience running thin before settling down. It seemed that the draining of his chakra was over for now. As they waited there, Kyuubi took the liberty to see what exactly was happening to the boy he was sealed in. Besides its own chakra and the boy's, he could feel a whole new source of power circling throughout Naruto's body. It wasn't going through his pathways but instead just running through his entire body with no restriction. Changing his physique forever, Kyuubi could tell that the boy's body was being fixed of the many problems it had. Malnutrition was the main problem, as well as the slight brain damage received from one bad night when he was younger and the occasional pounding he got from that useless pink teammate of his. It wasn't long for them to hear the pitter-patter of movement. Kyuubi watched the man turn around to see their vessel step forward into the room. Kyuubi could already tell that there was something different with the boy. He had a different aura to him. It seems that the changes were already working on his mental state. As he stepped forward, they watched him stop just a foot away from the mysterious man who was apparently the cause for everything happening right now to him. Naruto stared at the two within his mind. Kyuubi seemed weaker at the moment, and this strange man standing before was radiating a dark power that, surprisingly, didn't terrify him. Good, we're all here. Allow me to introduce myself. Jackie Estacado, or the Darkness. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the strange name and title. Yeah, I understand. I could go on about myself and what I represent, but that would take too much time. All you need to know about me is that you've been chosen to be my next host and possible successor. Jackie said while whispering the last part to himself. Whoa, wait a minute. What the hell do you mean, new host? I already have to deal with Kyuubi being inside me, so why should I have you with me as well? Naruto questioned the man. For whatever reason, he felt a lot calmer right now. He felt like he should be freaking out a bit more, but it seemed he was capable of thinking better right now. And right now he wanted a damn good reason why he should even accept responsibility for having this guy also sealed him. Was he even sealed in him? If he wasn't, then this could be dangerous. What do you offer to the brat? As he is pretty pathetic with nothing to his name besides one jutsu that he can spam and brawler fighting skills. He can at least adapt to a situation pretty well, but beyond that he's worthless. Kyuubi spoke up with Naruto glaring at him for pointing out everything he knew was wrong with himself. It wasn't his fault he had piss-poor control. Well, maybe it was a little. Skipping out on those lessons from Iruka-sensei probably didn't help him in that department. But beyond that, he didn't have a proper teacher to teach him a better way to fight. Kakashi was an alright sensei, but he barely taught them much beyond working on their teamwork and then showing them an exercise for climbing a tree. Something he suspected should have been taught to them much earlier on. Jackie laughed at this, a motion that made Naruto glared at him as well. Trust me, I know his faults already. The dagger that was stabbed into his heart had already begun the process of merging us, allowing me access to his memories. But there's a reason you're so piss-poor at most of your skills. Beyond the abnormal brain damage to a kid as young as you, I found a seal at the back of your neck. A place you wouldn't have detected or known about unless someone pointed it out to you. Hearing this made Naruto stop his glaring and had his eyes widen. There was some other seal on him. And he didn't know about it. How long had that been there? Once my power began circling through your body, it began fixing and removing any abnormalities it found. The seal the snake shoved onto your gut that disrupted your chakra flow was removed almost instantly. Probably because it was just placed on you. The seal on the back of your neck though took a while. Turns out, that little thing was messing with your mind's processing functions. This was a surprise to Naruto and Kyuubi. Kyuubi never felt the seal on the boy, meaning it was most likely placed on him sometime after it was sealed into Naruto. Doing so would make it so that the seal would be accustomed to his body as he grew, making it almost natural to be there. It wouldn't register as something not meant to be there if he had it on him since birth or sometime after it. Naruto wasn't sure how to comprehend this. Besides being extremely pissed off that someone placed something like that on him. Like it was some way to keep him under control. He also wondered how did no one notice it before. And if they did, why did no one bring it to his attention? There were too many questions at the moment. He still needed to finish the Chunin exams. Which brings him back to his first question. What benefit do I get from having you in me? Naruto asked while his face held a seriousness that was uncommon for him in the past. Jackie smirked and raised his hands at his sides. A dark cloud began covering the entire place. Soon, both warden and prisoner saw imp creatures of varying sizes come out of the darkness. Snake, or Hydra, creatures slithered around. Some were as big as the snake summon that Orochimaru summoned. There were a couple even coming out from Jackie's back like tentacles. Both of them then saw Jackie's body morph with armor covering his entire being and two leather bat-like wings sprouting from his back, lifting him into the air. I'll give you a power that not even the Uchiha and Senju clan combined could compete against. Naruto watched as each imp-like creature gain a weapon from the darkness that surrounded them. Each of varying sizes and some that he has never seen before. Some of the imps even grew larger in size and became more humanoid with monstrous features. All you need to do is accept my power. Jackie landed in front of Naruto with his hand outstretched. And together, we will kill everyone that will get in our way. Naruto stared at his hand for a moment before looking up into Jackie's eyes. His resolve steeled and he placed his hand into Jackie's. The deal was struck and Naruto could feel the power flowing from Jackie into him. He could hear Jackie laughing with the dark powers he wielding spreading around his mindscape, changing it to fit the new change Naruto would be going through. Awaken then, Naruto, outside of his mindscape and back with the cocoon that had enclosed around the blonde genin. The ground began shaking again with the cocoon cracking open. A hand punched through the cracks and began pulling the body attached to it out. Within the dark cavern, Naruto's body changed. He was no longer a shrimp amongst his peers. He now stood at 5 feet 6 inches, taller than his classmate Shino. His body lost most of the baby fat that was there and leaned up. Muscle mass that should have been there at his age grew in and more. The whisker marks on his face got bolder and his hair grew longer. The clothing he wore had changed as well. He now had on a short-sleeved chainmail shirt. Over that was a sleeveless muscle shirt that was black in color with an orange kanji over the heart that read Chuaz. Over both was a dark blue jacket that had the kanji for darkness on the back in a ruby color. He now wore combat shorts that showed off his toned legs. He still wore ninja sandals like before but they were black now. The cloth for his headband was now a darker blue, almost black, color. Stepping out of the shattered cocoon, Naruto stood tall and opened his eyes. They were the same as Jackie's but with a slit pupil. It wasn't supposed to be like this, Sakura said to herself. She was tending to Sasuke, as he was still out from their encounter with Orochimaru. He was burning up with his face scrunching up from the constant pain. She sighed while replacing the towel on his forehead. She was lucky she found this hollowed-out tree that was large enough to set up camp inside. However, her luck ended there since it was just them. Without knowing what happened to Naruto, it was up to her to protect Sasuke. Meaning she had to stay up for the whole night to keep watch. Poor Naruto, being tossed aside so quickly and I failed to help him. While she thought their blonde teammate could be annoying as hell, she didn't want to lose him. They were a team. Seemed like they had been through so much already. She didn't want him to die out here without anyone knowing what happened to him. She just hoped that he was still alive and was trying to find them. It was going to be a rough night for her. Up high within the trees watching Sakura were 3 individuals. They were the mysterious Oto Nin from the beginning of the exams. The trio was given orders to kill Sasuke. The leader of the group, the one who looked like a mummy with a unique bracer on his right arm, told them they would wait for the morning. When the girl would be too tired to put up a proper fight. You sure we can't just take her out right now, Dosu? She's a weakling. The boy with spiky black hair spoke. The only girl in the group smirked and nodded her head. She had to agree that this girl was pathetic looking. Her body was thin compared to what a real kunoichi was supposed to look like. No, we'll wait till morning. When the girl is at her worst and has no energy to defend herself. Fine, but can I at least have some fun with her before we kill her too? He had a disgusting grin on his face while snickering. Dosu shook his head at his teammate's behavior. The girl of the team sent him a glare with a disgusted look on her face. Keep it in your pants, you bastard. Shut up, Kin, or would you rather I get myself off from you? I like to see you try with that limp dick of yours. What was that bitch? Enough, Dosu commanded. The two glared at each other before backing off. Shaking his head, the leader of their squad had them fall back further into the trees. When morning came, they would strike and show these tree-hugging fools the strength of their village. Forests of Death, Naruto's location. Naruto blinked a few times as his eyes adjusted to their new vision. The cave he was in was dark, with barely any light shining through besides soft moonlight from the hole he fell through. Despite this, though, he was capable of seeing within the dark cave with ease. Looking down at his clothing, he was surprised to see his new outfit. He flexed his muscles beneath his clothing and let out a breath to relax. He felt like he had more control over himself now. Could that seal have been holding himself back this much? His mind clearer than it used to be. Looking up, he saw the opening that his body fell through. Running to the wall of the cave, he jumped and began scaling it with his chakra to his feet. He effortlessly ran up it without having to concentrate as much as last time to run up the trees back in wave. Reaching the hole, he jumped through it and came outside the broken ground. Landing on the forest floor, he took note of his surroundings before sighing. Great, how the hell was he supposed to find his teammates? Leave that to us, monkey. Raising his eyebrow at hearing a strange voice, he looked to his left before seeing a darkling, the name popping into his head, come out of the ground. It wore an eye patch over its left eye and was wearing a tattered cloak with a hood on its head. Besides it came two more darklings that wore black cloaks over their bodies as well. If it weren't for his eyes, he doubts he would have seen them. The strangest thing about this darkling was the accent it had. Naruto's never heard something like that before. We'll find that duck-ass head bastard of yours and his banshee bitch in no time. And with that, the darkling trio jumped into a tree's shadow and was gone from his sight. He could feel them, though. If he concentrated on them, he could even catch glimpses of how they see while traveling through the shadows and the trees. Blinking to get his focus back to himself, he decided to traverse the area for a place to camp out. Naruto was walking through the forest and had to admit, it was a serene place. To him, at least. With his new affinity to darkness, it wasn't all that bad out here. His peaceful walk was interrupted when he stepped on a wire. Looking down and sensing danger, he flipped back away from the net that would have captured him. Landing on his feet, he stared at the trap before hearing some voices above him. Taking a glance behind, he noticed a team was staring at him. They were not Konoha Genin, that was for sure. The symbol on their headbands put them with Iwa. Well, we didn't manage to capture dinner, but we sure did find a little man all alone. Hehehehe. The one in the middle snickered with a grin. He wore a tan and red jacket that looked to have had its sleeves ripped off. On his left arm was a tattoo of an earth golem. He was bald and had two scars that marred his form. The first went across from his left eye down to his right cheek. The second one was an X-shaped scar on his chest, which he could see since the guy didn't wear a shirt underneath his jacket. Stupid idea. His eyes were brown with a look to them that showed sadism. Ah, did you get separated from your team? Maybe I can help you find them after you give us everything you have and maybe a little more. The one that spoke was the female of the group. She had black curly hair with brown highlights at the edge. Eyes of emerald that looked at him like Naruto was a piece of meat for her to play with. She had curves and was filled out in the chest area than most of the genin from his graduating year. She wore a red battle kimono with gray shorts underneath. The reason he knew she had shorts was that the kimono didn't go all the way to her knees. On her hands were gauntlets that went up to her elbows. She must be a skilled taijutsu specialist. Quote. The last member who was on the other side of the one in the middle didn't say anything. Just stared at him behind his glasses. His stare was filled with silent anger. He wore a bandana headband that covered his hair. His top was a simple t-shirt with a spear stabbing into the ground. He had on a long-sleeve shirt underneath it as well that was gray. Wearing black pants that had extra pouches sewed into them. He was the most simple-looking of the trio and yet stood out the most. Naruto didn't say anything back to them. Just stared at them from his position on the ground. While he was at a disadvantage currently, he felt he could take them on. With the darkness, no odds are ever against you. He heard Jackie speak up to him within his mind. He boasted that no one would stand in his way with these powers. And as he stared at the trio above him, he knew this was the perfect time to test himself. Naruto turned to face them all fully. The girl of the group got a good look at him now. She licked her lips in anticipation. She wanted to have fun with this boy. You think I can keep him once we're done? We still have 3.5 days before we need to complete this section of the exam. Plenty of time to break him in for my personal needs. Naruto glared at her. She smiled back. He was not some bitch's play toy. He'll show her, all of them, to not underestimate him. He could feel the power of the darkness flowing through him. Time to test his capabilities. With no warning, Naruto jumped up to where they were. He was fast. It caught them off guard. His fist came down on the branch they were on, which made them disperse from their positions. Eyes landing onto the one he figured was the de facto leader of the squad, Naruto dashed across the tree branches before slamming a palm into his face. He heard the cartilage in his nose break before bringing his knee up to his chest and kicking the Iwa Genin in the chest. Turning at the sound of lightning, he backflipped to another branch to dodge a kick from the girl. Her entire leg was covered in Raiden chakra. It released the moment it made contact with the tree. How strange for an Iwa Genin to use Raiden chakra. That mother broke my nose, man. The bald one said while holding his broken nose. With both hands, he pushed it back into place painfully. Snorting the blood and spitting it out, he glared at Naruto. You're gonna pay for that. He went through some hand seals before crossing his arms. Naruto blinked in slight surprise when his body turned a dull gray color. Doden. Ishi no Yoroi, armor of stone. Naruto narrowed his eyes while keeping his guard up. Both the baldy and the slut charged him. Backpedaling a little, he jumped over the punch the young Kunoichi sent before blocking the kick from the guy. He gritted his teeth from the impact, which sent him flying into a tree. He wasn't given time to contemplate the jutsu that the boy used because the girl was on him in a second. She punched him twice in the face before her elbow became acquainted with his sternum. Then she flipped over and threw him to their bald teammate. Naruto opened his eyes to see the guy ready to slam his fist into his face. The moment he did, he was surprised to see a poof of smoke. Then, he was sent flying as Naruto came from the side, kicking him in the face. Naruto had to wince since the guy's body felt as it was made of stone. Made sense of what his jutsu was now. Landing on a branch, he looked to his right and saw several shurikens come to him. Bringing a kunai out from his pouch, he deflected them easily and saw the one with glasses was arming himself with more shuriken. Seems he was their range support. Raiden. Iguru Tobagari, eagle flying kick. Looking up at the shout, he saw the girl coming in with a dive kick. Her foot sparking with lightning aimed for his head. Flipping to the side allowed him to dodge the strike that broke through the branch. The girl quickly applied chakra to her hands before she flipped back up. Naruto moved forward and engaged the girl in some taijutsu. A place he was sadly lacking in. She could probably give bushy brows a run for his money from what he remembered seeing at the beginning. Jumping back and off the bark of the tree, he sailed overhead with his hands grabbing her kimono. With momentum, he tossed her down to the forest floor. Quickly, he tossed a kunai with an explosive tag towards the one with glasses. The guy mumbled a curse before quickly jumping away and braced himself from the explosion. Naruto was given a moment to recoup before hearing the shout from the bald guy. He turned just in time to get a dropkick to the chest. The guy's jutsu was still up, so it felt like being struck by a boulder point blank. Naruto gasped as he was sent flying down back to the ground. He crashed into the ground before hearing the shout of a jutsu. Ninpo. Hagain no Bochi no Funka, ninja arts, steel graveyard eruption. Looking up, he saw hundreds of shuriken, kunai, and even senbon needles showering down towards him. Then, each weapon glowed before detonating all at once. Really, hero? The girl questioned as she landed next to her glasses-wearing teammate. Did you have to go and kill him? I wanted to have more fun with him. She pouted, and Hiro simply rolled his eyes. He was more trouble than we needed. Bad enough, he reminded me of that bastard Namikaze. He said in a soft growl. The girl sighed and stopped pouting. Oh yeah, your father was one of the ones who got killed by that bitch, huh? Their bald teammate asked while landing next to him. Hiro just grunted while closing his eyes. His father was one of the few unfortunate enough to have engaged Minato Namikaze when he single-handedly killed a battalion of Iwa shinobi. He hated that man ever since. He was elated to know he died years ago after the Kyuubi attacked. Oh well, you'll just have to find a new toy to play with, maybe. Let's head back to that one clearing. Pretty sure there were a couple of animals there we could kill. They all nodded before walking away from the cratered and buried ground. They didn't move more than 5 steps away when they felt pressure fall onto them. It froze them. Chills ran down their spines. Then the ground behind them burst open. They covered their faces before the bald one felt a fist cave his ribcage in. The punch sent him flying back and rolling across the ground. Soda. Hiro shouted before bringing a kunai to strike the guy he thought he killed. Only for it to be stopped by an armored hand. His eyes went wide behind his glasses when he saw what the blonde had become. There was a black armored mask covering most of his face beside his eyes. The armor went down his neck to his whole body. The entire armor was red, black, and yellow. The red color was patterned like veins and would pulse slightly. His hand clenched around the kunai with Hiro watching it crack before breaking. What the hell? Naruto dropped the broken pieces before shooting his hand to Hiro's throat. He struggled and gasped at the tightening. There was a sound of impact. He turned his eyes to see that Mibi tried to attack this monster again. Her leg was covered in lightning chakra and was effortlessly caught by the guy's other hand. Both watched as his eyes went from their ocean blue color to a black and yellow with slit pupils. "You're all pathetic," Naruto said before squeezing harder on the boy's throat. A crack echoed throughout the area, with Hiro's body becoming limp. Naruto dropped him and turned his sinister eyes toward the girl. She shivered before Naruto yanked her by the foot he caught. He began slamming her into the ground. He did it again and again. He kept doing it until he felt no more struggling coming from her. Dropping her down with blood pooling around her body. "Yo you ba bastard," Sota said while coughing up blood. His ribs were broken, that was for sure. He could barely lean up against the tree he crashed against. He glared at the young man they thought would be easy pickings. Then his eyes widened. Out from Naruto's back came two Hydra tentacles. They roared at each other before looking towards the dead bodies near them. Both dashed at a body before ripping their hearts out. Then both Hydras ate the hearts whole. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling power course through him from allowing the darkness to eat their heart. "The more you feed us, the stronger we'll get together," Jackie said to him. Naruto nodded his head before walking towards the man on the ground. Sota whimpered while trying to think of some way to get out of this. Before he could move, though, one of the Hydras launched forward and grabbed him by the leg. Lifting him into the air with the guy now screaming before the Hydra wrapped around his body and held him horizontal to the ground. The second Hydra moved below him. It shoved itself through his back and out his chest cavity, taking his heart with, before swallowing it whole. Sota's eyes were wide with shock before his body went limp in their grasp. They dropped the body before coming back to their master. Naruto dismissed them along with the armor and sighed lightly. It was strange using the armor and commanding the Hydra. Shaking his head, he began digging through their pockets and grabbed whatever would be useful to him. Sadly, they had the Heaven Scroll on them. His team needed the Earth Scroll. After that, he went back to find a spot to camp. He decided to head in the direction they were going. Finding a clearing with some fallen trees, he began gathering wood to make a fire. He needed some actual rest and hoped that the Darklings found his teammates soon. Next morning, the three Darklings were jumping across the trees with a speed no genin could match. The darkness having a host that was a ninja helped them perform such tasks. Importantly, when the boy wasn't the first ninja they have had as a host. They've survived within this new world dimension for years and have had many different hosts. The elemental nations may not be as advanced in technology in some areas as Earth was, but they made up for it with interesting people who could do things that would make the average mobster shit his pants. As they were hopping through the trees, one of the Darklings spotted an amusing sight. A large bear was tearing up a campsite and was currently mauling one of the male humans. The second male tried helping but was swatted away into a tree. The genin looked up just to have the bear's jaws bite into his neck. "What? I never said it was amusing for you. Get a load of these chumps," one of the cloaked Darklings said while the other two stopped to watch the bear tear the genin apart. They spotted movement and witnessed a girl with red hair and glasses running away. The bear noticed her before moving in to catch her. "Oi, hold on a sec. Y'all smell that?" the lead Darkling asked, sniffing the air in the direction the girl was running. His eye widens with a grin spreading on his covered scarred face. "She smells like monkey. Not exactly like M, but close enough. Ye think she's related to him?" Good question, mate. Maybe we should notify the boss," this Darkling said with an accent that was known to be Irish back on the Earth from the dimension they came from. "The both of you can go on then. I'll bring the boss here to help the lass." This one sounded like he was Scottish, a very diverse group of darklings at the beck and call of the darkness. The two darklings nodded their heads before jumping through the trees again. The one that stayed behind then focused on Naruto to contact him. With Naruto was cleaning up his presents from the camp he set up. He had done a little hunting and managed to catch a few rabbits and some fish. After eating his breakfast, he started to head in a random direction. While he trusted, somewhat, his darklings to find his teammates, it would be better if he was searching for them too. He was about to hop through the trees when he felt some sort of mental connection. Pausing in his stride, he focused on it and felt one of the darklings he sent out connect with him. No words were spoken as Naruto absorbed the information into his head. He could see everything the darkling saw, from the bear killing the two male genins to the girl with red hair running for her life. He listened in on the conversation they had. An eyebrow rose when the subject of what the girl was came. Someone related to him. Was it possible for that to be when she wasn't from this village? He didn't know his family, so maybe it could be true. Nodding his head, he focused on heading towards the darkling before feeling himself sink into the shadows. His body came back out right next to the darkling that stayed and his eyes opened up. "Take me to her," he commanded, and the darkling began leading the way to where the girl was heading. They could still hear the sound of the angry bear. Naruto spotted the beast as it stood over the girl who had fallen. She was shaking as she saw the bear ready to attack her. This was it, the end of the road. She couldn't believe this is where her life was going to end, in a forest with a crazy bear. Teammates dead and no one around knew her or would care that she would be gone. Kusagaker wasn't a kind place for her. Barely any friends, and her teammates were more so assholes than comrades she could count on. They still managed to work together properly, but it never stopped them from butting heads. "I never even got to find a boyfriend. What a sad life for me," were her final thoughts before she closed her eyes from watching the bear move to kill her. There was a squelching sound and a splash of blood hit her face. She was confused. There was no pain. Taking a chance, she opened her eyes slowly before they widened in fear. A boy her age was on the back of the bear, with his whole armored arm going through its chest. The girl watched him pull his arm out before moving to let bear fall over dead. The girl's red eyes watched as the armor around his fist just disappeared into a black vapor of smoke. Despite that being interesting, what had her attention the most was his chakra. Holy shit, his chakra is enormous, she thought to herself. She could sense chakra, an inept gift of hers that was very valuable to her teammates and sensei. Not her personally, just her talent for sensing. The feeling his chakra was radiating to her was strange. It was like there were different variations to it. There was his normal chakra that was warm and inviting to her. It felt like it was resonating with her own chakra. Then deeper past that was a red, vile chakra. It was animalistic and full of rage. But then there was this other thing inside of him. She wasn't even sure if it was chakra or not. It felt like a black abyss filled with boundless power within it. A darkness that could swallow all that opposed it whole and still crave for me. It was terrifying to know that there was someone who had this much inside of them. She flinched back when he came forward and crouched down to face level with her. Now that she could focus on his face and not his chakra, he was really cute. Dare she say, handsome. His sun-kissed blonde hair was spiky and wild. It spoke of him being untamable. His eyes were the deepest blue that she's ever seen before. Like the ocean, and with it carried so many emotions that she couldn't comprehend at this moment. The whisker marks on his face were interesting and cute. She had to blink her eyes when he snapped his fingers in front of her face. She had the decency to blush in embarrassment at being distracted so easily like that. I'm sorry. Were you saying something?" He chuckled with a small smirk on his face. That didn't help make her blush go down. He stood up and placed his hands in his pockets before speaking to her again. "I was asking if you were okay. You don't seem hurt at all." He moved one hand out in front of her to help her up. "What's your name?" "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks." She took his hand and he easily jerked her back to her feet. Fixing her glasses, she stared up into his eyes. She was noticeably shorter by at least 2 inches. "And my name is Karen. Karen Uzumaki." That made the boy in front of her freeze and stare at her with widening eyes. She was getting a little worried about how long he stood there. It can't be, could it? Naruto thought to himself before deciding to take a leap of faith. Uzumaki. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The reaction he received was not expected. The girl instantly had some anger in her eyes and glared at him. Who the hell was he trying to fool? Don't bullshit me like that. All Uzumaki are born with red hair. There's no way you could be one. This was news to him. Uzumaki wasn't just a last name given to him but one from an actual family. And with how she mentioned it, it sounds like the Uzumaki were a clan. I don't know what to tell you. I've been going by Uzumaki my whole life. I was born an orphan and never knew my parents. Not like I never tried to find out about them. He thought darkly at the end. All the times he asked about his parents and no one ever gave him a helpful response. Even that old fool of a Hokage didn't respect him enough to be truthful about who they were to him. He knew the old bastard had to know who they are. But it was always the same response when he asked him. They were powerful shinobi. You'll find out about them one day, but only when you are ready. What the flying was that supposed to mean? What determined him to be ready? It pissed him off that even after making Genin, completing an A-rank mission by defeating the traitor Mizuki, and surviving and saving a whole-ass village during his C-rank turned A-rank mission, that he was still not considered ready. He'll show that old man. Once he becomes Chunin, he'll demand to know. Karen, unknowing of the triad going on in his head, lost the glare and looked a little sad. If he was born an orphan then there could be a chance he was part Uzumaki. From what she could remember from what her mother said to her, was there one of their own was sent to Konoha a long time ago. She actually remembered her parents trying to get in contact with Konoha about wishing to live within the village. Konohagakure was known to be allies of Uzushiogakure. They never got a response back and she remembered the day she ran from her temporary home when masked shinobi attacked. They didn't have anything on them to show their allegiance, just blank masks with the word "ne" root written on it. She had no idea how she managed to get away from them effectively. Just glad she did and somehow found her way to Kusagakure. The rest is history. If you're an orphan, then maybe there could be a chance you were an Uzumaki. I'll just assume you get your blonde hair from one of your parents. Naruto nodded and for once felt a real smile coming to his face. It was nice to know he possibly had real family alive. More importantly, she was right here in front of him. He didn't think his day could get better than this. Oi, monkey, I found ya teammates and the pink banshee is getting the shit kicked out of her. There are also some other buggers here fighting the ones that attacked her but seem to be slowly losing. Oh, that green weirdo just got blasted. There was some demented laughter that he heard coming from the two darklings most likely watching everything. Naruto had to contemplate whether this was good or bad. Regardless he decided to head over there and deal with the pest. Turning to Karen, he smiled and nodded to himself. Karen, I don't know what village you came here from but why not screw them and join me here in Konoha? It would be nice to actually have family here. Karen smiled and nodded her head back. While her allegiance was with Kusa, she didn't really have anyone there to go back to. Her sensei was an asshole too, so it didn't bother her if she left them for being here with her possible cousin. I'm in. Great. Now, follow me. I need to both find and probably save my teammates. Just stick close to me once we get there, Naruto said with Karen nodding again. Both young genins began hopping through the trees to the location Naruto locked onto using his Darkling's presence. Are those your teammates down there? Karen asked her possible blonde cousin. They had arrived at a clearing that was surrounding a giant tree with a hollow opening. They showed up just in time to watch Sakura being saved and helped by Team 10 featuring Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Rock Lee was here as well but, unfortunately, was taken out after the mummy-looking guy attacked him. An attack that they assumed missed, but in reality, the bracer on his arm emitted a sound wave that threw Lee's equilibrium off and made his ears bleed. Both he and the spiky-haired one, who had tubes in his arms, took advantage of this to beat Lee down before Sakura helped. It didn't work so well. Sakura was weak, not a fighter. She barely trained outside of their time with Kakashi. Naruto questioned why he had a crush on her. No matter what he did, she never did anything for him. She was the weakest link of this fragile chain that was their team. Despite this, though, there was still a part of him that wanted to see her do better. Just because she was useless, now, didn't mean she couldn't be better. There was potential there. It needed the right thing to bring it out. Just Sakura, the pink-haired one. We have another teammate by the name of Sasuke, but it appears he is out of it if he hasn't shown up yet to help fight these guys off. Karen seemed to nod at this. Both Uzumaki watched as Ino and Shikamaru used their respective clan jutsus to subdue two of the three individuals. Shikamaru had linked his shadow with the guy who had the bracer, with Ino swapping her mind into the lone female of the team. That is when Naruto narrowed his eyes at the one with spiky hair. He could see and sense the dark intent within him. Ino had demanded they backed off, or she would slit the girl's throat. Both boys smirked before they watched Zaku turn his air tubes to their teammate. Naruto knew what was going to happen and sunk into his shadow. Everyone watched as Zaku blasted his decapitating airwave jutsu towards his teammate. Everything came to a crawl for some as they witness a person come out of Kin's shadow before grabbing her by the waist and jumping to avoid the attack. When the dust settled, the Konoha genin in the area was surprised to see a familiar mop of blonde hair holding the girl in his arms. Naruto looked towards Zaku with the boy standing in disbelief at him. He was questioning how fast he moved to have avoided and saved Kin from his attack. Naruto turned his gaze towards Kin, who was still being controlled by Ino, with the girl staring up at him in surprise. "You should return to your body, Ino." That was all he said. Ino was shocked and stunned by his voice. It was different, deeper. She could only make Kin nod her head before she returned to her own body. Glancing at Ino's body to see that his fellow blonde had returned, Naruto pressed a pressure point on Kin's neck that knocked her out before she could fully awaken after having her body taken. A lot of knowledge he learned from the academy was returning to him. There was possibly 1 or 2 classes they had that went over the human body and the various pressure points. It was something that was supposed to get anyone's interest in learning more about it if they wished to go into the medical field. With the seal that stopped his brain processing functions gone, he was capable of remembering that time and some of the few pressure points that could be used to subdue a patient. To be fair, there was probably a lot of stuff he didn't know, considering he used to skip out of class on several occasions. A few times, he did have one or teachers kick him out because he called them out on their boring lessons. And possibly one time, he just skipped the academy for a whole week and a half to be by himself and play pranks on different people. That was a busy week of running and hiding from Shunin, Junin, and even some Anbu. It was surprising to him how some of the higher-ranking shinobi couldn't keep up with him or lost him when he hid away. Bringing his attention back to the present, he picked the girl's body up before placing it against a tree. Turning around, he stared at the 2 other Oto genin and glared towards Zaku. Didn't even care about his teammate and was willing to sacrifice her to complete whatever mission they were doing here. He hated betrayal, from the time Mizuki betrayed his trust as a teacher to seeing Zabuza betrayed by Gato. To turn on those you are supposed to be partnered and or loyal to. It was a disgusting sin to his eyes. A sin that the darkness will feed on. Before anything was said, Naruto dashed with speed none of the resident Konohans knew he could reach. Zaku had his eyes widened before he aimed his arms in his direction. He released another one of his wave attacks, just for everyone to be surprised when Naruto jumped over the waves. Considering how wide of a spread, both vertical and horizontal, it was amazing to see him reach such height. Naruto came down onto Zaku with a foot to the face that knocked him into the dirt. The blonde moved fast and grabbed the boy by his scarf before spinning it, along with him, around. Zaku screamed as the grip the blonde guy had on his scarf was causing him to choke before feeling the garment being released. He was sent flying into a tree not far from Dosu's location and felt his bones rattle from the impact. Dosu growled while trying his best to free himself from the ensnarement he was in thanks to the Nara. Zaku was struggling to get back up. That impact felt like it shattered something. The spiky-haired member of the Oto genin looked up to glare at the one who came to these pathetic Konoha genin rescue. Naruto glared back at him. "If you know what's good for you and your teammate over there, I suggest you leave your scroll and get out of here." Who do you think you are, you bastard? Zaku screamed while standing up. His back was sore, his neck felt bruised, but he would damn to hell if he let this bastard talk down to them. Even with the disadvantage in numbers, they were holding their own against them all. You tree-loving shit stains are nothing compared to us. Naruto watched as the guy went through several hand seals before holding both of his hands forward. Taste this. Zankakyokua, extreme decapitating airwaves. Dosu widened his eyes before willing his hands to cover his ears. The idiot was crazy doing this jutsu with him right next to him. Everyone watched as a combination of air and sound waves blasted out of the tubes from his hands. This attack was larger and much more devastating. Everyone had to cover their face from the debris that was picking up from the attack flying everywhere. Even Karen, still up in the trees hiding from everyone, had to cover her face. Naruto saw the jutsu and knew he was in danger. Naruto was thankful for where he stood, as the attack wouldn't directly hit any of the others. Crossing his arms in front of him, he willed a shield of shadows to come forward to protect him. He wanted the full armor but knew because it was daytime, and with no cover, he wouldn't be strong enough to get it to manifest. Jackie had used their time jumping through the trees to explain some of the basics of the darkness. As usual, he had the most powerful connection with the darkness during the night or in areas with no light. Naruto was told that before him, no one else was capable of using the darkness at all in daylight. But due to him using a lot of Kyuubi's chakra to strengthen the darkness after not being used for such a long time, they received some upgrades. At most, he could use the darkness to summon pieces of the armor on him. He wasn't sure how strong the other abilities were. Of course, he hasn't had the time to figure out what else he could do with these powers. Zaku stopped his attack after a full minute went by and started panting slightly. He put a lot more chakra into that than usual. The blonde pissed him off with how he interrupted them. Smirking at seeing the devastation he caused, he began to laugh like a maniac. There was no way he survived that. He was flesh and paste across this damn forest floor. That will show these wannabe genins who's the boss. Yeah, not so tough for ya. Are you done? Zaku froze when he heard that voice. Staring into the clearing dust, he saw two eyes staring back at him. Except, they weren't normal. No, they were black and yellow with slit pupils. It was like a demon, or some entity had placed him on their radar. He felt his body shiver in fear with how they focused on his person. Good, my turn. The eyes disappeared before Zaku felt extreme pain. A foot planted into his back, the same spot where he impacted the tree against, and he got sent forward. Before he could fly further, though, a clone of Naruto popped in front of him before uppercutting the idiot into the air. Both Narutos jumped towards him before kicking back down into the ground. They both landed next to him and stared at his arms. Then, both of them grabbed one and pulled it back. These arms of yours are a real pain. One of them said while they stomped their foot on his shoulder blades. Zaku was screaming in pain from how hard they were pulling. Let's see how you like it when you can't use them. The other said with both stomping again, hard, as well as pulling his arms. There was a horrible sound that echoed throughout the destroyed area, with the genin below Naruto screaming in absolute pain. The pain was so great he went into shock and passed out. Both blondes dropped the useless arms before staring up at Dosu. The other Oto Nin had a look of fear on his face. The way he dispatched Zaku was terrifying to him. Along with those horrible eyes he had, he felt himself shaking slightly. Everyone else was also in shock at what Naruto did. It was not like him. When did their knuckle-headed blonde become so ruthless? Take this idiot, that girl, and leave. I'm trying to be merciful. Naruto said while his clone picked up the unconscious shinobi and tossed him towards Dosu. The mummy genin nodded his head slowly, which was good enough for Shikamaru to release his jutsu. It was surprising he didn't release it early just from the shock of what happened alone. Dosu went into his pouch and pulled out their earth scroll before placing it on the ground. Picking up Zaku and then moving to grab Kin, he made a mad dash out the area while not looking back. Once Naruto was sure that he was gone, he looked up and motioned for Karen to come down while he went and grabbed the scroll left behind. If the others were surprised to see a redhead girl jump down to join up with their old classmate, they didn't show it. Naruto looked at the scroll and realized it was indeed the Earth Scroll his team needed. Pocketing it, he took out the extra Heaven Scroll before turning his eyes to the shocked Team 10. "Are you guys in need of a Heaven Scroll? I found an extra one." All he got was a muted nod from Choji. He tossed it over to them, with Shikamaru being the one who caught it. Naruto then walked over to where Sakura was before looking to Lee, who looked to have recovered from his ears bleeding and the thrashing they gave him. "Thanks for coming to Sakura's rescue. All of you. It is appreciative that you helped after I got separated from them." "It was no problem," Rock Lee said while standing up and giving a nice guy pose with shining teeth and all. "I was happy to come and save Sakura-chan." Lee, can you hurry up down there?" came the voice of Tenten. She and Neji, Rock Lee's teammates, were up above and had watched most of the battle without interfering yet. They were going to, but Neji had stopped her once he noticed Naruto appear through the girl's shadow. That had confused him since he has never seen anyone from the Leaf use such a technique before. "We need to make it to the tower soon." "Right, I'm sorry for the delay." The bushy-browed genin bowed towards Naruto and gave another thumbs up with shining teeth smile to Sakura before jumping up to join his teammates. "He's a weird guy," Karen said while watching the team jump in the direction of the tower. Never in her life has she seen someone wear such odd spandex and have big eyebrows like that. Were they even natural? "Yeah, but he seems like a good guy," Naruto said. Turning towards Sakura, he walked up to her and crouched down. "You okay?" he asked plainly and simply. It was a shock to the Pinkett. What happened to the hyperactive teammate she knew of before they were attacked? It was weird to see his personality change so drastically from what she knew not that long ago. Frightening even. "Why yeah, I'm okay. What about Sasuke?" She blinked before looking sad and turning her head back to the entrance of the cave. Naruto looked up and saw his broody teammate's body lying still. Moving inside, he took a glance at him and stopped with a raised eyebrow. On his neck were 3 tomo with it spreading around his body in a flame pattern. The marks had covered half of his body before pulsating a strange red color before receding into the seal. Placing his fingers on his neck, Naruto was relieved that there was still a pulse. Looks like he wasn't so weak to die off yet after their encounter with that snake bastard. The only problem seemed to be that he was still out of it for now. Shaking his head, he turned to Sakura and noticed the bags under her eyes. She hadn't slept at all through the night, most likely taking care of Sasuke. She was easy pickings for those 3 that attacked. If the other teams weren't nearby to assist, she would have died along with Sasuke dying as well. "How can you be this pathetic as a kunoichi?" Naruto was seriously wondering how he ever had some kind of crush on this girl. Besides being cute, she had nothing to offer up in life. Her skills were not even subpar for what they should be. Sighing and shaking his head, he looked at both of the girls that were waiting on him. "We're gonna camp out. Not here though. I doubt Sakura has the strength to go too far with everything that's been happening." He picked up Sasuke and held him over his shoulder as if he was nothing but a sack of potatoes. Walking out of the cave entrance, he waved towards Team 10 before motioning for Sakura to come along. Karen was already at his side and ready to get moving again. Honestly, the faster they left this forest, the better she would feel. Sakura didn't know what to say to any of this. Words were lost to her at the moment. Picking herself up, she followed behind Naruto before their Team +1 started hopping through the trees. Leaving Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji in the clearing with lots of questions roaming around in their heads. Though that could wait for later. They still needed to make it to the tower on time. And find something to eat while on the way. 3 days later, Central Tower. Karen sighed to herself. She had just finished taking a relaxing shower, something she was glad she could use now that they were inside. Especially since they managed to get to the tower before the final day. Naruto was persistent that they make it to their destination before the sun rose all the way into the sky. It wasn't hard to find a safe area to camp out at with Naruto using his clones, as well as his darklings, which went unknown to the group, to keep watch of the area. Once morning came they were off to the central tower. not stopping for anything that got in their way. Sasuke had finally awoken by then and was capable of moving by himself. Karen had noticed the surprised look he had when seeing Naruto's outfit and was confused when he asked what happened to his clothes. Naruto had simply told him it wasn't important and left it at that before they made it here. Once at the tower, they had been able to easily solve the puzzle on the door and opened their scrolls. A man by the name of Iruka had appeared from the poof of smoke to congratulate them. He was also surprised by Naruto's outfit, and it was making Karen wonder what exactly did he used to wear that was making people double take when looking at him. After they got into the tower, she got to meet their Junin sensei. She wasn't sure if she was supposed to be impressed or not. The man seemed to be extremely lazy and openly read that smut around everyone. Naruto hadn't stayed around to speak with the man as he escorted her to find a room she could stay in. It was also the same room he was staying in. As she dried her hair off, she noticed he was sitting on one of the futons provided in the room. He was positioned in the lotus position and was meditating. With her sensing abilities though, she could see it was more than just regular mediating. That dark power she noticed before was circling him. That was a bit false. It was covering his entire being with its presence. She was a little creeped out by the way the shadows of the room seemed to stretch to his position. She wasn't sure if she was seeing this correctly or if this was just a trick of the mind from being in that death forest. Her attention went back to the blonde as she watched Naruto open his eyes and let out a breath of air. He stretched him above his head before getting off the futon. The next part of the Chunin exams are gonna start soon. It's the 5th day, so I assume what other teams that were left should be here. He turned his attention to her. Karen couldn't stop the shiver that ran up her spine. His chakra was still astonishing. Whenever he focused on her, it felt like it was connecting with her own. As if the warmth of the sun was shining down on her. I'm not sure what they'll do with you. We will have to speak with the Hokage after whatever happens next is done. Naruto said with Karen shrugging her shoulders. It was to be expected. She was foregoing her allegiance from one village, a minor one albeit but a village all the same. She wasn't worried as there wasn't much Kusagakure could do if she decided to switch villages and come here. Especially, if she wished to be with family. It wasn't long for both of them to get ready and headed out into the main area. Karen went up the stairs to the 2nd level to watch things. She had gained several looks from some of the shinobi but were told to leave her be. Out of all the teams that made it to this stage, it was a majority from Konoha. Teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 making it. Kabuto's team was here as well along with the Suna team. They were the first to make it to the tower. The Oto Genin was here as well with 2 of them glancing towards the blonde that scared the shit out of them. Orochimaru had given them the scrolls needed to pass to the next stage but was baffled at what Dosu told him. Orochimaru was positive that his sealing worked on the Kyuubi brat. It stumped him to hear that the same boy came back and Lee beat Zaku into submission. It was the reason he was here in his disguise as their Junin sensei to watch the blonde along with Sasuke. His change in clothing and aura surrounding him was a mystery, one he planned to solve. To think the boy found a way to break my sealing on him. I definitely have to find time to properly study him. Kukukuku. Soon, the Hokage began his speech about the reason behind these exams. How they were a deterrent for war and for a village to show their might. Basically, a flexing competition between everyone. After the Sandaime finished his speech, a sickly-looking Junin by the name of Hayate stepped forward to be the proctor of the coming matches. These were preliminary matches since it was stated there were still too many of them. Many didn't appreciate having to fight again after just surviving the forest but didn't wish to back out now. There was one exception though. Proctor, I'm dropping out. I used a lot of chakra during that last portion. Think I'll be stopping here. This came from Kabuto. Hayate nodded his head and motioned for him to exit the building where he would be escorted out. I can sense a darkness within that one. He's lying as well, Jackie said to Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow and turned his head towards Kabuto retreating. Naruto wasn't the only one who looked at Kabuto. Karen knew he was lying. She could feel it from the way his chakra acted. He was hiding something as well. A dark intent behind a facade. She frowned before turning her eyes back below. She shouldn't jump to conclusions right now. though keeping an eye out for him would be the smart decision. Alright, if no one else wants to back out then we'll move on. Hayate turned his head and pointed to the wall. Above everyone watch a screen come out before it began cycling through names at random. It wasn't a long wait before 2 names were settled upon. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Alright, can cough everyone but the selected fighters cough make their way to the upper deck. The genin moved up the steps and joined with their senseis to watch the coming fight. Sasuke had a smirk on his face as he stared at his opponent. He was confident in his abilities to fight this guy. He felt a pulse coming from his neck and went to grasp it. Wincing slightly, he remembered the words Kakashi told him. This seal drew strength based on his will. He had to will himself to not call on it or let it corrupt him. Are both fighters ready? Both Konoha genin gave a nod before Hayate swiped his arm. Done. Hajime. The first match of the preliminary rounds had begun. For Naruto, though, he wasn't paying attention to the fight. He felt Sasuke would win against this guy despite the man's ability to absorb chakra. He was currently chatting with Karen about what they both noticed earlier before the start of the fight. So you know Kabuto was lying. How could ya tell? He asked her in a whisper-like voice. He was glad everyone was focusing on Sasuke, as usual, so they didn't hear their conversation. It is part of my sensing ability. Because I don't have to focus on my chakra like other sensors, I can easily read someone with their chakra. It also helps show me the different fluctuations in the person's chakra whenever a person is doing anything, including lying. That Kabuto guy is hiding his true intentions for this whole thing. I don't know what since I don't know anything about him or anyone here, for that matter. Don't worry about it for now. We can probably speak to the proctor about this later. Naruto stated before his attention drew back to the fight when he heard a gasp come from Sakura. He could see the mark on Sasuke's neck starting to spread on his body with the Uchiha holding his shoulder from the pain. For a moment, Naruto assumed Sasuke would let the seal overpower him. Such loss of faith was restored when the seal began receding away before Sasuke continued with his mid-air combo, titled Lion's Barrage. The round ended in Sasuke's favor. Kakashi was immediately by his side before taking him away. Most likely to do something about that seal on his neck. The board on the wall scrolled through names before finally settling down on 2 new ones. Zaku Abumi vs. Shino Aburame. Can both contestants cough come down? Both genins made their way to the stage, with Zaku glaring toward Shino and wincing lightly from his broken arms. It was a pain for the doctors to put his arms back in place. Remembering that pain made him glare up to where he knew Naruto was standing. Are both fighters ready? Hajime, I would advise you to surrender now. You don't seem to be in any condition to fight with both arms indisposed. Shino said while pushing his shades up. He raised an eyebrow when he saw the glare that his opponent gave him before scoffing. Like hell I will surrender. Zaku smirked when he surprised everyone by pulling out his left arm from the sling it was in. That blonde bastard up there is lucky he wasn't chosen to fight me. I would love to repay him for what he did to my arms. Everyone saw him snarl in Naruto's direction, with Team 8 and the various sensei looking a tad surprised that it was Naruto who broke his arms. You're lucky I didn't break your neck. Naruto retorted back, which caused a shiver in Team 10. It was still jarring to have witnessed Naruto act as he did back in the forest. Several of the higher-ranking shinobi were surprised at this. Ibiki was staring at Naruto with suspicion. The way he was now was completely different from how he saw him back in that room during the written test. Hiruzen was surprised as well. What happened during the exam that changed his pseudo-grandson? He had been feeling a strange dark aura surrounding him when they first entered the arena. Wait a minute, that can't be the same loudmouth we ran into before, right? Konkuro asked. Tamari was unsure of herself. If she was honest, though, this upgraded version of him was better on the eyes for her. What worried her was that he had a similar dark feeling, possibly darker, than how Gaara was. She dare not look over to her little brother right now, for she knew there was a grin growing on his face. He is strong. Mother shall have his blood and prove my existence. Zaku growled before turning to face Shino, with his opponent waiting there patiently for him to act. I'll show you, ya bastard. Once I finish this guy here, you'll be next during the next stage. Zankaha. He shot his airwave attack toward Shino, seemingly being a direct hit. He smirked at that and considered this an easy win. That smirk fell once he saw the body of Shino break into a swarm of bugs, showing that it was a clone he hit. You'll have to do better, Shino said from behind him. Zaku scowled before turning around and swinging his usable arm towards the Konoha genin. Shino blocked the hit before punching him in the gut with his other fist. He then elbowed him in the chin before spinning into a backhand fist that knocked Zaku onto his back. It is illogical for you to continue. You can't attack my swarm and me. The swarm of Kikaichu insects was moving in closer to his downed opponent. Zaku glared at both and stood up before smirking and pulling his right arm out from its sling. Shows what you know, you freak. Zankaha, he shouted, with many expecting his attack to go off. But nothing happened. There was no noise beyond the sound of the swarm waiting for their host to give them the word to attack. Zaku looked confused and tried to push his chakra again but felt nothing coming from the air tubes in his arms. What the hell? Like I said, Shino said with his hands back in his jacket pockets. It is illogical for you to continue. When I hit you earlier, some of my bugs latched onto you and blocked the air holes you have on your hands. There's no shame in forfeiting a losing battle. Shino finished with his opponent looking increasingly angrier. If he would react in how Shino pegged him too, then this would end dangerously for him. You, that blonde asshole and this whole damn village. I'll show you a losing battle. Zankakyokua, he shouted, with him propelling as much chakra through the tubes in his arms as he could. He would force through the blockage and show this Konoha freak who's boss. Unfortunately, for him, that would not happen. As soon as the pressure became too much for his arms, they exploded. Chakra burst out from his arms right before the elbow. Zaku screamed from the pain he caused to himself before his left arm was blasted off. He fell over next to his detached arm, out cold from how much chakra he tried to force out. Hayate announced Shino as the winner, with the medics coming in to take Zaku away and hopefully reattach his arm. Shino made it back up to the balcony. He was walking to his team before pausing when he was spoken to by Naruto. Great work, Shino. It was all he said, along with giving him a nod. The Aburame heir nodded back before continuing to his team. His hive was a buzz of commotion, though. They were telling him something was different with his old blonde classmate. It was a dark feeling they were getting from him. Old as well. Shino was confused about this but didn't show it to his teammates or sensei. He would need to speak to his father about this. Naruto's chakra never felt like that before from the past times one of his bugs sensed him. Once the arena floor was repaired from the airwave attack, the board above began cycling through names again. The next to fight in the prelims would be Masumi Tsurugi, Kabuto's last teammate, versus Sabaku no Kankuro. Both fighters made their way to the field, ready to fight. Despite the next fight starting now, someone was distracted, staring at a certain blonde who used to wear a bright orange jumpsuit. And no, it wasn't Hinata. Well, not right now, at least. She's been staring at you for quite some time now, Karen whispered to Naruto. She had caught the constant glances towards her possible cousin from the blonde-haired girl with the purple outfit. The girl was bad at hiding her staring toward Naruto. Karen wanted to ignore it, but she couldn't help but wonder why the girl was obsessed with him right now. It was unknowingly irking her to have this girl gawk at him with little to no subtlety. Yeah, I noticed, Naruto said while raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Ino. Being caught, the girl quickly averted her gaze to look at the match. Which was right on time for them, along with the others, to widen at seeing Kankuro trick his opponent into thinking he had been the one trapped. When instead, Masumi was the one who was trapped. The Kankuro he had was his puppet. What they thought was the puppet turned out to be Kankuro as he broke free from the wrappings. The match was decided once Kankuro commanded Karasu, Crow, to break every bone he had besides his neck. You alright, Ino? You've been staring at Naruto for a strange amount of time, Shikamaru said to her. The blonde girl jumped in surprise at the question but just glared at her lazy genius of a teammate. Before she could say anything back, she was called down to the stadium floor. It was her turn up, and the fight would be more taxing on her than she thought. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Well, this will be boring to watch. I said that out loud, didn't I? Naruto asked as he noticed both girls in question glared at him, with the others looking in surprise. Considering how much Naruto adored Sakura, hearing him say that instead of encouraging her for this fight was shocking. However, for one person, it was a nice change of pace. Considering how Sakura treated Naruto most of the time, it was refreshing to see him not pine over the pink-haired girl. What the hell, Naruto? Sakura screamed. You should be standing there ready to cheer me on. Should I now? He asked with his eyes now focusing solely on her. The way those blue orbs bored into her own eyes made her flinch back. We might be teammates, Sakura, but after going through that forest, my eyes have been opened to many things about myself and everyone around me. Let's be honest here, you and Ino are the weakest of our graduating class. It is disappointing when you both graduated high in the class with your scores. Put into the fact Ino is a clan heiress, and the disappointment is just unpalatable. Sakura and Ino felt their eyes widen with pain striking at their hearts from such words. Of all people, Naruto being the one to call them out like this was unexpected. He was labeled as the dead last, the doby of the class. The one to fail the graduation exam thrice times over. And yet he was calling them the weakest. For Ino, she was heavily insulted. She graduated at the top of her class alongside Shino and Sasuke. Sakura was smart, so her written test scores were always higher. But she beat her when it came to shuriken and kunai throwing. Well, not all the time. Both she and Sakura would flip between who got a higher count on those segments. Even during their hand-to-hand combat segments, she at least came out on top over several of the girls and a couple of the boys, most of the time. She and Sakura may be nearly equal in skill, but she knew for a fact that she was above her. She was not weak. Sakura's thoughts were nearly the same but also different from Ino's. She knew she wasn't as strong as her teammates. It was shown clearly back during their first real mission to the outside world. During the wave mission, she didn't fight at all. Barely contributed to anything besides protecting the client. Even then, Sasuke and Naruto were the ones who went up against Zabuza's clones and the man himself when they saved Kakashi-sensei. And even when they fought that boy with the mask, she was left behind to defend herself. Her whole time through the Chunin exams, she's been questioning herself. But she made a promise to stand beside her teammates and not hold them back. But to hear Naruto outwardly call her weak compared to their whole graduating group, it hit her hard. At this point, you should both call out of this match. Naruto crossed his arms while sighing. He wasn't sure why he was saying all this now, but it needed to be said. Could it have been done in a better setting, where there wouldn't be Junin, Chunin, foreign nin, and their Hokage watching? Probably. It was too late now. Having that seal removed from him felt like it made a drastic change to his personality. He still felt the remnants of what he used to be there in him, but it was like this version of him was the dominant side now. Oh well, he could figure that out later. What do you mean by that, Naruto? It was Asuma who asked while he had his eyes narrowed on the Gaki. He would admit that he may have been dropping the ball regarding his team's training, but he was confident that his team was ready to experience this and then become Chunin. Arrogance is a funny thing to blind you. Do I have to spell it out for you? Naruto rolled his eyes before looking to Sakura and then back to Ino. She glared at him, and he shook his head. You are both equally matched at such a low level, I wouldn't be surprised if you knocked each other out. You lack the drive to be a real kunoichi. These words were the final nail in the coffin. Those from Konoha were shocked that this kid would say all of this, especially from what the records say about him, but also could understand why he said it. Anko was impressed and had a smirk on her face. She wasn't sure what kind of change happened to the kid, but she liked it. About time one of these brats took their career seriously. Those two fangirls would only get themselves, or worse, their team, killed if they didn't shape up soon. They were lucky that they managed to survive the forest of death on their first try. Ino was gritting her teeth and glaring at Naruto. Who did he think he was? Claiming that her skills were so low that she and Forehead would simply KO each other. She, the heiress of the Yamanaka clan, lacked the drive to be a real kunoichi. Sakura looked down at her feet and couldn't help but think that Naruto was making a good point. She hadn't been instrumental, and her skills were barely enough to stave off the Oto team from possibly killing her and then Sasuke. If Lee hadn't shown up, she doubted her chance of survival. But to think that Naruto didn't have faith in her to fight even Ino. Her hands clenched into fists, a new look coming into her eyes before staring back at Naruto. She would prove to him and everyone else here that she could change and be better. Both girls went from staring at the blonde to one another. They glared with a new fire lit in their eyes. "I'll show him." Both genin girls moved down to the arena floor and stood across from each other. Sakura stared at Ino with her staring back before the blonde girl raised an eyebrow when she saw Sakura take her Hitai-8 and securely wrap it around her forehead. Seeing this, Ino followed suit and took hers from around her waist and tied it on her forehead. Seeing that both girls were ready to start, Hayate raised his hand before dropping it down. Hajime. They dashed forward at each other, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. As stated by the blonde above, it was an equal match. Both were countering and advancing against one another. There was determination within to prove Naruto wrong. Sakura kicked Ino in the stomach, which sent the blonde back. This gave her room to dig into her pouches before tossing several shurikens. Ino recovered and pulled out several shurikens to the counter before pulling out a kunai and tossing it. Seeing the kunai, Sakura leaned to the left, watching it pass her by before she saw Ino's foot meet her face. The pink-haired girl rolled on the ground from the impact before standing back up. She went into a run and went through a few hand seals. 3 clones appeared around her, and they all charged. The one on the farthest right jumped while the 2 on the left went for a head-on attack. The last one ducked down for a sweep. Ino kept a keen eye on the clones to find the real Sakura before taking a kunai and tossing at the one coming from above. It phased through it, making the clone dissipate within the air. Ino then moved forward with the first clone that went head-on through her body. She moved to the side to let the other one go past her before raising her foot to kick the one close to the ground, trying to sweep her legs. Ino miscalculated. The one she thought was the real Sakura was the clone as her foot phased through its body. Her eyes widened before feeling pain in her side. The one she let go past her was the real Sakura. She had a smirk on her face as her leg made an impact on Ino's ribcage. The pinkett then grabbed her ex-best friend by her arm before flipping her over her body onto the floor. The blonde genin groaned before wincing when she felt Sakura putting her into an armlock. She gritted her teeth before throwing her head back, hitting Sakura in the nose. This caused her to let Ino's arm go. Sighing in relief for the moment, Ino flipped back to her feet before performing a backflip kick to Sakura's chin. She used this momentum to distance herself from her opponent before using her family's signature move. Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique. Sakura jerked her head up after checking to see if her nose was broken. She saw the smirk that was on Ino's face as she aimed her family's infamous technique at her. Sakura was too slow to dodge the jutsu and felt Ino's mind invade hers. The audience above watched as Ino's body slumped down onto her knees while Sakura struggled for a minute before standing up and raising her hand. It looked like she was about to forfeit, but then she stopped and grabbed her head. "I don't think so, Shanaru." Ino, from within Sakura's head, saw an inner manifestation of her ex-best friend. She was faded gray and pink with kanji written on her forehead. Idly Ino found it funny she could fit writing on that large forehead of hers. Before Ino could react, the inner version of Sakura punched the girl out of her mind. The blonde kunoichi's body was thrown onto her back as she was forcibly pushed outside of Sakura's mind by that weird inner version of the girl. Rubbing her head, she stood up and stared at Sakura. "What the hell was that? Didn't think forehead could push me back so aggressively." Shaking her head, Ino stood tall before digging through her pouches. She would win this and prove to that blonde idiot that she could be a real kunoichi. She would show everyone here her worth. Sakura stood back straight after letting the after effects of Ino's jutsu pass. The pinkett knew Ino was smart in her own right. She needed to think faster than her blonde opponent. It would take everything she had to win and prove that she wasn't weak, compared to Ino or the other female genin of their age group. "I won't fail." Both girls shouted in their minds before tossing shurikens that clanged off each other. It was the perfect setup for them to engage again. On the balcony, Naruto watched them fight with everything they had. Karen was watching and was curious why he had said everything earlier, but from how both girls looked physically, she knew there was truth to everything he said. The fight dragged on, showing that his words rang true to everyone there. They rang the truest for both girls, who felt increasingly upset. They are upset at themselves in this match. After their latest clash, they were panting and staring at each other. The forest took a lot out of them, mainly for Sakura after the Odo team attacked. Then Naruto only let them rest once before having them blitz toward the tower. Team 10 had struggled to find a different group to attack that they had confidence in taking down. And then running into the Odo team assaulting the Pinkett and the weird guy in the green spandex. They had intervened to save Sakura and that Rock Lee guy since he was taken out by the mummy with the bracer. It was a taxing week for the second part of the Chunin exams. And then they had to fight again right after finding the tower. All of that wouldn't matter. One of them would be moving on to the next stage for the finals. They had to prove it to themselves, their sensei, their peers, and their crush. Him not being there to watch didn't seem to come to mind. To prove it to him, Ino thought to herself while she glanced up to see Naruto staring at them. She felt as if their eyes connected for just a moment, like no one else was in this room. That this space they both were in was empty of any other presence but each other. She saw it in his eyes. The doubt he had in her skills. The doubt that she was worthy of being a kunoichi. She glared at him before her focus went back to the match and stared at Sakura with her fist clenching. I'll show them all that I can be strong too, Sakura thought while taking deep breaths to recuperate some energy back. She couldn't explain this feeling that came through her, but she looked up to the side to see Naruto watching them. This feeling of wanting approval from him. She wasn't sure what happened after their fight with Orochimaru that caused this change in Naruto. The way he ruthlessly took out that guy and then broke his arms. Then, when he stared at her, she could feel the disappointing realization rolling off of him in waves. Realizing that she would have died if everyone hadn't come to her aid. She shook her head and clenched her fist. She wouldn't allow that to stop her now. Sakura would change for the better. To grow more powerful and stand proudly next to her teammates whenever things get rough. She wouldn't be a burden from today going forward. Her eyes stared at Ino, both girls tensing up before running at each other. They would put all they had left to take the other down. Both didn't realize they were using the same strategy in their attack. Both girls threw a punch that was a feint for them to slide their left foot on the ground before twisting and throwing a real punch. Ino's fist grazed past Sakura's own before both of their attacks slammed right into each other's face. The impact of this attack sent them both flying back. Unconscious. As predicted, Naruto mumbled out just loud enough for those near him to hear. Asuma sighed with a shake of his head. That was a little embarrassing for him. He dropped to the arena to grab Ino before placing her on the wall beside their team. He looked over and saw that Naruto had done the same for Sakura. Something was up with that kid. While he has never interacted with him since he was up at the fire capital before being placed back in Konoha, he has heard different stories about him. And they were not matching up with the present version of him. It wasn't long before the next match was announced. It would be another Konoha vs Suna fight, the contestants being Tenten Harugashi and Sabaku no Tamari. Both ladies landed down on the floor, ready for their match to start. Tamari had a smirk on her face, eager to teach this little girl what a Suna kunoichi was made of. Naruto, once again, wasn't paying attention. He retreated to his mind to have a talk with Jackie and Kyuubi about some things. His eyes faded to those who looked at them. Appearing within his mindscape, Naruto walked through the place to find Jackie. His mind went through an upgrade of sorts. After he accepted the power of the darkness, the whole area changed. It was now a luxurious mansion with many different rooms. There were strange statues of men and women whom he'd never seen before. Paintings of people hanging on the walls. One being of Jackie and another of a man who looked similar to him but older. He assumed it was his father. Naruto continued to walk through the mansion and made it to a bar where he saw Jackie sitting on a stool looking at a large flat-screen TV on the wall. It showed everything Naruto saw so the ancient man wouldn't get bored. Beside Jackie was another man. He had dark orange-red hair that was tied into 9 ponytails that flowed down his back. On his face were whisker marks similar to Naruto's but were more extensive and feral in design. He wore a suit similar to Jackie's but was red and black. There was also a collar around his neck with a seal on it, showing that this was the Kyuubi in a human form, still contained by the seal but given some liberty to move around at the moment. "Hey, kid," Jackie said while swirling a glass of gin. He took it in one gulp before refilling it and handing Kyuubi its own glass. "You got some mediocre companions out there. That Shino guy was interesting. Haven't seen a hive user in a while." Kyuubi simply scoffs at his statement while drinking his glass. This drink had an interesting flavor to it. Granted, he never had the luxury of tasting any alcoholic beverage before. No thanks to all the people who hunted him down, used him to fight or sealed him away. Humans were a bunch of pricks. They all have a ways to go, some more than others. I blame our senseis for trying to push their egos and pride on us by having us do these Chunin exams so early. If it weren't for some good luck and the fact the others are clan heirs with unique skills to aid them, then I doubt we would have been able to get through this easily if the exams were held somewhere else. Naruto said while moving to take a seat in between the two. He wasn't worried about Kyuubi trying anything. The strongest Biju seemed to be acting mellow right now, probably because he was happy not to be confined to one place anymore. Human arrogance has always led to poor judgment, especially when it comes to upstaging one another, Kyuubi said while smirking at the screen. The current match had ended, with Tamari using her expert skill in futon jutsu to take out the weapon user in the air. Adding insult to injury, she positioned her closed fan to have the girl land on her back before tossing her off. Nothing was better than watching these hairless apes destroy each other for sport. That I can agree with. I used to be human once, a long time ago. This was new information to the two sitting there. Naruto raised an eyebrow while trying to figure out what exactly is the mystery behind Jackie. That could wait. He had a few questions he needed to know. I'll save that info to discuss later. Can you explain to me why my personality feels different? I still feel the same but at the same time like someone else. It's straightforward. Your suppressed personality was giving the reins of control over your body. That isn't to say that the old wretched you ain't still around. Just pushed back. Naruto frowned at Kyuubi's explanation. He didn't hate how he was. Just needed time to get used to it. As Naruto continued to think about himself, the two powerful beings within him watched the next match. It consisted of Shikamaru and that kin girl Naruto saved from being attacked by her teammate. The fight didn't last long. Shikamaru acted as if he was the one dodging away from the girl's trap when, in fact, he got her in place for his own move. Using the Kajimane no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique or shadow possession jutsu, caused the girl to copy his movements. Moving into his pouch and grabbing several shurikens before tossing them at the girl. She did the same thing and was confused since she knew he would dodge. She didn't expect Shikamaru to bend backward, dodging the shuriken. As she was attached, she followed suit but didn't realize how close she placed herself near one of the walls, causing her to slam her head back when she bent backward. Shikamaru detached his shadow from the girl, which caused her to fall out unconscious. The lazy genin sighed, idly calling this whole thing troublesome, before returning to the balcony. Jackie felt impressed. He's seen several Nara clan folk before. The way they strategized was interesting, and he was curious about how almost every member had a surprising level of intellect. It wasn't long before they heard the next names being called for a match, this time allowing Naruto to step up to the arena. You can have an identity crisis later, kid, time for you to get down there and kick some ass. Naruto sighed with a roll of his eyes before leaving his mindscape. Once his eyes returned to focus, he saw that the board had his name and Kiba's up there for the fourth to the last match. Great, he had to face the mutt. Won't this be fun to do? All right, finally, it's my time to shine. We got an easy fight, Akamaru. Kiba exclaimed, with his canine partner barking out in agreement. Kiba jumped down from the railing with a large grin on his face while he watched Naruto make his way down the stairs. Kakashi had finally made it back and noticed that Sakura was knocked out against the wall. He assumed she had lost her match, but glancing at Ino, he was going on the hunch that it was a tie. At least he managed to make it back to watch Naruto's fight. However, he couldn't help but wonder what happened to his orange jumpsuit. He wasn't complaining. The new look actually suited him pretty well. Let's just get this over with, Naruto sighed. Up above by the remaining member of the Oto team was their sensei. Their sensei was actually Orochimaru in disguise. He had left earlier to toy with Kakashi about his inability to keep Sasuke away from him. The Junin was a strong man but held himself back because of his grief and self-loathing. He had no doubts that Kakashi could be on Itachi's scale or higher right now if he didn't begin slacking off. Beyond that, he was glad he made it back in time to watch Naruto's fight. He wanted to examine this boy more, possibly find a clue as to how he removed the seal on him and what made him change to what he currently was. Orochimaru was curious if the Kyuubi had anything to do with it. Down below, Hayate looked at both opponents to see if they were ready. Everyone was intrigued about what happened to the loudmouth boy. All queries about it would have to wait until after this section of the Chunin exams. Raising his hand, he stared at both boys before dropping it down to start the match. Hajime, this will be easy. No way am I losing to you, of all people. You couldn't even beat me at the academy, Kiba boasted while Naruto said nothing but narrowed his eyes at him. It wasn't very accurate. Naruto had at most 2 wins against Kiba back when they spared during the academy days. It wasn't all his fault that he didn't know the proper basics for fighting. The bastard Mizuki never bothered correcting his form when he taught them. You should just give up to save yourself the embarrass. He didn't finish his statement as Naruto had dashed across the field with a fist aimed at the Inuzuka's face. Kiba yelled while trying to put up a hasty guard. Naruto didn't want to waste any time on this fight. Kiba felt his arms rattle from the impact and slid across the ground, shaking his arms a bit before glaring towards the blonde who was running at him again. He dashed forward himself, with Akamaru taking up the far left side. He ducked under a kick before shoulder bashing into Naruto. The attack gave him space to go on the offensive this time. He started with a swipe to the face that Naruto leaned back from before using the momentum to sidekick the blonde's chest. Akamaru came from the side he was at and tried to bite Naruto's arm. Seeing the puppy coming for him, Naruto ducked under the dog before tossing 3 kunai at Kiba. The wild boy was in the middle of running back to engage before sliding to a stop, blocking the kunai with one of his own. As the thrown weapons flew through the air after being deflected in the air, one of them went up in a puff of smoke. In its place was a cage bunchen of the blonde with a smirk on its face. The clone fell towards Kiba with a flip heel kick to the head. As the clone landed, he threw a palm to Kiba's face before grabbing him by the collar of his coat and tossing him to the other side of the arena. Kiba bounced off the ground and rolled before stopping himself. Both Narutos were about to re-engage when the real one jumped back as Akamaru launched himself towards the clone. The ninja pup bit hard on the clone's arm, making it pop before Akamaru ran back to his partner. Kiba petted his companion on the head with a grin before reaching into his pouch for something while looking up at Naruto. Hey, alright, you may have gotten better since the academy. But that just means we need to take this a little more seriously. A shame for you. With a smirk, Kiba pulled out a small red pill. He held it out to Akamaru with the puppy eating it. Karen was surprised as she felt a spike of chakra rising in the small, cute animal companion. Everyone there watched the little dog's fur turn red, with him acting more feral now. Akamaru jumped up and was now on his partner's back. Get ready to face the Inuzuka clan's ultimate teamwork between beast and man. Kiba placed his hands together while channeling his chakra through him and Akamaru. Giju Ninpo. Shikyaku no Jutsu, Imitation Beast Ninja Art, 4 Legs Technique. Naruto and the audience watched as Kiba's hair under his hood grew wilder, his nails sharpened out, and his teeth grew. He gave a feral grin to Naruto before pushing more chakra into Akamaru. Gijin Ninpo. Jujin Bunshin imitation human ninja art, beast human clone. A puff of smoke covered both individuals before everyone saw two feral Kibas crouched there. So, you just became more of a mutt than before, Naruto said while raising an eyebrow. His only response was two growls before both Kibas dashed at him on all fours. Their speed was increased, allowing them to get to him faster than he would anticipate of them. Naruto leaned back from a swipe before flipping away as the other took his legs out. He wasn't given room to fight back as they stayed on him, raising his arm to block a punch just to get kicked in the face. He tripped from the impact before flipping away from the 2 feet, crashing where he used to be, idly cracking the tiled floor. Bringing his fingers into a cross, he summoned several clones to his side, with them charging in. 2 clones were instantly popped from one of the Kiba's double swipes with his claws before dodging a kick to the face. He launched his fist to its face, making it pop before joining the other Kiba, finishing off one clone with an axe kick. Another Naruto clone came at him. Kiba threw a claw palm to destroy it. This one slid under the swipe before kicking Kiba 1 in the stomach, sending him back with the real Naruto set to knock him down to the ground. Only for Kiba 2 to dropkick him away. He rolled across the arena before returning to his feet, just in time to see his last clone destroyed before both Kibas crouched down on the ground. "Grr, let's see you handle this," the one on the right growled out before both jumped into the air. Both Kibas suddenly started spinning midair at rapid speeds, like a drill, while flying toward a wide-eyed Naruto. Jujin Taijutsu Ogi. Gatsuga Beast Human Taijutsu Secret Art. Fang Passing Fanger Man Beast Ultimate Taijutsu, Fang over Fang. Naruto jumped back as both drills slammed into where he was before bouncing off the ground and started going in every direction around him. He winced and cried out in shock as they performed their attacks, passing by him with almost every hit connecting. While seemingly random, both Inuzuka and Ninken Companion were in sync, thus able to coordinate their attacks while bypassing Naruto simultaneously, shredding him each time. Naruto was doing his best to jump away from each strike, but when he dodged one, the other would get him from a different direction. He tried to make clones, but with how sporadic the Kiba's movements were, each clone was popped with ease. Back on the balcony, Ino groaned awake. Rubbing her cheek with the stinging pain reminded her of the punch she and Sakura gave each other. Shikamaru looked back to see she was standing up before slowly making her way to the railing. "What happened, Shika? Hate to tell you this, Ino. But you and Sakura co-ed each other. Just like Naruto said to happen." He wouldn't say that last part out loud, wisely thinking it in his head. Ino was a troublesome girl when mad. He didn't want that anger aimed at him. Ino frowned while her left hand clenched tightly. The blonde baka was right. She hated to even think that, but what else could she say? "You woke up just in time for Kiba and Naruto to fight," Choji said while munching on one of his favorite brands of chips. This caught the young Kunoichi's attention before she saw 2 speeding drills slam into Naruto's chest. The young man screamed in pain as the attack was shredding his clothing and chest. All eyes watched as the 2 broke off before landing on the broken-up floor with the 2 Kibas crouched low. They were panting, with the one on the left poofing into smoke before Akamaru, now with his regular fur color back, appeared. Naruto landed on his back roughly while groaning from the non-stop attacks he just faced. While it was a struggle at first, he forced himself back onto his feet, staggering a bit to the left before standing hunched over, panting with his hair covering his face. Kiba stood up while staring at Naruto. A smirk came to his face, feeling confident that Naruto was worn out. "Still standing, huh? Bet you're worn out, though." He chuckled while using it to hide that his attack with Akamaru took a lot from them. Naruto was a resilient bastard, he would give him that. But Kiba was sure that this match was in the bag in his favor. Kiba didn't hear the growl that was coming from Naruto, or feel the rising killing intent coming from him. Hayate did, and so did a lot of the other Junin. There was a tense chill in the air, a feeling like this shouldn't be coming from a genin. Not unless that genin was unique. "You want to get feral, Kiba? Fine, then," Naruto said while his growling started to get louder. It was making many nervous about what was happening. Gaara above was watching with a grin growing on his face. The bloodlust radiating from the blonde was intoxicating. Karen felt nervous as she stared at her savior. There was a rising level of that red chakra within him. Two can play at this game. His head jerked up with a blast of killing intent and red chakra, hitting everyone in the room. Shino could hear his hive going into a frenzy about this chakra and for him to stay away from it. Kiba and Akamaru stepped back while feeling the chakra blasting wind all around the blonde. Their instincts were warning them about what a new predator with its eyes aimed towards them. Kiba shivered when he saw the red-slitted eyes that Naruto now had. He's using the Kyuubi's chakra. Is the seal weakening? This was the thought of about every Konoha Chunin and Junin within the room. Each of the genins was astounded by this feeling Naruto was exuding from his presence. Karen could see the head shape of a fox grinning viciously above him. The ones from Suna were worse off. This feeling reminded them of Shukakao, but worse. Meaning this kid was Konoha's Jinchuriki. Their plans could now be in jeopardy. All eyes watched as Naruto's hair grew wild and spikier. His nails lengthened to claws just like Kiba's did. The whiskers on his face deepened and were more pronounced. Those who were paying attention saw the wounds on his chest from the Gatsuga were healing up. He growled loudly before crouching down onto all fours. Let's see how the mud handles the fox. Naruto shouted before releasing a roar that caused many to cover their ears. The tiled floor, what was left after Kiba's assault, broke as Naruto flew with heightened speed across it. Kiba gasped as a fist slammed into his gut, launching him back. Speeding past the flying projectile that was Kiba's body, Naruto caught the back of his head before slamming him down into the ground. The crater it made shook the room. Picking him up, he notices that Kiba is still conscious and is struggling out of his grip. Glaring at him, he tossed him away, where he rolled next to Akamaru, who was frozen in place in fear. Kiba struggled to get to his feet. What the hell are you? He asked while staring at Naruto with fear. The blonde growled before placing his hands into the same cross seal as before. 4 clones appeared before him, all enhanced by the Kyuubi's chakra. They all burst forward before the one in the lead kicked Kiba in the jaw, sending him flying straight up. Nah! The second clone jumped off the first one's shoulders before delivering an uppercut to his gut, making him fold over it before flying higher in the air. Rue! The third came in from above Kiba with his 2 hands together before slamming them into the back of his head. This caused Kiba to gasp in pain with his eyes wide. The attack sent him back down to the ground head first. 2. The last clone and the real Naruto dashed forward to meet the falling boy. Jumping and spinning in the air, they delivered a double roundhouse kick to Kiba's chest. Uzumaki Barrage. The power of the final blow sent Kiba flying until he crashed into the far wall of the room they were in. His body cratered into it before falling out onto the ground, unconscious. The clones dispelled themselves, with Naruto slowly losing his feral appearance as Kyuubi's influence dissipated from his system. Hearing a whimper, Naruto looked down at Akamaru. The pup was shivering in his presence. He gestured with his head for the young ninkin to go to Kiba. Akamaru didn't need to be told twice. Just nodded his head before running to Kiba's body as the medic staff came to pick him up. Winner. N. Naruto U Uzumaki. Hayate said. The impressive display of the boy using the Kyuubi's chakra shook him if he was honest. It wasn't fast. Hearing that he was declared the winner, Naruto walked away before heading up the steps to move next to Karen and his team. The room was silent since no one was expecting any of that to happen. The only noise was from the selected Chunin fixing the arena for the next fight to commence. After everything was restored, the board began cycling like before. There were only 3 fights left to have. The board stopped on 2 names with an audible gasp being heard by one of the contestants. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. No, anything but that. Hinata thought while she felt her body shiver. She looked over to her cousin and saw him having a smirk on his face. She watched him go down to the fixed arena with his arms crossed. Hinata felt like her world was crashing down on her, but she took a deep breath and was about to walk to the stairs. Shino placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her for a moment. You don't have to go through with this, Hinata-san, Shino said. The Hyuga heiress looked between him and her opponent, waiting for her. She took a deep breath before giving a small smile to her teammate. It's okay, Shino. I need to do this. He nodded slightly before letting go. Hinata continued towards the stairs. She walked down and made it to the arena floor. She was standing across from her cousin, who still had a smirk on his face. Hayate looked at both of them and felt the tension in the air. He had a bad feeling about this matchup. He sighed while covering his mouth from his cough. His hand came up before going down to signal the start of the match. Hajime, you should forfeit now while you can, Hinata-sama, Neji said while staring directly at his cousin with held contempt. We both know that you're out of your league compared to me. Fate has declared me the winner of this long overdue match. A weak, spoiled girl, hiding behind her family name, cannot hope to win. His harsh words got to Hinata. She looked for a moment before shaking her head. You're wrong. I'm not spoiled or weak. Of course you are. Just look at you. Your hands are shaking. Your eyes unfocused, looking around you for a way out. You can barely talk without stuttering. He closed his eyes for just a moment before reopening with the Byakugan in full effect. The veins bulged from the side of his head as he stared Hinata down. The young girl flinched back from the power of his glare. She felt herself starting to shake and hyperventilate. You suffer from the life of the main family of the Hyuga clan. Just quit now and live a life of no worries. The world has no place for weak, scared girls. Hinata felt as if she was on the verge of tears. Her breathing was erratic right now. She didn't want to believe his words, but they felt accurate. If she had a faint amount of confidence, it was gone. Hinata was ready to raise the white flag and surrender before a voice she was familiar with spoke up. How cowardly could you be, huh? Naruto spoke with Neji, turning his Byakugan-enhanced glare toward him. He held back the surprise of seeing the different chakra deep within his core. But there was something else around him his eyes saw. A darkness surrounded him, hungry to attack whatever his master wished for. Neji, honest to Kami, felt a shiver go down his spine. Are you that scared of her strength and skill that you would use words to break her spirit? You would verbally demoralize her because you're afraid that she can beat you. Me, afraid? You know not what you speak of, commoner. You have seen the reality in those two girls previously here, yet you are blind to Hinata-sama's weakness. Compared to the others, she has no reason to be a kunoichi. Naruto scoffed while his eyes went from staring at him to looking toward Hinata. The shy girl had a faded look to her, feeling her will to continue forward crumble beneath her cousin's hate for her. Naruto narrowed his eyes before whistling to get Hinata's attention. The girl jerked her head back to reality to look at her not-so-secret crush with his eyes locking with her own. Don't stand there and let him belittle you like that. Stand tall if you want to convince him, everyone, that you're not weak and that his words are false. Show him the power you hold deep inside you and fight back. If you let this asshole convince you to quit, then you will only fail yourself. Naruto spoke with Hinata, feeling her eyes widen. His speech called to her. The reason she agreed to do the Chunin exams was to show everyone how far she'd come and that she wasn't that scared little girl anymore who was kidnapped by a Kumo shinobi. The Hyuga princess took a deep breath through hand seals before activating her family bloodline. Her eyes bulged with the Byakugan active. She stepped into the traditional Juken stance of her clan, with Neji growling at this newfound courage. Is that how it is? You listen to his words and suddenly grow a spine. Fine. I'll just have to crush you in front of him. To show everyone that you haven't changed at all. The branch member of the Hyuga clan got into his own stance of the Juken. He would win this fight and show everyone that fate was absolute. An unspoken signal was given, and both Hyuga members went on the attack. The genin from Konoha who knew about Hinata watched on with wide eyes. It would appear that the shy girl could break free from her shell. She was holding her own against her much older and experienced cousin. At least, that is how it seemed on the surface. The longer the fight went on, the more obvious it was that Hinata was beginning to struggle. It was shown how class Hinata was when a strike that looked like she lamed was actually false. Neji pulled her sleeve back to show multiple bruises on her arm from the attacks he landed on her. With a palm strike, he knocked her down onto her back. Hinata coughed up blood as she impacted the ground. Hayate saw this and was ready to call the match, but stopped when he saw the girl start to stand up again. It was slow, but she eventually stood up tall and looked at her cousin with determination shining in her lavender eyes. She got back in her stance, but there was a noticeable difference to it. It wasn't as restricted or straightforward as the traditional stance. Her Byakugan was also deactivated. Neji shook his head before moving to assault his foolish cousin once more. This time, the fight went differently. Neji was landing fewer attacks on her than expected. Her movement became less predictable, copycat like Neji's, and more graceful. She was using her natural flexibility to incorporate moves she learned from the academy into her attacks. Hinata had landed several hits on her opponent, but without the aid of the Byakugan, she wasn't doing the devastating damage that she could. Even without the mighty dojutsu, she still knew the human body well enough to land several powerful Juken strikes on the Hyuga boy. This did well to anger Neji, which caused him to increase the number of attacks he threw out. He was being more ruthless, damaging the girl's body internally with each strike he landed. Another strike hit her in the chest, making her cough more blood onto his arm. She backpedaled slowly away from her cousin, with him glaring hatefully at her. She would need medical attention soon if the idiot wanted to live through this. It is inevitable, Hinata-sama. You must quit now lest you suffer more damage. Hinata coughed while her body swayed a bit before she shook her head and looked at her cousin with a smile as blood leaked out of her mouth. That smile made Neji glare at her more. Hayate was ready to call the match. They needed to get the girl the medical attention she deserved quickly. He stopped when he felt killing intent aimed at him. Looking up, he saw Naruto's eyes aimed at him. Except they were not the same ones he had before. No, they were shining yellow with a black sclera. He was frozen just enough to allow Hinata to give a few more words that she wished to speak. Why you claim that I suffer from living with the main family? But you suffer more because you're a part of the branch family. Neji's eyes widened before glaring as he gritted his teeth. I made a promise. To unite both houses. Of the Hyuga clan. So, all of us wouldn't suffer anymore. A promise. Promises are useless. So are dreams. Unity between both houses is impossible. Fate has made it so. You're wrong. Even if there is a divide, I'll be the one to fix it. So that none of the others have to suffer as you did. Neji knew what she meant. It served to piss him off even more. With a snarl, he charged Hinata, ready to end her now and save her life from further failure. Hinata was too weak to move out of the way or defend herself. The whole time she watched her cousin charging to her, she had a sad smile on her face. Neji was just about to land the finishing blow to Hinata when, in a poof of smoke, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Meidagai had him subdued from several angles. It was convenient, for both Hyugas, as there was a massive black spear that had crashed into the spot that Neji would have been at. Hinata was surprised by the weapon that separated them but began falling back. She was caught before she could hit the ground. Opening her eyes, she saw Naruto's face as he stared at her with concern. It was nice to have those eyes aimed at her. She gave a bloody smile as more of her life fluid came out of her mouth. Was I strong? She asked. Naruto blinked while frowning a little before nodding his head. You may have lost today, but you've shown that you are more than what those around you label you as. Now, rest. Hinata smiled before her eyes closed. The medics came in with a stretcher with Naruto lifting her to place her on it. They quickly left to tend to the girl and fix the internal damage done to her. As expected, all of Konoha coming to save the spoiled heiress of the Hyuga clan. Neji, you promised that you wouldn't allow your personal feelings to get the better of you in the exams. You said you keep it professional. Neji's Junin sensei, Meidagai, said with a deep frown on his face. His student simply scoffed. Neji then glared at Naruto, aiding the medics in taking Hinata to the medical ward of the tower. You shouldn't waste your time with a weakling like her. Naruto didn't say anything. He stood there watching the team of medic nins take the poor Hyuga girl away. She would need extensive treatment and possible surgery to get her back into fighting shape. Right as the stretcher carrying Hinata left the room, there was a terrible chill that began to fill the area. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines as if darkness was reaching out to touch them. The lights above began to blink sporadically. Confusion spread throughout everyone before seeing a dark miasma flow around Naruto. The lights went out with only one dimly lit to show everyone the new look Naruto had on his face. The sclera of his eyes were black, the iris yellow with black slit pupils. He turned his attention towards Neji and the Junin senseis. They all felt a sudden need to step away from the blonde. Naruto tilted his head as he stared at Neji before crouching down to the ground. His hand swiped at the blood Hinata coughed up before his hand clenched into a fist. To attack a family member as you did, especially one as innocent and sweet as Hinata, his voice was different. Dark and cold. Standing back up, everyone witnessed two Hydra tentacles coming out from behind him, scaring the hell out of them. Even Gaara was unsure about this power that the blonde was demonstrating. As truly despicable. Mark my words, Neji Hyuga, you better pray to Kami that we don't fight in the finals. Because if we do, the last light that kept the area dimly lit finally went out, with the only visible thing being Naruto's horrible eyes, along with the eyes of the Hydras that stared at them all. I'll end you where you stand. The lights came back alive, with Naruto back to normal. No snake-like tentacles were coming from his back, no horrifying eyes staring into their souls, just an icy blue glare from the blonde before he headed to the stairs, idly grabbing the spear from the ground before it disappeared into black smoke. What the hell was that? It's been 1 week since the end of the Chunin preliminaries. The finalists were selected and matched accordingly for the finals. Everyone had 1 month to prepare, allowing all those participating to advance their current skills to gain new ones to counter their opponent. This additionally allows news of the tournament to circulate, allowing potential clients to naturally gather to the village. That's what the Chunin exams was for on the outside. For each village to flex their armed might of those that they are training to efficiently be shinobi and kunoichi alike. As such, each Junin sensei accompanied their prospective student to assist in their training for the upcoming exams. If they were allowed to, since most of the chosen ones from Konoha that would be in the contested finals were respectively clan heirs members. Even so, the Junin senseis that could properly teach their prospective students were busy setting up favorable schedules and regimes to dutifully follow. However, some were still training hard even when they were disqualified to be in the finals. One of these individuals happens to be Ino Yamanaka. The young kunoichi was pushing herself further than she has ever done before. Her zeal would be admired by two green spandex wearing shinobi if they were around, but it would also bring up concern for her well-being. The way she was training is taxing on her person. Ino had never trained this hard before. Her body was having trouble keeping up with her zeal. Her hair was frazzled, looking as if it hasn't been maintained for the whole week. Her hands, arms, and legs were covered in bandages, showing how much abuse she's been putting them through in such a short time. Her clothing was dirty. Despite washing them, they always ended up the same way after her time at the training field. Her team tried their best to get through her and make her take it easy, but that stubbornness that Ino was always known for kept butting in and making her ignore each of them. Even Asuma had a hard time getting through to her, to the point that he had to visit her home and talk with her parents about her current change that was worrying him. This brings us to the present with Ino walking into her home. Her hair was sticking out everywhere with some twigs in it as well. Her eyes had bags under them, showing she was not allowing herself proper rest. It was a surprise that she hadn't crashed yet. As she walked through her home, she stopped from heading to her room when she heard her mother call her name. Ino, honey, could you come into the kitchen real quick? Stopping, just at the foot of the stairs, the young kunoichi sighed before turning around to head for the kitchen. The moment she walked in, she saw both her mom sitting down at the table. She had a worried expression on her face once she saw how her daughter looked at the moment. Her father, Inoichi, was standing behind her with his hand on her shoulder. He had a frown on his face that was easy to spot with worry for his little princess. Ino watched as both of her parents looked into each other's eyes for a moment, speaking without having to say words before turning back to her. It was Inoichi who decided to start things off. Ino, we have some concerns with how you've been training. Your sensei, Asuma, had stopped by earlier to explain what you've been doing. He started while Ino began frowning. Why would her sensei stop by to talk to them about how she was training? Isn't this what she was meant to be doing with her time? They should be proud and encouraging her to keep up her hard work. I'm glad that you have decided to take your training more seriously, but the way you're going about it is not good for your health. Your father is right, Ino, her mother, Yukari, said next. You're not taking time to take care of yourself properly. Just look at yourself right now. We know you didn't make it to the next part of the Chunin exams, so you shouldn't be pushing yourself this much. Ino grit her teeth and shook her head. What do you mean? It's because I didn't make it to the finals that I need to push myself this much. I have to show that just because I lost in the prelims, doesn't mean I couldn't have made it all the way. She went silent while glaring to the side. Her fist clenched as her memory went back to a certain blonde guy that's been haunting her mind for the passing days with his words. To prove it to him, she whispered, but her father was able to catch what she said. He frowned, hoping that this didn't have to do with the Uchiha boy again. He wasn't against his precious daughter pursuing a potential love interest. He just wished it was for someone that wasn't so mentally damaged or considered a flight risk. It was quiet for a little while before their daughter turned her head to the floor. Do you guys believe I have what it takes to be a real kunoichi? She asked timidly. This side of her wasn't new to them, but it was rare to see such uncertainty coming from her. They knew that this was an important, delicate question coming for her. Not one you could just answer in the normal way. I want to believe that I have what it takes. Even if I didn't take some of the training seriously back during the academy, or with Asuma sensei, I know I can become better. They were quiet for a while. Ino was afraid to hear whatever may come out of their mouths. She heard her father walk to her and placed his hands on her shoulders. Ino, I know you have what it takes to be an amazing kunoichi. I'll be honest, I was worried about you during your time in the academy. I didn't want to say anything for fear that it may upset you or make you think I didn't have faith in you. Both of us have faith in your abilities to be an amazing kunoichi and a strong clan head for the whole Yamanaka clan. He smiled down at her before plucking some of the twigs and leaves in her hair. Try to tone down the intensity of how you train. Give your body time to catch up and rest. Ino looked up at her father before sighing and nodding her head with a small smile on her face. Good, now go clean up. We'll eat dinner before relaxing and watching a movie together. It's been a while since we got to have some decent family time. Okay, Dad, thank you for believing in me, Ino said, wrapping her arms around his waist in a hug. Inoichi smiled before returning the hug. Yukari smiled, happy that her husband was able to get through to their daughter. The two ended their hug before they watched Ino run up the stairs to her room. Unknown to both parents, Ino had a frown on her face. She knew he was right about needing to tone her training down. But she couldn't stop now. She would ease their worries and not train for the next day. But after that, she planned on getting back to it. Maybe she could convince her dad to help her by letting her learn some new clan techniques. You lack the drive to be a real kunoichi. I can't stop now. Even if I'm not in the Chunin exam finals, I can still grow stronger and prepare for next year. I'll show that blonde baka. Achoo! Naruto sneezed while making his way into an empty training field. He blinked once and turned around to check his surroundings. He never got sick, not once in his whole life. So, either his immune system decided to play a joke on him tonight, or there was possibly someone talking about him. Despite the fact, there were already a lot of people talking about him. His performance using the Kyuubi's chakra made him a hot topic to talk about amongst the higher-ups. It wasn't just the regular shinobi that had questions, but the Hokage himself as well. The old man wanted a private conversation with him about the recent changes he's gone through. Especially when it didn't match how he was when he first entered the Forest of Death, he too had questions to ask, referring to himself and his cousin, Karen. He still remembers, clearly, what had all happened. Flashback. The preliminaries were over after the battle between Dosu and Choji was decided. It was less intense than the one before where Rock Lee faced Gaara. In that climactic fight, Rock Lee impressed everyone with his skill gained through hard work. The young genin showed the outstanding speed that allowed him to get past Gaara's defenses and land a hit on him. The fight increased in intensity when Lee started to open 5 of the 8 gates. A feat that was impressive for a young shinobi of his age. It showed how much work he put into his training. He had unleashed a devastating attack on Gaara, but doing so left him vulnerable as his body started to quit on him. Sadly, his attacks served to piss Gaara off. The sand gourd on his back had saved him from the last attack done by Lee before the crazy genin from Suna sent his sand to attack Lee. He had crushed his left arm and leg. Guy had stepped in before the sand could cover and finish off his pupil. What surprised everyone, though, was seeing Lee stand up and still ready to fight. He wasn't even fully conscious, which made it astonishing. They had to get him treatment, but the damages done were severe, with the medics hinting that his career could be in jeopardy. After the final match ended, everyone who would be moving on to the finals gathered on the floor. They were told to pull numbers and announce what they were given. Then the matches for the finals were set up with the proctor showing them who exactly they would be facing. Things were tense when the first match has shown would be Naruto against Neji. Eyes glanced to Naruto, remembering the deathly aura he had and whatever the hell else were those things that came from his back. No one was sure whether it was real or just a genjutsu he used to intimidate Neji. Either way, it made many wary of the blonde. They were dismissed to leave and head back to their homes or hotel to relax after a tough couple of days. Kakashi, however, moved to Naruto's side and told him the Hokage wanted to speak to him. The blonde grunted and crossed his arms before replying. "Fine, we have questions for him as well." His answer caused eyebrows to raise before the redhead that was with Naruto when they arrived walked down next to him. "Why don't you introduce yourself to them? I'm sure everyone would love to know your name." Karen nodded before stepping forward. She pushed her glasses up and cleared her throat before speaking clearly for everyone still in the room to hear. "My name is Karen Uzumaki, former genin to Kusagaku, and I was a participant in the exams until my team ended up dying to a massive bear that ambushed us." Eyes widen at her words with none wider than Hiruzen's. The Sandaime couldn't believe what he heard, another Uzumaki here within the village. He was confident that Kushina was the last one to survive during the Second War. The genin from Konoha was shocked to hear this girl's claim. Did this mean Naruto had family that he just didn't know about? "Naruto saved me from dying to the bear, but it was then he revealed his name to me. Which got me suspicious since those who have the Uzumaki name fall under the Uzumaki clan. They also are born with red hair most of the time as I have." This news caused the genin in the room to feel surprised once again. The Uzumaki were a clan and Naruto was possibly a part of them. What's next? He's the son of the fourth. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes. This situation just got more complicated for him. "Let's continue this in my office. Everyone else is dismissed." The Hokage turned and led the 2 genins with him out of the arena section of the tower. Ignoring the many rumors and mutters happening behind them, it wasn't long before they made it to the room that acted as his backup office just in case the Hokage mansion was compromised. They took their seats before a staring contest between Hokage and 2 genins began. It ended with Hiruzen sighing and pulling out the famous pipe he was known for smoking. "You said you were a former genin to Kusagaku, correct?" He started with Karen nodding her head. He lights his pipe before taking a couple of puffs, letting the nicotine course through him and relaxing his nerves for the moment. "Hope you don't mind me asking what changed your status towards them." Naruto did. "If we are family, no matter how distant relatives we could be, then I want to stay here with him. There's nothing for me back at Kusagaku anyway. They don't care about me really, just my abilities," she said with a mild glare while crossing her arms. Hiruzen sighed with a nod. He wasn't sure why Kusagaku would keep this girl and her mother hidden from Konoha. It was well known that the Uzumaki clan were allied to the village that they helped build. The alliance between the cousin clans of Senju and Uzumaki ran deep and was respected amongst those who knew in the village. Sadly, the information about the Uzumaki clan was taken out of the academy. A ruling he, sadly, approved of happening. It wasn't done with malicious intent, purely to keep Naruto safe from forces outside and inside the village. No one knew of his parentage besides himself and his student Jiraiya. He felt that Kakashi had his suspicions, but the man was not someone he would place guardianship over Naruto. His tendencies of tardiness in visiting the memorial stone would not be an influence on the young mind of Naruto. He was still carrying the heavy guilt of all the teammates he's lost in the past. For a while, he was a top-tier shinobi who was one of the best Anbu operatives they had. He let his skills diminish over the years from his grieving. They were still up to standard for being a Junin, but he knew that if Kakashi got back to being serious, he could qualify for Anbu again or even the Hokage position. Let's cut to the chase already, Naruto spoke up while Hiruzen noticed the intensity that was aimed towards him. He remembered that look he has. The same look that he has been given many times before. I want the truth, Hokage-sama. I've had enough of the waiting, the secrets, and the lies. The room's temperature felt as if it was dropping. The Sandaime couldn't explain it, but it felt as if shadows of the room were creeping up all around him. Who are my parents? The Hokage was certain he saw Naruto's eyes flash into the black and yellow color he remembered seeing on him when the lights flashed out. Naruto wouldn't be letting him weasel his way out of revealing the truth. He saw it in his eyes. Either he told him now, or the boy would do something the old man would regret. So, with a sigh and a puff of his pipe, he activated the security seals for the office before placing up a silencing barrier. This would be a long explanation and one that did not need to be heard by outsiders. Not now. Flashback end, and the old Hokage told him everything. Not everything, but he did tell him who his mother was, one Kushina Uzumaki. Told him how she, along with Mito Uzumaki, the Shodaime's wife, were residents of Konoha a long time ago. He also revealed that both of them were previous containers for the Kyuubi. Kushina was chosen to be the next holder for Kyuubi since Mito had reached the peak of her life. It was also in the nick of time since the Uzumaki clan were assaulted by 3 of the hidden villages teaming up together. It was thought that the entire clan, besides Kushina, were wiped out, and if there were any surviving members, they were scattered across the nations. Karen helped confirm this since she remembered the days her mother talked about what their clan home used to be like. How she escaped and was constantly on the run before settling within Kusagaku. They only gave her refuge if she healed their shinobi, which she had agreed to. Naruto had placed his hand on her shoulder as a way to give his condolences for their shared loss. He had questioned Hiruzen about his father, but that information was once again held from him. Why it was held pissed him off. His father was, supposedly, one of Konoha's strongest shinobi when he was alive. No one needed to know he was the child of such a man. To protect him from all the enemies he made. Naruto had just given the Hokage the dullest look he could muster before standing up to leave. Karen followed him, seeing that her cousin was done with the old man's excuses. When he was at the door, he stopped and looked at the old man with a glare before saying a few words. I don't know how stupid you think I am, but your excuses will come back to bite you in the ass. If you won't tell me the full truth, I will find it out myself. Both Uzumakis left the office with Naruto leading the way to his apartment. Karen would be staying with him since he didn't trust leaving her anywhere else now that she revealed she was an Uzumaki. For the entire week, he had been spending time with her. Wanting to get close to possibly his only living relative. She was a smart girl, with special skills that were wasted back in Kusagaku. He didn't doubt that the village would question where she went since she wouldn't be amongst the bodies of her fallen teammates. Her former sensei would have to report back empty-handed without Karen. And if they started snooping around. The darkness always enjoyed foolish people dying to it. Beyond bonding with the redhead, who he found out had quite the temper when it came to certain topics, he has been training his ass off to prepare for Neji. Despite his new level of power with the darkness and his regained knowledge of the past, he was still behind when it came to fighting. While he managed to take Kiba on without much problem, his Gatsuga was a surprise he wasn't prepared for. Using Kyuubi's chakra was more of a clutch and statement during that moment. Fighting Neji in the finals would be harder since he had no information on how the Juken worked fully. Let's fix that. Snapping his fingers, 3 darklings arose from the shadows. There wasn't much special about these 3 beyond having varying pieces of clothing on their bodies. I want one of you to head towards the Hyuga compound. Search for any basic scrolls that talk about using the Juken and any techniques in using the Byakugan. One of the Darklings gave him a salute before running off out of the field before melding into the shadows. Naruto turned and looked at the other two before giving them their orders. I want you two to head for the Shinobi Library. It's only accessible to Chunin rank and above, so I need you two to go in and find any taijutsu scrolls that could be useful to me. Try to find ones not used in a while to not garner suspicion from anyone. If you grab any jutsu scrolls as well, that would be nice. Rank shouldn't matter considering my reserves of chakra. The two Darklings nodded before melding into the shadows of night to perform their given task. Once they were all gone, Naruto found a spot for him to sit down before he began to meditate. It was time he took a look at himself from within. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto, you're just in time to try my latest concoction, Jackie stated while mixing several drinks behind the bar. He stopped shaking the shaker before pouring the drink into the glass cup filled with ice. Naruto watched the man-turned entity pour out a mixture of liquid that was blue-green. Pushing it up to the edge of the counter for the young shinobi to take. Moving to the bar stool, Naruto took the offered drink before sniffing it. He couldn't place the smell since he never had any kind of alcohol before. Taking a sip, he hummed with his face scrunching up a little. It was a somewhat bitter taste, but he felt like he could get used to it. Wasn't a bad taste either. I call it Angel's Demise. Never had a chance to get into the drink business, but with all the free time I got now, might as well experiment. Naruto shrugged while placing the drink down before looking around the bar. Where's Kyuubi at? Off somewhere in the mansion. Probably in one of the rooms sleeping. What brings you in here anyway? Came to handle the issue with this split personality I have, or whatever you wanna call it. I would like to keep myself how I am now but still retain the old me. At least in some dose. Jackie shrugged his shoulders while mixing another drink. He liked the way the kid was now. He's less of a gullible idiot, but if he wanted to combine his personalities to be whole in a sense, then he could have it. Alright, what you're going to need to do is take a walk through your mind. Go deep within your consciousness to find them. Then you should know what's gotta be done. He explained with Naruto nodding before getting off the barstool and began walking through the mansion. As this was his mind, he already had a feeling in what direction he needed to go. Heading for an elevator before looking at each of the buttons. Instead of floor numbers, they were symbols that represented different parts of his mind. He assumed that the one where it looked like a young version of him is where he needed to go. He pressed the button and heard a ding before it started to move downward. Idly as he waited to get to the floor he needed, he wondered what kind of technology devised this elevator. It was like taking the stairs but faster than if he jumped down them. He was curious about the entire mansion altogether since he knew all of this couldn't be directly from him. Jackie had to be the source for why his mindscape changed to how it looks now. Which was better than the sewers he remembered it being before. The elevator beeped with the doors opening up to what appeared to be his apartment. He raised an eyebrow before walking through the open doors. They closed behind him with the elevator disappearing back up through the roof. He sighed before walking through the apartment. He saw himself sitting on the couch watching a movie on the TV while eating a cup of instant ramen. Naruto walked to the couch and stared at the shorter version of himself still wearing that orange jumpsuit. Honestly, while he still loved the color orange, why didn't anyone try to take him out shopping for new clothes? He knew he was a stubborn boy, but someone would have eventually got through to him. He shook his head. That didn't matter right now. Moving behind the couch, he placed his hand on top of the old him's head. The other Naruto stopped eating his ramen. He blinked before his eyes slowly started to close as if going into slumber. The ramen cup dropped from his hands while his body started to be covered in darkness. He was broken down into a sphere before that sphere floated up to Naruto's chest, where his heart lied and pushed into him. He stumbled a bit, holding onto his head. His eyes came back into focus before he looked at himself and all around him. I don't feel any different. But I know I'm normal now, if that makes any sense. Talking to myself isn't normal. Naruto said with a small chuckle before turning around. He was ready to leave, but something else was here for him. Turning his head, he saw that a corner of his apartment was engulfed in shadows. It didn't make sense to him why it was there. But since he was looking deeper into himself, this could be something he subconsciously kept away. Walking towards it at a steady pace, he stopped when the shadows began to take form. They raised off the ground to form a copycat version of himself, but he still wore the same old clothes that he used to wear. The one different thing was his eyes. The sclera was pitch black and iris red like blood. The copycat smirked at him before speaking to him. Though when it spoke, its mouth didn't move. "We meet at last." Before Naruto could do anything, 2 hydra tentacles came out of the back of the copycat and slammed him into the wall. One of them wrapped around his neck and held him high for the copycat to speak to him. "I didn't think I'd get a chance so early on to do this, and yet I have you to thank for this." "And just who the hell do you think you are?" Naruto questioned while using both hands to stop the hydra from tightening around his throat. His eyes glared at him that began to chuckle like he just told a joke. "Don't act stupid. I'm you, of course. Don't you remember all those dark times back before the old man or Iruka-sensei took notice of you? The times where you reveled in your hate for those around you." Naruto did remember. Back when he didn't understand why people didn't care for him, why they ignored and glared at him. For a while he hated them back, still did in some aspects. It was thanks to the Hokage finding him one night when he was alone after fishing that he started to change his perspective about the people. He pushed the darker emotions he held back and decided to start living his life on the brighter side. It became easier to ignore the glares and the hatred aimed at him as he slowly started to garner those he considered to be his friends. "I'm surprised that this power we have let some of me slip through and started affecting you. Though we will have to change who's in charge. Won't do to have the weaker half in charge. Don't worry, though, I'll take care of our body and those friends of yours properly." The other Naruto pulled out a kunai and was ready to puncture his outer's lunge before subduing him to take control. What he didn't expect was for the struggling blonde to cease his struggles and begin laughing. "And what the hell is so funny? It's just," he grinned while shaking his head. "You think you can take control of my body? That you are capable of being me and surviving out there without someone questioning you? I may have changed slightly, but there will be an obvious difference between me and you. It's ridiculous." The Yami Naruto didn't like what he was saying. He grits his teeth with hatred brimming in his eyes. "Don't you mock me. I am the one who was meant to be out there in charge. Not you. Did you already forget that I am you? I can easily fake being you before enacting my plans. He. That's the thing." Naruto placed both hands over the tentacles before squeezing them hard. There was a soft screech from the hydras before evaporating into a dark mist, dropping the blonde to his feet. Yami Naruto stepped back in surprise before seeing a black and red aura flare around Naruto's body. He lifted his head with them being just like Yami's except with a black slit pupil. His iris was a mix of red and amber yellow. "You're not me. You are just a pathetic part of me. The only one in control of this body and this power is me." The apartment shook before crumbling away. They were in a void with Naruto being covered in the darkness armor before 2 large leathery bat wings sprouted from his back. Something called to Naruto deep within him. It wanted to come out and help him. He targeted the feeling and focused on it. Yami Naruto felt his eyes widen when a chakra chain with a spear at the end sprouted out of Naruto's back before flying forward, stabbing Yami in the chest. "Don't get it twisted, alright? The darkness didn't choose you, but me. You're just an old part of my past that I've come to accept. There is no longer a need for you." The chain that stabbed through Yami began to circle his body until his full constricted from movement. Yami then began to scream in pain as his body was burning from the inside. "What the hell are you doing to me? I can't get rid of you, you are still part of me. So, I am simply draining you of whatever power you may have siphoned from me and putting you back where you belong." Yami continued to scream as his body turned red and black before bursting into a chakra orb that the chain brought back to push into Naruto. The blonde grabbed his head and used all of his willpower to stamp out Yami from trying to take control with what little power his other had. It was useless in the end as Naruto wouldn't be allowing Yami to manifest again. He let out a sigh as the headache he had subsided before blinking when he heard an elevator bell ding behind him. He turned and saw the same elevator he entered before open up behind him. Guess I'm done here. He walked inside the elevator and didn't have to press a button for it to begin moving back up through his mind and reach back to the mansion. With that minuscule moment over, he was ready to start his training, feeling mentally whole now. He left his mindscape and opened his eyes to the training ground he was in. Thinking back to his squabble with Yami, he held his hand up with the palm facing the darkened sky. Naruto focused hard and felt his chakra push out of his hand before seeing the chakra chain manifest out slowly. It raised into the sky like a dancing snake. This should be fun to use. He smirked before aiming his hand at a tree with the chain shooting out before impaling straight through it. He chuckled and nodded his head at the results. Yes, he would be having lots of fun training to use this new ability of his. Why are you visiting that wretch? There are more important things for you to be doing. Kyuubi spoke as he watched Naruto walk through the dark halls of the hospital. It was currently nighttime within Konoha and Naruto didn't feel like dealing with the front desk. Knowing full well that the time for visitors was over and they wouldn't hesitate to force him out. You already know my reasons. I have to deal with that seal on his neck and make sure whatever Orochimaru has planned doesn't work. Besides, he isn't our only person here we are visiting. You should just end his pathetic life now. Deal with two birds at the same time. You hate the Uchiha, don't you? They're all filth and power-hungry fools. You already know that your teammate desires power for his pitiful ambitions. I see no reason to kill Sasuke, Kyuubi. It is better if he is alive. Less trouble for us at the current time. Plus, we have plans for him. Indeed, we do, Jackie said while chilling in a chair within the mansion mindscape. Kyuubi was laying on the couch before shutting his eyes. His jailer retained his feelings of friendship with that Uchiha. Even if they lessened within the recent days, he still saw him as a comrade at the moment. Kyuubi knew that it wouldn't last. You could never trust an Uchiha, no matter who they were. The Uchiha brat is just one pawn for the coming days. He is unimportant to us anyways. More so bait for our bigger prey. No better way to draw out an animal than to mess with its food supply. Jackie chuckled while Kyuubi simply snorted. Naruto continued on his trek till he found the room that Sasuke was in. He entered the room like a specter in the night. The only thing to illuminate the room was the moonlight shining through the window. Naruto moved to stand at the bedside of his teammate and stared at him, or more precisely, he stared at the curse mark that was on a spot between his neck and shoulder blade. You sure this will work? Just touch the ing mark, kid. I'm here to help lead the way. Naruto sighed silently before raising his hand and touched the curse mark. Already, he could sense the malevolent chakra within wanting to be used. Closing his eyes, he felt the darkness move around him before going down his arm and touched the mark. He felt his consciousness slip from himself and enter the mark. Sasuke's curse mark, mind. When Naruto opened his eyes, he noticed he was in the Uchiha clan compound. Looking around, the area showed that it was after the massacre had happened. It was nighttime, which unknowingly played a great part for him, and there were bodies littered all over the place. Naruto began walking, stepping over corpses as he began his search for the one that placed this mark on his possibly mental teammate. As he walked, a figure started to form right next to him. It was Jackie, and he walked alongside his host while taking in the sights around him like he was a tourist. Well, I can see why Orochimaru marked him. If this is what happened to the Uchiha clan, it makes sense why the boy would want the power to avenge their deaths. Even if he is doing it wrong by trying to trust a snake. Jackie said before both individuals stopped walking when they saw a more corrupted part of the area they were in. While the rest of the place was covered in blood in some way with dead bodies lying about everywhere, this place was corrupted in a new way. The ground looked dried up. The few trees within this area were decaying, looking as if they were poisoned. Soon they arrived at their destination, where they found a throne made of deadwood. Sitting there was the soul shard of Orochimaru. The only difference was that its lower half was that of a white snake with the tail wrapped around the base of the throne. Well, isn't this interesting? Naruto-kun and some strange man have come invading where they don't belong. What exactly do you hope to accomplish being here? It asked while tilting its head to the side with a coy smirk on its face. Naruto narrowed his eyes and was ready to step forward to deal with the leech, but Jackie held a hand out before moving forward. Don't bother, Naruto. I'll take care of this. Just enjoy the show. Jackie chuckled while the fragment of Orochimaru's soul frowned. Something about this man was off. It made it shiver for an unknown reason. Like the shadows and darkness around it was creeping up to overtake it. Jackie's form soon shifted to his darkness armor and jumped directly at the fragment with such speed that it was caught off guard. His hand grabbed the snake's throat and he didn't stop his momentum, blasting the throne in pieces as he carried the snake's body with him. Jackie slammed the snake into the ground, it forming a crater around his body from the strength used. Its arms were trying to pry the ironclad grip off its throat, but it proved to be a pointless effort. Who the hell do you think you are? It choked out with Jackie's amber-black eyes narrowing down onto him. He raised his hand with the armored fist growing a blade from the wrist. The soul stared at it with widening eyes and fear creeping into it. Whatever this was, it would need to report all of this back to its true self to properly prepare to combat both of these two. Jackie seemed to know what it was thinking and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. You don't need to worry about that. You'll be too busy under new management. He went to stab the fragment with the blade produced at his wrist, but the fragment wouldn't truly let this man destroy him without fighting back. Its jaw dislocated and out came the kusanagi ready to pierce through the man's head. Such a thing was a failed attempt as Jackie tilted his head for the blade to pass him harmlessly before stabbing his blade into the soul's chest. There was a scream that came from it before black energy began spreading across its entire form. Jackie stood up, pulling the blade from its body, and watched the soul writhe in pain. Its eyes rolled backward with black veins covering it. Soon black tendrils erupted from its body and began cocooning it. The screams it was releasing being muffled before all was quiet within this dead place. That was easier than I thought it would be. Considering who the soul piece was, I am a bit disappointed that it didn't put up more of a fight. Naruto stated as he came to stand beside Jackie. He watched the cocoon writhe slightly as if the one in it was trying to break free from whatever held it. Remember, Naruto, this is merely a piece of the snake's soul. Even if it was whole and part of the real Orochimaru, he wouldn't be anything compared to us. Now then, since the conversion has begun, we might as well leave the brat to his rest and find our other investment within the hospital. Naruto nodded his head with both men turning away from the cocoon and left the mind and curse mark that belonged to Sasuke. 4 days later, it was a hot Thursday afternoon that we find our favorite blonde walking down the street with Karen right next to him. He was taking a small break from training to spend time with possibly his only family member still alive. Even if they were just distant cousins of sorts, they were still Uzumaki, and Uzumakis don't turn their backs on family. So, this was the perfect excuse to walk around the village and check out the sights around them. Karen didn't get this chance before since she was always hounded by both her sensei and teammates about staying inside their hotel until it was time for them to start the Chunin exams. Even when they were one of the first teams to make it here alongside the other grass team. She was honestly glad that she wouldn't have to be around them anymore. Soon the duo came to a stop in front of a building that Naruto knew about but never visited before. It was the T&I building. Honestly, Naruto could remember in the past how he always wanted to try pranking this building, but something else always came up, or the feeling of someone keeping an eye on him always bugged him. He was interested in seeing how the shinobi inside worked, though he doubts they would let 2 genin into the facility without some type of special permission. Well, look who I ran into. A boisterous voice spoke, causing the 2 Uzumaki to turn around and spoke a familiar head of purple land in front of them. It was Anko Mitarashi, the proctor of the second exam. My favorite little troublemaker and his cousin. What are you Gakis doing here? She asked while standing in front of them casually with a dango stick in her mouth. I was giving Karen a tour of Konoha since she hadn't the chance to do so when her team got here. Considering she is staying in Konoha now, I thought it would be good to show her around. Naruto responded before raising an eyebrow at Anko, then looked at the building. Say, Don't you work here? That I do, Gaki. What? You interested in joining the T&I department? Anko asked with a smirk and her brow raised. She couldn't deny that she was interested in the blonde now. After witnessing him before the start of the second exam and then seeing what he changed into at the tower, her curiosity was piqued with the instant personality change. Naruto shrugged while Karen eyed the woman and then the blonde next to her. Not sure. Might prove interesting as a side thing. Great. Why don't you both come in then? I'm sure we have someone in here that you guys can watch me crack open. Anko had a devilish grin on her face as she cracked her knuckles walking past them both. Naruto had a small smirk on his face and followed behind. Karen could only shake her head while following right beside her cousin. This lady was crazy all the time, it seems. The group entered the building with Anko clearing the two genin through. She gave them an impromptu tour of the place before coming to one of the rooms that had a person ready for interrogation and or torture. Oh, Anko-san, we were just about to call for you. What's with the kids? One of the chunin in the room asked. He was looking through the file of the current prisoner they had captured a few days ago before turning his gaze towards the two add-ons that the best torturer of Konoha had brought in. He was proving to be a tougher case than they thought. Don't worry about them. Just giving a little tour to two prospective recruits. Does Ibiki know about this? His tone was very suspicious and questioning. I'll take that as a no then. He sighed and shook his head. Relax, now tell me what we got here, she said with a grin as she snatched the files away from the chunin's hands. The man just rolled his eyes, having to deal with Anko's antics far too many times. At some point, you'd think these people would be used to it. The man in there is a bandit leader. Or at least the second in command. We found a group of them set up in areas that all the daimyos, nobles, and other visitors will be riding through to come for the finals. At this Anko narrowed her eyes before looking at the man sitting in the room. He had chakra-suppressing cuffs on, which meant he wasn't a normal bandit like the others. He had a smirk on his face as he just sat back in the chair staring forward to them. The route for them should be a secured secret. How did this lowlife find out about that? Anko placed the files down before moving to the door, ready to start cracking the man open to get all the information they will need. She didn't see that she placed the folder down open, allowing Naruto to move and take it before reading through it himself. Anko had already entered the room to begin her type of interrogation plus torture. Sejima Ishindo, rogue shinobi of Kiri, what is this guy doing down here? Naruto thought while continuing to read up on the file that they had of the man. All the while Anko was having her daily fun with the prisoner inside. Except, this prisoner was proving tough even for her. Each trick she tried using, that wouldn't go too far, was met with strong resilience. The man merely grinned at her, even with blood leaking down his lip while making comments on her techniques. The chunin in the room, and to pull her out once he made a rather vulgar comment that almost cost him his eye if they didn't step in. This asshole is tough. Why can't I use my more drastic techniques again? Anko asked while glaring through the one-sided window at the grinning bastard on the other side. Oh, she wished she could use one of her precious snakes on him. Fill him up with poison and watch him suffer before giving the antidote, just to do it again. Because Anko, we need him to be capable of speaking to us about who told him about that route. The voice came from the opening door with Ibiki and a few others walking into the room behind him. Your more, shall I say, extreme methods, have a way to make the prisoner clam up because of the damages. We have to wait till they recover just to get anything, he said with a sigh while Anko childishly stuck her tongue out at him. Ibiki then turned his gaze towards the two newcomers inside his facility. Both Uzumaki was the talk of the shinobi forces ever since the prelims. His eyes turned to the blonde who hadn't turned his attention to anyone else and kept reading the files in his hands. Files he actually shouldn't be reading considering he wasn't a chunin, yet, are part of the T&I sect. He was about to walk up and take the files when Naruto placed them down on the table and walked to the door before turning his head just enough to look Ibiki in the eyes. Do you mind if I try taking a crack at him? All eyes turned towards the genin who had his hand on the door handle. Many in the room were either chuckling or shaking their heads while whispering to one another. Karen was staring at her cousin with a curious gaze, trying to figure out what he was planning. Anko had her hands on her hips while a small smirk rose on her face as she looked between her boss and favorite Gaki. None of this mattered to the blonde as his eyes stayed locked onto Ibiki's own. Ibiki was quick to try and deny his request, but he stopped from doing so. He frowned while looking at the Naruto in front of him and remembered back to the start of the exams. How is it that these two blondes were the same person? What could have happened during the second part that caused him to change this much? Normally he denies such requests from those that didn't work alongside him. But maybe this was his opportunity to figure out what was up with the blonde now. So, he sighed before looking at the man still in the other room, still having that same grin on his face. Ibiki narrowed his eyes before glancing at Naruto. You'll get 10 minutes. No more and no less. This caused the majority in the room to look surprised at this new circumstance. Before anyone could protest or put their comment in, Naruto had already entered the room with the door closing behind him. Everyone moved closer to hear what was about to happen on the other side. There was no way a genin, who has no experience with interrogation or torture, can get what they need from this guy. After the door closed behind him, Naruto turned his eyes to the man sitting in front of him. The grin on his face widened seeing him walk forward to the table before sitting down in front of him. Are you kidding me? They sent a kid in here. You may be a genin, but you sure as hell ain't a true shinobi yet. This is a joke. He laughed loudly so those on the other side of the one-way window could hear him. Sejima Ishindo, B-rank shinobi formerly of Kurigakure. Your file says you not only betrayed the former Mizukage known as Yagura but also betrayed the newly instated Mizukage. Why would you do such a thing? You are known to have a Kekkei Genkei in the records, so why would you betray the new Mizukage that freed the lane of Kekkei Genkei hatred? So this is the route you're going, eh? He smirked before leaning forward with his cuffed hands on the table. Fine, I'll play along. The old Mizukage was a nutjob. Sure things were good but everyone knew the man was insane to start a purge of all Kekkei Genkei users. I was one of the few who betrayed him early on before the whole rebellion truly got going. Now, when the rebels finally won, yeah, I was excited. Didn't have to be hunted down by them damn hunter nin. But once I heard and saw the changes that bitch was trying to put in place over Kurigakure, I knew I needed to jump ship. We of the Chimamire no Kiri, Bloody Mist, will not accept these changes. We were fine with Yagura being killed but the changes being put in place will weaken us more than what the war did. His voice held conviction within it. The man truly felt that the way things were changing within his village would ruin them more. Naruto nodded his head before deciding to move to the next set of questions he had for him. Once the Chunin exams end, he would need to see if any missions were heading to Kurigakure. He felt like he owed it to Zabuza and Haku to check on their old home to see how things have changed. How do you find your way leading a group of bandits in our territory? We found you on a specified route that normal bandits wouldn't be able to figure out. Sejima's posture went back relaxed with a smirk coming to his face. This again, you think those other idiots didn't already come in here asking those same questions? He chuckled before staring Naruto directly in the eyes. Listen, kid, you ain't getting that info from me. Do you think I haven't been tortured before? Interrogation is nothing to me. Talk all you want, but I ain't cracking. If you read my file, then you should know my Kekkei Genkei is called Tsuchirusuken, Steel Skin. Yeah, you guys got these damn suppression cuffs on me, but that doesn't stop me from having higher physical resistances than your average Junin. I would advise you to talk, Naruto said while leaning back and crossing his arms. He still had around 6 minutes left in here. If he couldn't convince him to talk normally, then he will take things to the next level. We have many ways to get you to tell us what we want. Neither of them is good for you. I'm sure I can get you a deal to make things easier on you in here. A deal. Tell you what. He leaned forward with his eyes looking past Naruto and at the window. While he couldn't see past it, he knew that purple-haired Kunoichi from before was out there. If you bring that pretty woman back in here and have her service my boy down below, then maybe I tell you something. If not, here he looked back at Naruto before spitting in his face. Naruto didn't flinch back but his eyes narrowed dangerously at Sejima. Those on the other side just shook their head from what was happening on the other side. Karen and Anko were glaring at the prick, with Anko wishing to castrate the guy. Then you can go and off. He leaned back with the same infuriating grin on his face. The lights above flickered for a second as all was quiet inside the interrogation room. Naruto took his sleeve and wiped the spit from his face before standing up from his seat. Well then, we've tried it the civil way and we've tried it their way. The lights flickered again before they watched Naruto reach into one of his pouches and pull the shuriken out. They didn't see it, but Sejima sure did. Naruto's eyes changing right in front of him. The sclera turning black and the iris becoming amber yellow. Now, we do things my way. His voice sounded distorted, like another was speaking alongside him. Naruto's hand came up and flicked the shuriken to the hanging light above. It hit the bulb in a way that caused it to flicker and sway. It didn't outright break the bulb, but cracked it enough to allow it to still remotely work. It was flickering a lot now, with the force of the thrown shuriken causing it to sway. The air felt thick with killing intent that the rogue shinobi didn't think could come from a genin. Tell me, Sejima, are you afraid of the dark? The man tried to regain some of his bravados. Chuckling, he leaned back further in his seat. Do I look like a ing baby to you, kid? Try any tricks you want. I ain't scared of none of you leaf-licking-ers. Wrong thing to say. None in the building were ready for a hydra to come out from behind Naruto. Sejima wasn't ready for it to screech before launching at his face. He screamed as it slammed him back off the chair and onto the ground. Another hydra came out that went and grabbed Sejima by his legs and lifted him in the. Naruto stepped forward past the table and stared into the man's eyes with the hydra that slammed into him snarling in his face. Darkness has a way to bring out our fears. Let's take a peek at yours. The hydra moved closer before screeching again, but this time it let out a dark smog that began to cover from his face to his whole body. Soon, those on the other side heard loud screaming coming inside. Ibiki was confused about what exactly he was seeing. Seriously, what the happened in the Forest of Death? Exclamation mark. He's never seen these creatures before or seen any sort of jutsu like this before. Was it some sort of genjutsu? It couldn't be, since all of them on the other side of the window could see this happening. Plus, it was stated that the boy couldn't cast genjutsu because of his huge reserves and horrible control. So, what was this that he was witnessing? Ibiki wanted to step in and take over, but witnessing this event stopped him in his tracks. Something definitely changed with him. We need to start monitoring him closely to figure out what all has changed. The screaming stopped from within the room and all of them saw the smog that covered Sejima dissipate. Many in the room took a step back, besides Anko, Ibiki, and surprisingly Karen, as they saw the state of Sejima. His eyes were bloodshot and opened wide, shifting to every direction. He was shivering a lot and his hands were fidgeting like he was trying to swipe away at something. Sejima-san, who told you about the route? I don't know them. Was TT through a separate C contact? I just know they are in KK Konoha, somewhere in the Red District, I think. That's all I know, I swear. Thank you for your cooperation. The hydra holding him dropped him without care on the floor, where everyone watched the man curl up in a ball, still shivering. He was mumbling to himself, but none of them on the other side could tell what it was about. They watched Naruto crouch down next to him before whispering a few words that none of them heard. You work for me now, Sejima. Be a good boy and you might get out of your cell on probation. Don't make me have to punish you. Understood? Why yes, boss. Naruto nodded before standing up and turned to leave the room. Coincidentally, the light stopped flickering and swaying before just going out, leaving Sejima to cower on the ground in the darkness, feeling as if he was being watched constantly. Naruto stepped out to the other side with many of the Chunin and a few Junin staring at him with wary looks. He paid those people no mind and turned his attention to the three in the room that matter. Them being Ibiki, Anko, and Karen. Hope that information helps. I don't know if you guys can do anything about this right now though. He walked past them with Karen walking with him, a couple of questions on her mind that she would wait till they got home to ask. Right after they left the building, Anko turned to her boss. Think we can get him full time? She asked with a massive grin on her face. Yeah, She had no idea what any of that was, but it got results and looked cool too. Those Hydra things interested her as well. They were like some kind of snake that wasn't related to her bastard old sensei. Ibiki just sighed before going to go get someone to take care of Sejima. He was going to need to be watched carefully and possibly get checked mentally. Ino was tired, exhausted physically, emotionally, and even mentally. Her self-destructive non-stop training was doing more harm than good. It's good that she is taking the time to improve herself, but she wasn't taking the advice of her teammates, sensei, or parents to rest. They feared she would break herself before she could even continue her career after the exams. The young Kunoichi wanted to improve herself faster than what she was already capable of doing. An impossible task with how she was executing it. That wasn't the worst part, though. No, the worst part was how, no matter what she did, she could still hear that blonde bastard's voice mocking her. For every time she fell, she heard him calling her weak. Every time she tried to sleep, she saw his disapproving dead stare aimed at her. There just wasn't any escape from him. Ino couldn't even fathom why she was doing all this work just to prove a point against Naruto. Arg, she shouted, sending her fist to the standing dummy before her. Anger, frustration, and chakra were a dangerous mix as the dummy had her fist embedded into its chest with the wood splintering. She panted before pulling her fist back and holding it tenderly. Her unkempt hair shadowed her face. These past weeks were horrible for her as she forwent all necessities to keep her appearance besides the bare essentials. Soon, she lost the feeling in her legs and fell to her knees. Angry tears came down her face as she gritted her teeth. Was this all she had? All that time wasted chasing after a boy who never gave them the time of day. Sasuke focused on himself more than anyone else around him. Why did she do so much just for his attention? Forsaking her training just for a date. Even if she managed to pass the tests set before her, had she reached her limit? Could she even go further than this? It wasn't fair, damn it. Naruto was the dead last of their class, and he passed and became stronger than the rest of them. They struggled to handle those sound genin, and yet Naruto came in to save her and force them to retreat. It was madness. HMPH, so everything I've been hearing about you is true. The only progress being made here is an early grave for you. That was the one voice she did not wish to hear at this hour. Her head snapped in his direction, and she saw him standing there with his arms crossed. Standing on a tree branch, looking down at her like he did back during the prelims. Her teeth ground against one another as she glared at the blonde boy that changed so much in a short time. Something that didn't make sense to her. What the hell are you doing here? Come to humiliate me again but for your own amusement. She almost snarled there. His unchanging visage was doing a great job of pissing her off further. Please, Ino, you've only humiliated yourself with your lack of training before the exams. He dropped down from the branch and walked to stand before her as she got off the ground. Her anger at seeing Naruto again gave her the energy to stand despite her tiredness. Did he grow in height? He stood a good head taller than she did. He used to be the shrimp of the class. All because you focused on being pretty for a boy who couldn't give a damn about you. If she had the power, her glare would have melted that whiskered face so she wouldn't have to see his disappointed look upon her. Who the hell did he think he was to give her such a look? Exclamation mark. No one ever gave her that type of look. Not since she was a little girl who did things that got her on the bad side of her parents for a short time. It reminded her of when her daddy had such a look once, but he did his best to wipe it from his face. She knew he was disappointed in how she handled her time at the academy. She barely put in any effort to train at home. Even now, she only knew the basic technique of her clan and none of the others that branched off it. Her daddy never did appreciate her fondness for Sasuke. They talked one day after she had spoken about him multiple times before and stated she should try to find other boys to be interested in. But none of them could compare to the Uchiha survivor. At least, that is what she thought back then. After Naruto saved her, while also saving that other girl, he was placed in another light for her. Barely a light, his display of strength on the Oto Genin had shaken her and her teammates. A dark light, if that was even a thing, that showed her a new side to someone she thought she had figured out. Shut up. You have no room to talk about how I have taken my training, considering you're the dead last of our generation. Everyone could beat you during the academy, even if you managed to get a few lucky wins. You're just jealous of Sasuke because he's better than you. No matter what, you could never defeat him. Does it look like we are still in the academy, Ino? He stepped closer to her. With each step he made, an oppressive aura grew around him that caused the blonde girl to step back. She continued to backpedal till her back hit the trunk of a tree. He was barely a foot in front of her. Ocean blue eyes stare into light green. Maybe it hasn't clicked yet in that delusional mind of yours, but I'm far beyond what I used to be. Beyond what you and everyone else knew about me. But you're still the same girl since the academy. Loud, bossy, rude, gossipy, nosy, annoyance. All these words pushed Ino deeper into a pit of self-deprecation and rage. But his last word set her off as her hands clenched into fists. Weak. Ggraaaah. She swung, hoping to slam her fist into his face. To put Naruto in his place like all the times in the past that everyone used to do. Mainly Sakura whenever he annoyed her too much. The attack was predictable and easy for him to dodge. He swerved around every strike that the girl threw his way, moving at a pace that made it so she barely got him. Showing her that he had plenty of time to dodge every attack from her, he chose to wait and show their difference in strength. It didn't help that the young Kunoichi was still exhausted all around. Things were starting to get more serious. There was a delirium within her eyes as she desperately tried to land a single attack on him. She even pulled out a kunai to start swiping at him. He didn't raise his hand or weapon to fight back the whole time. Just continued to dodge while staring into her eyes. It was starting to piss her off even more. She went for a kick to his head, and the annoying blonde ducked below before moving so that he would be behind her now. Naruto didn't even bother to face her, keeping his back to the young woman as he began walking away from her. Deeper into the surrounding forest of the training ground they were at. Ino didn't waste time chasing him and began attacking once more. A shadow was high up in the trees. The moonlight shone close to the figure, showing they were an Anbu member watching the two. However, this person wasn't the normal Anbu. Their mask was blank, and only the kanji for Ne was written on it. A root agent was sent by Danzo to watch over the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and report on what it's been doing during the month. With the month almost up, they would have enough to report back to their master. The root member followed the two to see what the target planned to do with the heiress. Unknown to the agent, they had their own shadow following them. Their battle took them further into the forest. Ino did her best, she really did, to hit Naruto from every angle she could. There was no catching him off guard. He at least turned back to face her with each attack she did. He'd maneuvered around it like the wind, no matter the punch, kick, or even shuriken throw. Ino was increasingly becoming frustrated with her fellow blonde. It seemed that a break was given to her when the boy stepped back and hit the root of a tree with his heel. He tripped slightly due to this, which was enough for Ino to capitalize on it. She used this opportunity to pounce at him, sending him flying back to the ground. She was now straddling him and took this chance to start punching him in the face. She stopped with her last punch and was now panting. "That all you got?" That annoying voice spoke up again. Naruto turned his face to look up at the girl straddling him. He spat out the minor amounts of blood that pooled in his mouth before speaking again. "Seems you'll never improve if this is all you're worth." She snarled at him before taking the kunai she still had and brought it up, ready to strike him down. But she hesitated. Her eyes stared down at Naruto, and she got her senses back. What was she doing? She was trying to kill him. What is happening with her? She couldn't be so far gone that she would strike Naruto down. Her resolve cracked, and her arm trembled before beginning to lower down. "Enemy lays before you, and yet you waver. As I said back then, you lack the drive to be a kunoichi." She paused and felt her anger rise back up at him. Her eyes filled with the rage she had felt since the end of the prelims. Hand clenching the kunai handle, she raised her arm back up before, with a shout, she brought the blade down to pierce Naruto's neck. Blood splattered from the impact. It splattered on her face and the grass below them. Ino began panting as she stared at the fading light in the boy's eyes. Her body began to tremble, and her eyes slowly widened in panic. What have I done? There was no resistance from him. Did he not think she would go through with it? She pulled the kunai out of his neck and dropped it before looking at the blood covering her hand. Soon, she started to hyperventilate. She crawled off Naruto's dead body and found herself staring at the blood pooling around him. Bile rose, and Ino turned to a bush before losing whatever food she had eaten that day to the forest floor. Wiping her mouth, she turned to look at the dead body, hoping that this was just a trick. Her breathing increased, with tears soon coming down her eyes. Ino brought her legs up to her chest with her arms wrapping around them. She began rocking back and forth on the ground. This was bad. What was she to do about this? She just killed Naruto, a fellow Konoha shinobi. She would be locked up if anyone found out about this. Executed with shame being brought onto her family and clan. Why didn't you stop me? She yelled within her mind. She was just about to pass out from the stress when a familiar voice spoke up to her. You actually did it. Honestly, I didn't think you had it in you, Datbeo. Ino was surprised before her head snapped to the right to see Naruto walking from behind a tree. He made his way to stand next to the blonde girl and looked at the other dead blonde on the ground before his eyes turned back to her. I expected you to continue pounding his face in and didn't think you would go for the kill. What? She mumbled before looking between the Naruto she killed and the one standing right next to her. But if you're standing right here, who did IKK kill? Naruto merely gave her a smirk before waving his hand at the dead body. The Yamanaka heiress witnessed the body turn to black mist and fade away. Not just the body, but the blood faded away as well. She looked down at her hand to see the blood on there also began to fade away into a black mist. A new variation to my shadow clone jutsu. I've been experimenting with them to see if I could make them more durable and capable of bleeding. Comes in handy when you want someone to think you're dead. Ino merely stared at the spot of the vanished clone, her mind trying to process everything. What was his game here? Was this his idea of torment upon her? Why couldn't he just leave her alone? She turned her eyes back to him when he crouched down in front of her. His eyes betrayed nothing as they stared into her shocked ones. Why are you here, Naruto? What do you want? Her voice was subdued now, and she finally realized how exhausted she truly was. Naruto simply sighed and scratched the back of his head. Did his words really drive her this far? This wasn't his intention, but he couldn't help but speak his mind at the time. But Ino had the potential to become greater. That was why he was here. To fix what he caused and to have her join him. He would build her back up so there would be no doubts about her skills ever again. To check up on you. He stood up and took her hands in his before pulling the girl up to her feet. Ino idly realized that Naruto's hands were rough to the touch. Feeling the callous of his hard work. Your teammates told me what was happening when I ran into them the other day. I won't say I'm not impressed with your resolve to better yourself, but you're doing it all in the wrong ways. Ino looked down to the ground while taking her hands away from his. Her hair shadowed her face from his view. Naruto sighed while rubbing his head. Shikamaru was so right. Girls were troublesome. Ino, do you truly wish to get stronger? He asked simply. The blonde Yamanaka clenched her eyes shut while thinking about everything she'd been through, the things she saw during the exams, her disgrace to her father and mother, and to her team. To herself. Yes, it was a simple word, yet the emotion shone through her eyes when she brought her head back up was enough for him. Then stopped chasing after Sasuke. That wasn't what she expected to hear from him. Before any protest from her could be heard, he continued to speak. You must realize by now he is a lost cause in terms of romance. He couldn't stop the snort that came out or the roll of his eyes, thinking Sasuke could even process the emotions meant for a relationship. It was just vengeance running through his deluded mind. But a mind that would work for them eventually. If you want to become strong, Ino, then follow me. He put his hand out as he offered his deal to the girl. Join me. I can teach you and show you how strong you truly can become. All I ask is that you put your faith and loyalty to me. I won't steer you wrong. I'll stay by your side no matter what. So long as you know your place within my ranks, you have nothing to fear." All of this was confusing to Ino. What the hell did he mean by ranks? Did he have other people he was recruiting? And what the hell was he recruiting people for? Too many questions at this time of night. But, if everything he was saying was true, then what did she have to lose? She wanted to prove she had what it takes to be a kunoichi. To show her parents that she wasn't a disappointment anymore. Her eyes met his, and she stared at them. Those dark crystal blue eyes of his. They drew her in. She narrowed her eyes at the hand that he held out before grasping it. Then, in a surprise maneuver, one Naruto sure as hell didn't expect to happen, she pulled him forward and slammed her lips to his. The young Uzumaki's eyes widened, and his brain short-circuited for a second. On the inside, Jackie laughed at how things turned out for his vessel. There was no such thing as boring around Naruto, and he loved it. The kiss ended with Ino glaring into Naruto's eyes. Determination shines brightly within. You better not be lying to me, Naruto. Why yeah, ahem. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. That was interesting. I promise you won't regret this deal of ours, Ino. The young woman glared into his eyes, still having anger aimed at him for all she's been through this month just because of him. She eventually let him go and relaxed her muscles. Naruto fixed his outfit before closing his eyes as if he was listening or thinking about something. Then he opened them back up and showed a serious look to them. Now, to make this official, I have your first task for you to do. He snapped his fingers, and from the trees above came down a body. It was the root agent that had been following them. Two darklings came down afterward with smirks on their face as they lifted the Anbu on his knees. Ino was surprised at this, wondering what those creatures were and how they managed to take down an Anbu agent like this. Naruto walked towards the person before taking the mask off their face to show a male with shaggy brown hair. He had a scar going down his chin, and his eyes, as dull as they were a light brown. Naruto turned his head to the kunai on the ground, which was used to kill his clone. He picked it up before walking to Ino and held it out to her. Give me your palm. There were a lot of questions running through Ino's head right now, but for the moment, she was too tired to ask any of them. So, for the moment, she simply complied with her fellow blonde's commands. She held out her left palm to him, and Naruto used the kunai to cut it. He let the blood flow on the blade before closing her hand around the kunai. His eyes closed before Ino could see and feel a dark power rising around Naruto. It flowed around his body and came down his arms to his hands before moving into her own. Her eyes widened when she witnessed a dark glow emanating from the kunai before it began shifting. The blade curved out like a scythe. The color of the metal was now black and red with a dark tint of purple on the edge of the blade. The handle was shorter but still capable of being held within her hand. Then she saw a chain begin to form down the opposite side and fall to the ground. He had transmogrified the kunai into a kusarigama. Removing his hands from hers, he let the girl get a feel of the new weapon in her hand. She then turned to him as he gestured towards the captured root agent. You will experience your true first kill. This man here has been following and spying on me for most of the month. Whatever he has witnessed cannot be allowed to report back to whoever he works for. Kill him, he commanded. Ino stared at the agent, the weapon in her hand, and then at Naruto. She saw his eyes held complete seriousness in them. She turned to look back to the Anbu and stepped up to them. Now that she got a good look at him, he was extremely pale. He was not a healthy shade of pale either, but he looked like he was drained of life. She wasn't sure what those creatures did to him, but it left him extremely weak. Should I really do this? She mentally asked herself while her hand clenched around the weapon's base. Glancing back to Naruto, she saw he was just waiting there. His eyes judged her, judging her resolve to obey. This was her test to see if he should put in the time and effort to help her. She looked back to the root agent. The man wasn't even acknowledging what was happening around him. Even if he didn't seem drained of life, she felt he would be the same emotionless husk just waiting there. Did he even care he was going to die here? He was spying on both of us here, you know. He saw you kill my clone and was about to go inform whoever he worked with about it. They stopped him just before he left the area. Naruto commented. This made Ino stop her thinking and stare at the creatures that were holding the man for her. He was spying on them for some reason and had witnessed her killing the clone, but not when Naruto showed up to reveal that it was a clone. This means he would have gotten her in trouble, possibly because of a misunderstanding. A messed up misunderstanding, but all the same. She narrowed her eyes before letting her arm hang to her side. This was her test to get stronger. To see if she would embrace the meaning of being a kunoichi. To take out those that would spill secrets that shouldn't be discussed. To end those that she was ordered to kill. Ino pulled her arm back before quickly impaling the kusarigama into the man's skull. What are you doing, Naruto? Came the voice of Karen. After returning from a meeting with some other Konoha Jonin officials, she entered their apartment's living room area. It was stated that since she had defected to Konoha now, she needed to be screened and tested on what she knew if she planned on joining the village. Tedious work, but it had to be done for safety reasons. Imagine her surprise walking in and seeing her blonde clansman lying on the couch relaxing. Like today wasn't the last day before the finals commenced tomorrow. Shouldn't he be doing some last-minute prep? She crossed her arms while coming to a stop at the edge of the couch and giving a questioning stare at what was on the coffee table. There were several pieces of paper with what she assumed were seals. What was weird was that she could sense his dark power on them. Each of them was not active, so she had no idea what he could have been doing with them. I was trying to take a nap. He responded to her without looking up. Naruto was currently in cargo shorts and a dark orange shirt, the epitome of relaxation for him. Karen frowned as she moved closer, examining his work on the table. Shouldn't you be training more? Or at least prepping for the finals tomorrow? The day is almost up. Do you believe you're ready? As ready as I'll ever be, Karen. I've done all that I can to prepare for the finals. One eye peeked open to look at her before closing it to try and sleep again. Karen merely sighed before looking around the room. She was feeling nervous now about what she wanted to do. Looking back at Naruto, she bit her lip before taking a deep breath and decided to go for it. She moved onto the couch and laid on her blonde-haired clansman with her arms wrapping around his neck. Naruto did not move simply because he had no idea what she was doing and wasn't sure how to respond to this sudden contact. What are you doing, Karen? Just let me relax here. It's been a long day, and I wanted to spend some time with you. She mentally cursed herself for stuttering at a time like this. How could she get her feelings across while being so nervous? When Naruto didn't respond, she initially grew afraid and was ready to let go, thinking she had overstepped a boundary. Those thoughts changed as one of Naruto's arms came up to wrap around her and held her close. All right, thanks for the company. She smiled with a healthy shade of pink coating her face before she snuggled her head into his chest. Karen had never had anyone like Naruto in her life. All the other male shinobi didn't give her a second glance back in Kusagakure. Admittedly, she didn't provide them with one either, but that was beside the point. They only wanted her because of her skills as a Uzumaki. To use her just like they used her mother until she died. With Naruto, she felt safer despite the darkness within him and knew he wouldn't let anyone harm her. They were family and would stick together through it all. Look alive, folks, we're about to get started, Genma told the gathered Chunin hopefuls. It was the day of the Chunin exam finals, and it was to be a sure turnout. People from all over came to spectate this event. A few nobles and even the fire daimyo came to watch the genin below fight for their right to advance in rank. Now, there's been a slight change to the roster. Take a look to see who you will be facing. Each genin looked and noticed that the most significant change was that Dosu was not on the roster anymore. Making it so Shikamaru would fight Tamari instead of her waiting for her fight. This made the lazy Nara groan internally because he would have to fight a girl again. Naruto turned his eyes toward Gaara, knowing what had happened between him and the Oto nin the previous night. The invasion between Oto and Suna against them would happen soon, sometime during the finals. He'd prepared for when that time came. How does he know about the invasion? you may ask. You learn a thing or two when saving someone's life. It wasn't long before the Hokage stood up to give his speech about the coming events and wished all the competitors good luck. It was noted silently amongst a few of the crowd that one person wasn't here yet. A certain Uchiha, but Naruto knew he would show up for his fight. He was compelled not to be late. Jackie gave a dark chuckle in Naruto's head as he could feel their connection to the brat growing stronger but held back by the restraint seal placed on him. Funny how they were able to get through to the curse seal, but the restraint seal wasn't destroyed when they messed with it. It wouldn't matter for long. All in due time, will they have their way? Alright, I need Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji to stay for their match. The rest of you head up to the fighter's balcony to wait for your turn. The others complied quickly enough, leaving Genma and the two genin ready for their match. The two got into position, with Neji glaring at the blonde and Naruto giving him a blank stare. Behind that blank stare was a ruthless determination to hold his word against Neji. Up in the stands, Hinata stared with a worried look on her face. She knew what Naruto had planned, but she didn't like it. She got to see the changes that the Forest of Death did to him, and Hinata had no idea how to go about it. He was different from his usual self, yet there were still pieces of the old him. Her doubts about him mostly came from their conversation when he visited her hospital room late at night. Flashback. NN Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice was more or less a squeak through the night. It was most likely midnight in the hospital, meaning Naruto had snuck into her room without anyone knowing he was there visiting her. Relax, Hinata. Don't want to wake the other patients, he said with a slight chuckle. She blushed and looked down at her bedsheets. Her heart was pounding because her crush visited her so late at night. It reminded her of a particular scene within a novel she read once. She stopped her thoughts from thinking any further on that notion, lest she faint before seeing what Naruto wanted to visit this late. Sorry, you just surprised me, is all. Why are you here? Hinata couldn't believe she managed to say most of that without stuttering, but she didn't have much time to think about it since she wanted to give her crush all her attention at this precious time. There was no one else to distract her from him or someone else to gain his attention more. I wanted to talk to you about what happened during the prelims. Hinata visibly deflated at his words and leaned back in her bed. She sighed and turned her eyes away from him. So that you know, I'll be facing Neji during the finals. I promised I would end him for what he did to you. This shocked Hinata. Her heart skipped a beat, and she looked up to see the seriousness in his eyes. Was he for real here? Why would Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, say something like that? She could understand if he would make him pay, but to say he would end him made it sound like he was going to kill her cousin. You're not going to kill Neji, are you? If you asked me that a month ago, my answer would have been 100% no. But things have changed since my time in the Chunin exams, mainly during the Forest of Death. I don't want to hurt you, Hinata. So, can you explain why there is animosity between you and that bastard? Hinata sighed and felt some relief that she might sway Naruto's thoughts away from doing something unspeakable during the finals. So, she spent a good hour or so explaining how the Hyuga clan worked and what had occurred when she was younger. How she was almost kidnapped as a child on her birthday by the Kumo ambassador, how her uncle sacrificed himself to save her father from being handed over due to killing the man. Neji blames her and the main family traditions for losing his father due to clan politics. Once she was finished telling the story, Naruto closed his eyes to process it all. Neji was going for the kill against his cousin just because he was branded with the cage bird seal, like his father. The seal cost his father his life because both of their dads were twins. The clan would have Hisashi take the sacrifice because of his seal, giving Hisashi an out. Naruto would be making plans for the entire Hyuga clan soon enough. But he'll need to deal with Neji first. I'm sorry to hear all of that. That still doesn't give that prick the right to try and kill you, Hinata. He sighed while standing up and walking to the window of the room. He stared out into the night sky. Hinata, do you know why I said everything about Ino and Sakura? This was on her mind during the prelims, but she cast it aside once her match came. And no. It's because it was the truth. Both are barely average shinobi. Ino gets by because of her clan technique and occasional smarts. Sakura is merely book smart and is physically the weakest of most of us. At the time, I was focused on just them, but Hinata, you haven't been the best yourself either. You're gentle and kind, something that most kunoichi in the real world don't have anymore. You were weak because you never went for the finishing blow during the practice fights. You always held back against others. Hell, Neji almost tore you down with just his words alone, crushing your resolve before the fight even began. Hinata felt tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Was this really how Naruto saw her? Even he saw her as weak, just like her father, that she couldn't accomplish her dreams. That she was nothing. Was it a sin in this world to be how she was? To never show compassion for the ones you love because of clan duty? Would life be better if she never knew how to love anyone? It was, and excuse her language, complete bullshit. But despite all of this, Hinata, you have the most potential to become the strongest kunoichi of our generation. This caused Hinata to gasp and pause in her spiraling thoughts. She lifted her head to see Naruto standing in front of her. He placed his hands over hers and held them. She felt a blush come to her face as he stared into her eyes. Hinata, you are at your weakest as you are right now. But because of your gentle soul, you have a strength hidden deep within yourself. I saw how you fought against Neji and matched him blow for blow. You need to keep pushing and stop holding yourself back. Find the path you must walk, not the one others walk for you. The tears in her eyes fell down her cheeks at his words. They were hurtful and inspiring at the same time. Words she needed to hear from someone she cared deeply about, even if his new attitude scared her a little. Naruto lifted his hands and wiped the tears away from her face. He gave her a genuine smile that made the blush on her face grow. He let go of her and stood from his position next to the bed. Naruto made his way to the door and stopped just before leaving. I cannot promise you that I won't kill Neji, but I will do what I must to make him understand the pain you felt and still feel because of his actions. If things go as planned, then your cousin will finally understand what it means to gain freedom. After those words, she watched him exit her room, the door closing with a soft click. Hinata wasn't sure how to feel about his words, just praying that when the finals came, she wouldn't have to see another family member die because of her. Unknown to Hinata, Naruto wasn't done visiting people within this hospital section. He went to stop at a certain girl's room and intervene with some unwanted guests. Flashback end. Please, Naruto-kun, don't end Neji's life. I don't want to lose either of you. Hinata prayed within her mind, knowing that her father, and possibly the clan, wouldn't tolerate one of their members being killed by a fellow Konoha genin. Let alone Naruto, of all people. All right, are both fighters ready? They nodded. Hajime. Genma swiped his hand down before jumping back to allow the two genin space to conduct their match. You should forfeit. It was commendable for you to get this far, but you are outmatched. Fate is. Can you shut the up? Naruto interrupted Neji. The young Hyuga glared with his eyebrow twitching from his insolence. Neji, I didn't come here to listen to your babble about fate and destiny, he stated while walking forward and pulling a kunai from his pouch. He began twirling it around his finger while stalking his prey. I'm here to kick your ass. Naruto was there for a second, and then suddenly, he was half a foot away from Neji, ready to slam his foot into his face. Neji reacted well by jumping back and turning his Byakugan on before parrying the strikes that came at him from the kunai Naruto had with his own. Now that they were this close, Neji could finally see the darkness flowing around the boy before him. It was strange since it flowed through his entire body, not just his tenketsu. Neji was positive that this kid didn't have this, whatever it was around him when they started the exams. Neji had used his Byakugan to scan all the participants before they began understanding who would be the biggest threat to his team. Naruto was far from a threat to them, lest he should be. The young genin was showing combat skills that he should not have. Neji did enough research about the boy, on the insisting of his bun-haired teammate, to know that Naruto was a nobody. He was nothing compared to everyone. An orphan who failed in the academy but somehow still got to pass, which didn't make sense to him. Despite himself, Neji could admit that Rock Lee had potential. Had as a vital keyword considering his condition after his fight with Gaara. For all rights and purposes, Naruto should be just an average civilian. Yet, here he was, using his kunai as extra reach to keep Neji from using the full extent of his Juken. Neji would change that. It was his fate to win this battle. When Naruto came in with a reverse swing from the left, Neji countered him with his kunai clashing against Naruto's before angling it so that he knocked it out of his hand. Neji then went for several strikes to his chest, but Naruto pivoted in place to dodge the strikes. After the pivot, Naruto shot his leg out to kick Neji in the side, which the Hyuga prodigy blocked with his leg. This caused them to push away from each other. That was barely a warm-up. Naruto cracked his neck before placing his fingers in a cross shape. 16 clones popped up around Naruto before they all charged forward, well, besides 2 of them that used the distraction of their brothers to hide. It was time to start their plan, and the 2 clones needed to prepare for it. Neji was surprised that he was starting to struggle to fight this nobody. His fighting made it seem like he knew precisely how the gentle fist was used. He knew that couldn't be possible since there was no way for him to have studied the gentle fist from only seeing it in action once. Neji would get lucky and take out 3 clones from a strike, but 2 others would weave right through his attacks before kicking him in the chest for the real Naruto to knee him in the back. Another clone kicked Neji's legs from under him before Naruto grabbed them and spun them in place, letting go right at the peak of his spin with the Hyuga douche flying across the arena. "Holy shit, are you guys seeing this?" a Chunin in the crowd said to some of the others near him. "How is that brat moving around the Hyuga prodigy so fluidly? Isn't he supposed to be the dead last and failed all his tests?" Well, he didn't exactly fail the combat portion. Probably the only one he did decent in, despite having no style to his moves. "You sure he has no style?" These were just a couple of comments from the shinobi. Back with the 2 fighters, Neji got to his feet while glaring at Naruto with his Byakugan on full blast. He was done messing around now. If this commoner wanted to fight against his fate so badly, Neji would correct him here and now. Standing back up, he took a deep breath before smirking at the few blondes left of the clones summoned. He knew the real Naruto was somewhere in there, but the shadow clones were something that no dojutsu could distinguish between them. "I commend you, Uzumaki. You have proven to be a bigger annoyance than anticipated. Unfortunately for you, I've decided to stop taking you lightly. Now, you will know the true power of the Hyuga clan." All the Narutos just snorted before they all rushed him. Neji gave a slight smirk before getting back into his Juken stance. There were only 7 blondes left of the original 14 he fought. Neji was prepared for them now. He would show this filth what it meant to go against his fate. The first 3 tried to attack from the front, left, and right. Neji took 3 shurikens and spun with the weapons flying, hitting 2 of the 3 targets with them going poof. The third managed to take a kunai out and deflect the attack before landing and moved to stab the prick in the arm. Neji saw this and parried the arm away from him before striking the clone in the chest. That was 3 down, 4 to go. The 4 brought out their shuriken and threw a hail toward Neji. The Hyuga prodigy knew he'd have to pull out one of his trump cards now if he was going to survive the onslaught of weapons coming at him. There wasn't enough time to dodge out of the way. Getting into a familiar stance to those who knew of it, the young branch member began to spin in place, with his chakra creating a dome around him going along with his spin. "Hakusho Kaden, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven," he shouted, with many gasping at seeing such a technique from one so young. None more so than Hiashi and Hanabi in the stands sitting together, watching the battle before them. Hiashi couldn't believe that his nephew had quickly learned one of the main house techniques. It was proof of his genius to have learned it without anyone from the main family teaching him. Hanabi couldn't believe her older cousin managed to pull off such a technique, one she hadn't even gotten down yet, and she was claimed to be the next upcoming prodigy. She wasn't sure if Hinata could do it yet, which showed Neji's strength over them. While inwardly she was proud of her family member for learning something like that, she knew the elders of her clan would not take keen on knowing he had learned it, especially since they knew she, and possibly Hinata, didn't know how to perform the technique just yet. It would be tremendous pressure placed upon both sisters since they were the clan heiresses. So, that's the Kaden. A bit more impressive seeing it in person than reading it from the scrolls the Darklings copied. Naruto thought to himself before he and his clones charged forward again right when the dome was gone. 2 clones grabbed another before tossing him at the dark-haired prick. The flying Naruto flipped to send his foot into Neji, only for their opponent to bend backward to avoid the attack. Neji knew it was now his time to be on the offensive since the small army of clones was mostly gone. Springing forth, he quickly intercepted the 2 clones that tossed their comrade and gave them 2 Juken strikes each to dispel them. He turned around in time to block the punch from Naruto before pivoting around him to dodge the incoming attack from the clone sent at him earlier. Moving faster than either could expect, Neji took out the clone with a high kick before kicking the real Naruto back. The smirk on his face grew wider. He had the idiot now. "You're within the range of my divination," Neji said with a cruel smirk. What? He couldn't know that technique as well. Hiyashi cried out from within his mind. His face was in shock at what his nephew was about to do. It was one of the utmost kept secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. One of many, in fact, more so than the Kaden. First, there were 2 strikes. Followed by another 2. Then 4, 8, 16. Then, finally, with 32 strikes, equaling up to 64 hits, he sent Naruto flying. Hake Rokujian Sho 8 trigrams 64 palms. He shouted with a satisfied smirk coming to his face. Everyone watched the blonde fly back before landing on the ground. He wasn't moving, which made Neji smirk even more. Neji relaxed his form before walking closer to Naruto's downed form. "Hey, just as fate has proclaimed, your threat during the preliminary was completely worthless. You can't stop FA." Laughter came from the body before everyone saw it disperse into black mist. Eyes widened since that wasn't normal Kage Bunshin smoke. Then, the ground started to shake under Neji's feet. His eyes went down before he saw a crack. Instinct is what saved him his eye, though his face did receive a cut from what came out. And what was it that attacked him? A ing chain with a kunai tip. Neji couldn't stay still as another came out with the 2 stabbing into the locations he kept jumping from. He was far away from the hole they came from, which allowed him a break as the chains retreated to the entrance before hovering in the air. From it, Naruto came out. That was a close one. That move of yours is hard to counter. Naruto rolled his shoulders to get the feeling back in them. Everyone could see that the chains were coming from Naruto's back. For certain older shinobi, they recognized the chains. They had the same appearance as the chakra chains that Uzumaki Kushina used. This means that Naruto must be her child. There was no one else in the whole village that had such an ability. Those legendary chains are said even to suppress a Biju's chakra. "How are you standing?" Neji was getting tired of being interrupted. "Well, obviously, your eyes aren't capable of catching everything. A clone didn't follow the rest of us during the initial assault. I needed to ensure I swapped at the proper time so he didn't pop in the middle of your attack." "Wait, then that means you took my attack yourself before switching. That doesn't explain how you are still standing here now. I blocked off your tankstu, you should be struggling to stand." Here, Naruto gave Neji a vicious smirk, with his eyes flashing red. He began to stride forward with the chains hovering next to him. "I did my research." It was all he said before holding a hand forward with the chains shooting toward the Hyuga boy. Neji glared at them before he started his dance with the chakra chains. They were fast and almost got him a couple of times. He would dodge right and then have to move again as the other was about to hit him again. Too many close calls were made because these damn things followed him. Neji stopped and saw his back toward one of the arena walls. He stared forward as the chains hovered there, with Naruto walking. He would not surrender here. It was his fate to win here. He'd show this fool that no trick of his would allow him victory here. "I see you're still willing to fight despite how hopeless this situation is for you. Guess I was hoping too much that you would see you can't beat me," Naruto said with a shrug and a smirk on his face. "Was it wrong to be cocky in this situation? No, and he'll beat your ass if you say otherwise." Besides, there was nothing Neji could do at this moment that he didn't expect. It was time to proceed with his plans against the fate-blinded idiot. We'll see about that. Neji charged forward with his hand going into his pockets to pull out several kunai and tossed them at the source of his current annoyance. As expected, Naruto jumped back and used his chains to block the kunai. Digging deeper into his pouch, Neji pulled out an explosive tag, 1 of 5. He was hoping to save these for someone more worthy of a challenge. It was a shame he had to waste one on this imbecile. Attaching it to one of his other kunai, he lit the tag before tossing it along with several shurikens. Naruto commanded his chains to create a barrier around himself. They dug through the ground multiple times, coming up and down to create a dome for him. The shuriken bounced off the dome, then the kunai exploded once it made contact. Neji wasn't going to wait for the results. He had to take this as his opportunity to strike back and end this fight. Once he was halfway to the smoke cloud, the ground exploded from behind him. He turned his head with his eyes widening as 3 chains came out before wrapping around his lower body. He winced as they squeezed his legs before he was yanked from the ground into the sky. The chains began to slam him to the ground multiple times before dragging him through the hole they came through. Naruto jumped from the dissipating smoke cloud from the explosion earlier. All could see the chains coming from his hands now, with the ones on his back gone. Naruto flipped through the air and pulled on the chains, with Neji coming through the ground. Swinging the Hyuga, he slammed him back into the earth with a shout. Naruto landed and lifted Neji, wrapping his chains around his whole torso. The Byakugan had turned off after the first couple of slams, with many bruises on his face and body. Neji's headband fell off at some point in between the attacks, allowing everyone to see the cage bird seal on his forehead. Naruto stared at the seal with narrowed eyes while Neji glared at him. "You finally see the curse placed upon me. The seal that forever places me in servitude to the main family. The seal that took everything away from me," he snarled while Naruto merely rolled his eyes. "That was no curse. Naruto's life has been full of cursed seals, from the one that held Kyuubi and labeled him a monster by the populace to the one placed on his neck that went unseen and messed with his development. You know nothing of curses. You know, by all rights, I should kill you now." That made a couple of people gasp from within the stands. The main ones were from Hiashi and Hiruzen, with one glaring at the boy and the other looking worried about what would happen next. "I promised I would make you pay for what you did to Hinata. Placing your childish hatred on her because of what happened to your father." Naruto turned his eyes up to the stands. To the seat he knew Hinata was sitting in. Their eyes met, and he could see all the emotions flowing from her. With slight reluctance, he held off from making the final blow against her cousin. That wouldn't stop him from going with his plan, though. "But I've found a more suitable punishment for you. You claim that seal is a curse on you, but freedom can be a much bigger curse than you think." He held up his hand with a dark power flowing through it now. The final clone Naruto sent off had completed its job. It was to gather enough darkness energy from hiding within the shadows for this moment right here. He would have to hurry since he was still doing this during the day, making it harder to harness the power of the darkness. "I'll need your aid on this, Kyuubi. HMPH, I'd rather we just kill the little bastard. These little games of yours are, how did that lazy Nara put it? Troublesome. I know, but why kill off such a useful tool?" Kyuubi chuckled, his dark chakra flowing through the arm as well. Black and red power flowed around the arm, and Naruto brought it up to Neji's face. What the hell are you doing? Showing you the price for freedom." Neji uttered a horrifying scream as Naruto's hand touched the seal on his head. There was ungodly pain coursing through him. He could feel pressure flowing through his head like it was ready to make it pop. Naruto gritted his teeth as he could feel his control over the darkness waver. If this was during the night, he could do this with no problem, but he didn't have such a luxury, so he needed to do a somewhat rush job. The screaming and pain only lasted for 3 minutes, but it must have felt like hours to Neji. When Naruto was done, he pulled his hand back while panting only a little. Taking a deep breath, he released the Hyuga prodigy from his chains before walking away. It was done. Neji coughed while struggling to get to his hands and knees. "What did you do?" To me?" he asked while placing a hand on his forehead to try and ease the throbbing pain. He felt something wet and assumed it was blood leaking. "I told you already, I'm showing the price of freedom." "What the hell does that even mean?" Neji stopped as he brought his hand from his forehead. What he saw made him gasp loudly. It can't be," he shouted before scanning the arena and finding his headband not that far from him. He moved to grab it before looking at himself through the metal. The cage bird seal was completely black. Not only that, but it was smudged as well. He took a kunai and ripped off a piece of his clothing before wiping it against his forehead. The cage bird seal was gone. P.P. Proctor, I surrender. Genma had wide eyes, seeing that the seal on the kid's head had been rubbed off. He turned shaky eyes towards Naruto's retreating form before holding his hand in his direction. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. She never expected things to be like this, and she never expected the cold touch of reality to hit her. She would be stronger for it and learn things she never thought possible. It was all thanks to him. To Naruto. That's why she didn't flinch when her sai pierced the throat of the Sunanin before her. It still unnerved her, and she felt bile attempting to rise, but she held it back. Now wasn't the time to show weakness to the enemy. She pulled the sai away and tossed a few shurikens to her right. They caught the legs of several Oto ninjas who tried to end a few civilians still under the influence of the genjutsu before being cut down by a fellow Konoha ninja. The young female genin couldn't believe this was happening now, even with Naruto warning her. He may have influenced her to a new mindset, but she still couldn't believe their allies would betray the village like this. It happened after Naruto's match with Neji. Sasuke and Gaara were called down to the field. At first, it was just Gaara who came down. The crowd was getting restless and wanted another explosive fight like last time. She could tell that the proctor, Genma, was getting impatient and was ready to disqualify Sasuke. Then, Kakashi appeared with Sasuke in a swirl of wind and leaves. There was something off about Sasuke when he appeared. She wasn't sure what it was, but she could tell that something had changed with him. Whatever it was would have to wait as the fight everyone was waiting for started. She was surprised at the speed Sasuke was showing off and the fact he was moving just like Lee was back during the prelims. Though she knew he wasn't moving as fast as Lee when he took his weights off, it was enough for him to get a few glancing blows to test against him. Gaara was prepared to defend himself when he noticed the similarities between the Uchiha and the Green One he almost killed. He was denied the blood of the Green One twice over, but he would not be denied the blood of the Uchiha. His blood would fill Mother and prove his existence. That was when she and everyone else watched Gaara create a sand orb surrounding his frame. Sasuke tried various methods, but the sand deflected them all. Then, the Uchiha flipped back to the wall behind him before performing a jutsu created by Kakashi. They watched as the Chidori pierced through the sand orb before a terrifying scream emerged. Right after that, chaos ensued. Explosions went off, and feathers fell from the sky. Then, both Otogaker and Sunagaker ninja attacked the stadium and the village. Because of the training and change, she could break free of the genjutsu. Naruto ensured she wasn't the naive, useless girl during the wave mission or the Chunin exams. A kusarigama flew through the air past her. It struck one of the Otogaker ninjas in the head before being yanked out to slash at another's throat. The owner of such a weapon came next to her as they were now side by side with more enemy ninjas surrounding them. Took you long enough, Ino. HMPH, I had to ensure Choji was okay before meeting with you. How are you holding up, Sakura? The pink-haired teammate of Naruto and Sasuke pulled another sai from her belt and held both weapons up in a defensive stance. She gave a slight smirk to hide the nervousness she still held. This battle was a test, and she would not fail it. Better than they are. How about we see who can take down the most before Naruto shows up? The challenge made Ino smirk before spinning her weapon slowly at her side. Trying to impress and earn his favor after all you did to him in the past. Like you aren't either. Touché, I suppose. The surrounding enemy ninja moved in to strike down the two genin, with both girls keeping their guards up and protecting each other. As they came, Sakura couldn't help but remember how terrified she would have been not even a month ago to fight an experienced enemy ninja. But she has changed now. Not entirely, but enough to face this challenge with little fear. And it was all thanks to Naruto and the 2 weeks of hell he put her through. Flashback 2.5 weeks before the finals. Naruto's words to Sakura had a different effect on her than on Ino. Instead of throwing herself into training to the point of breaking, she was held up inside her home. She stayed in her room for the majority of her days, only stepping out to clean herself, eat, and do chores. Her parents were beyond worried for her and didn't know what to do. She wouldn't speak to them no matter what they tried. They couldn't even get her to tell them about the Chunin exams. Whatever caused this funk in her had to do with the exams. Mebuki, her mother, tried to find her sensei, but the man was already gone with Sasuke. That didn't sit too fondly with her. The man was her daughter's sensei, and he just left with his other student without checking on her daughter. However, when Kakashi was gone, she found someone else to help. She led the young man up the stairs of her home and knocked on her daughter's room door. "Sakura, sweetie, someone is here to see you." There was no answer, like always. She sighed and looked at the one next to her apologetically. "She's been like this for a long time. I hope you can get through to her since you are her teammate, Naruto." "No worries, Haruno-san. I'm sure she'll listen to me, and I can help her through this." He gave her a small smile, and she smiled in return. She knocked on the door again before announcing that she was letting her guest into her room. Once again, there was no response, so she opened the door to let Naruto in. Sakura didn't react to her door opening, nor the voices she heard at her door before she heard it close with a soft click. She sat on her bed with her arms wrapped around her knees and her head between them. Her eyes were unfocused, and she stared into nothing. Naruto shook his head with a soft sigh before pulling a slip of paper from his pocket and placing it on the door. It was a silencing seal he acquired from one of the shops that didn't like charging him properly. Once it activated, he walked forward, stood before Sakura's bed, and stared at her. Even with his presence there in her room, she did not react. As she was still out of it, he looked around her room. The lights were not on, adding more to the depressive aura surrounding his teammate. The room was filled with pink coloring. The walls, her bed, and even her desk with a mirror. However, Naruto felt the room was usually kept together better. It was a mess right now, and he knew she wasn't the messy type. The room matched its owner as his eyes moved back to her. She was not dressed in her typical ninja attire. Instead, she wore a light pink t-shirt and pajama pants with cherry blossoms patterned on them. How fitting, if he asked himself. Her hair was a mess. In this short style, it was unkempt and had strands poking everywhere. Naruto shook his head, first Ino and now Sakura. Was this the consequence of his honesty? All the same, he would use this opportunity to give her one chance. Just one chance to change for the better. The same one he gave to Ino. Naruto stepped forward and touched Sakura's shoulder. There was a flinch, and he saw her eyes starting to regain focus. Naruto. What are you doing in my room? That was a way more subdued reaction than he expected. He honestly thought that him being in her room would have caused her to react violently. Your mother found me and told me what's happened to you. She let me in to see if I could get through to you. He saw her frown and looked away from him. Why would you help me? I'm pathetic in your eyes. Too weak to be a real kunoichi. Why should you even care? She asked while glancing back at him. Sakura was not in the mood to humor Naruto's presence. It was his fault she was like this. His words caused her to do a lot of self-reflection and made her depressed. Even if she fought back against that Odo team in the forest, she was still too weak to damage any of them. She needed multiple people to come to her aid. Naruto rolled his eyes before moving closer to the depressed genin. He placed his hands on both sides of her face in a gentle manner. He guided her to look at him, with her providing no resistance. He could see plenty of emotions within her eyes, the most prominent being hurt. The hurt of truth being slapped in her face. Sakura, you need to pull yourself together. You're a kunoichi of Konoha. You're supposed to be better than this. He didn't believe being a part of Konoha's forces meant anything, only a means to an end. And what gives you the right to say such things to me? There was the infamous Haruno temper the girl was known for. She slapped his hands away before standing up. Tears were freely coming down now. All the pent-up frustrations she held locked away in her depression came forth. I'm useless. Don't try to save my feelings when you meant everything you said back then. I know I'm deadweight in comparison, but I was hoping to prove to you and Sasuke that I could keep up. What's the point, though? You said I shouldn't be a ninja anymore. Sakura cried out, her voice breaking as she went on. Her legs couldn't hold her, and she fell to her knees. Dropping to a knee, Naruto lifted her face back to him. Sakura, what I said may have been true. How is that supposed to help me? She mumbled. May have been harsh, but that doesn't mean you should sit down and give up. He continued while not acknowledging her interruption. Have I ever given up? No. No matter how much everyone else tried to keep me down, I always fought back and rose higher. You can do the same thing. How am I supposed to do that? There was a desperation in her voice that he grabbed at. It would be that desperation that he would mold her into a proper warrior. A true assassin, a real kunoichi, but she would no longer give her loyalty, her life, to Konoha. That was for him and him alone. Flashback end. He gave her the same ultimatum that he did for Ino. She must drop her obsession with Sasuke if she wishes to become stronger. As expected, Sakura didn't take kindly to that and thought he was doing this to try and steal her affection away from the brooding Uchiha. Naruto stared at her before flicking her large, admittedly still cute forehead. He then used the connection he and Jackie created to Sasuke's psyche. With his power, he showed Sakura the trauma Sasuke faces daily. He explained that Sasuke was filled with vengeance in his mind, and his only goal was power to kill him. There wasn't a chance of him thinking of her, of anyone, in a romantic sense. Sakura questioned how he could show her that and what had happened to him since the Forest of Death. He didn't explain his powers and told her the forest had awakened him. That is all. If she wanted information, she would first need to earn his trust and show him her conviction to be a real ninja, a woman to enjoy at your side in battle. She hesitated, as he knew she would. He let her sit and think about her decision but told her she should make it now. He would not come back to help her if she didn't give him an answer while he was there. She was the deciding factor in her fate. Will you sit here and continue to live as a false ninja, or will you join me? Understand, Sakura, that I am asking for your loyalty and your entire being to be pledged to me. I can mold you into a kunoichi your mother can be proud of. Into something that everyone never thought you could be. But you are the sole person who makes the decision. She had sat there, letting his words echo through her head before she stood up and nodded. He took her hand into his and did the same thing with Ino. He took a kunai and cut her palm before using his power in her blood to forge a weapon. That is how she got her sai. When seeing it, he did the same procedure with her other hand and another kunai. From that day on, he began to train her and Ino together. They would be his elite guard, his assassins, his first acolytes. Teaching them to use their new weapons was easy. His Darklings managed to snag beginner scrolls from a weapon shop for them to use. With shadow clones, he could continue his training and teaching them. They did intense physical conditioning to work their bodies up to proper standards. Naruto managed their diets to include more protein to help them build muscle that they severely lacked for ninja standards. He eventually brought Karen in to help them train and join in on it. The relationship between the three of them started rough. Karen had found out about their treatment towards him before the Chunin exam. The spar was tense, but Naruto ensured they didn't divulge into a catfight. One of his lessons to them was how to kill correctly and deal with it. To close your heart to the ones you kill but never forget how it made you feel. Emotionless killers were not allowed to live in his book, one of the reasons he had Ino kill the agent who followed them. Ino and Karen knew what it was like to take a life. He needed Sakura to be on par with them and to break out of the shell she still had as an innocent girl. To do this, he had Sakura follow him as he stalked through the nights in the seedier areas of Konoha. Despite everything she knew of their village, he showed her that even the most substantial ninja village had its black spots. He had her hunt down a man who had escaped Konoha's justice system for ages, but he would not run from Naruto. They tracked him down to an underground bar and brothel before Naruto had Sakura perform the assassination. She, of course, was against it at first, but she saw the girl the man was with. She was young, around their age, and didn't want to be there. She saw the despair in the girl's eyes and couldn't let the man have his way with her. Sakura knew that could have been her if she lived in this village area or wasn't cautious about her surroundings when younger. Sakura made the first move when he began to unbutton his clothing. The kill was sloppy, but Naruto took care of the disturbance by shrouding the door and windows with darkness so no one knew what was transpiring. It was traumatizing for Sakura and the young girl they saved. Naruto helped Sakura overcome it and even recruited the girl to join his group. But that could wait for another time. There was an invasion that needed to be stopped. Naruto stood still in the booth meant for the fighters. He stared at everyone fighting, but his main focus was on his two subordinates. They were doing well and using his intense catch-up training, name pending, to good use. He knew where Karen was, as she ensured the assets he secured would be ready in the new secret base he obtained. He didn't bother stopping the two Sunanin, Gaara's teammates' siblings, from jumping down to aid their brother. He watched as they held him in their arms and were about to jump off to escape. That wouldn't do. Dropping through the shadows and appearing through Sasuke's, he sent his chakra chains through the arena ground and set up a cage around the three siblings. Sasuke was surprised at this development. He forgot the black-haired idiot didn't see anything new from his change since he was knocked out back in the forest and before he started training. Since when the hell could you do that? He asked, but more demanded of his blonde-haired teammate. At his tone, he felt the mark on his shoulder pulse in pain. He clenched at it and hissed but didn't fall to his knees. The pain lasted only a second as he stared at his teammate for an answer. I'd say we programmed that tone out of his voice, but then we wouldn't get to see him squirm from using that mark on him ourselves, Jackie said while enjoying the grimace coming from the Uchiha. You missed a lot. It was all he would give him. Naruto was about to step forward when he sensed the shift in the air. He and Sasuke jumped back as a wind jutsu sliced through the ground where they recently stood. The chakra chains returned from the dome they created to float next to the two teammates. They both watched the Suna Genin sensei come down to face them. Perfect. He had someone who wanted payback. Get Gaara out of here. He needs time to recover to pull off his part in the plan. And what makes you think we'll let them out of here? Naruto asked. He got a smirk from the Junin, who snapped his fingers before more Suna ninjas surrounded them. You might have been impressive in your fight against the Hyuga, Uzumaki. But don't think you and the Uchiha can handle several Jonin alone. Baki said while Naruto and Sasuke looked at the surrounding enemy shinobi. Sasuke clenched his teeth before pulling out a kunai. Genma was still there with them but had a few facing him, so he could not back them up immediately. Everyone seemed tense when a chuckle was released from the blonde Uzumaki. Naruto turned his eyes to Baki, and the senior shinobi unconsciously stepped back. The boy's eyes had changed to a black sclera with sinister red irises. His pupils had become slits as well, just like the fox he held. Pretty foolish of you to think I'd do this alone. Suddenly, several shuriken and kunai struck a couple of the surrounding Suna ninjas. Only a few managed to evade the attack and now saw that 5 Anbu landed around the group. Then, one Jonin landed beside Naruto to stand against Baki, and the Suna Jonin looked surprised. I killed you. How are you standing here? Before them was Hayate, except he was different. He no longer had bags under his eyes, and his skin wasn't as pale as during the prelims. The left side of his face had a black mark that started at the bottom of his eye and went down his neck, even to his arm if they could see past his long sleeves. Hayate glared at the Suna shinobi and pulled his ninjutsu out, holding it firmly in his grasp while Naruto smirked. You did kill him or would have if not for me saving him in time. Have fun, my friend, he said before walking past to engage the Suna siblings, who were looking nervous at this new predicament. Oh, I plan on it, Hayate said while the 5 Anbu, all part of Yugao's, his fiancé, team, pulled their ninjutsus out. Baki snarled before motioning for their forces to engage while he pulled out a kunai to kill the man again. This time, he would make sure he stayed dead. Sasuke was lost at what was happening but decided not to look this intervention in the face and squander this opportunity. He ran past them and charged the Suna siblings, with Kankuro moving forward to intercept the Uchiha. His puppet came out, and several blades popped from different compartments on its arms to attack the genin. Sasuke jumped back and tossed several shurikens deflected by the puppet's blades. Sasuke gritted his teeth in annoyance but would quickly handle this lesser pest to get to the real prize. Naruto was watching the fighting around him and took this time to summon a darkness cage Bunshin before sending it off to intervene in the fight with the Hokage and Orochimaru. If that girl was correct in her knowledge, then he knew there was something big planned for how Orochimaru wanted to kill the old man. Naruto would not let him die, not until he got the answers he wanted. Hiruzen was having a tough time. Despite being able to handle Orochimaru alone in this barrier he erected, he was slowing down quite a bit. I commend you for lasting this long, sensei. It seems you are still as capable as ever in your old age, kukukuku. Orochimaru stated with a chuckle. He had his kusanagi in hand with a growing smirk on his face. Orochimaru could see the signs of his old sensei slowing down. It was the reason he waited this long to make a move. Orochimaru knew he wouldn't be able to kill his sensei if he had done this a few years back. Despite his age, he knows Hiruzen is strong enough to take on all three of his students. But now he was getting into his old age. His bones were aching, and he couldn't move like he used to. Time was Orochimaru's best ally, and he took full advantage of this. It was time for him to enact the next phase of his plan. Tell me, Sarutobi-sensei, how do you think Konoha would react to seeing their old Hokages returning to destroy the same village they protected? He said with a smirk before going through hand seals faster than Hiruzen knew he could do. He slammed his hands on the ground and said the dreaded name Sarutobi never wanted to hear. Kuchiyos. Edo Tensei. Rise first, second, and fourth. 3 coffins began rising from the ground, making Sarutobi's eyes widen in fear and recognition of his student's plan. I have to stop that third one from rising. He was confident he could handle the first and second Hokages, as they were his masters before in his life, but he would not be able to fight the fourth Hokage with them. As he went through the hand seals to counter the jutsu, chains came from his shadow to wrap around his body. He gasped and looked down at what was happening. His eyes widened further when he noticed a familiar blonde rising from the shadows. NN Naruto, what are you doing here? Release me. I can't let Orochimaru bring back the Hokages. Hiruzen demanded while gasping when the chains tightened their hold on him while Orochimaru looked intrigued by this new development. I told you, Hokage-sama, that if you would not hand over the truth to me, then I would find it out myself. Naruto glared at him with Hiruzen understanding what he meant, his facial expression becoming pale and grim. This will not end well. The Sound Four, who erected the barrier, were also surprised at this new development. The Anbu outside the barrier watched the fight, further increasing their anger that they were powerless to intervene since the wall would destroy anyone who touched it. Kukuku, well, things have just got even more interesting. Holding more secrets against your ninja, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru said with the coffins finished rising before their lids popped open. 3 figures stepped out of each one, instantly recognizable by all the Konoha ninjas. They were the first, second, and fourth Hokage of the village. Each is famous and infamous through their time as the village leader. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Minato Namikaze. All 3 looked confused about being alive again and saw what was happening around them. Tobirama was the first to realize what was happening as he stared at his hands with a frown-turned scowl. So, we've been summoned using my cursed jutsu. So it would seem, brother, Hashirama said before his eyes landed on Hiruzen and he gave a small smile. Hey, Hiruzen, it's been a long time, it seems. You've gotten old, haha. He chuckled good-naturedly while Tobirama was more focused on why there was a child with chakra chains wrapped around his old student. Naruto, is that you? Minato asked while wondering why his son had chains wrapped around the old monkey. Kushina would be happy to see he inherited that ability from her. Yes, it is me. How do you know who I am, Lord Fourth? Naruto asked while stepping forward to stare at his hero. Yes, even with his changes, he still looked up to the Yodime Hokage as his hero and the best Hokage in the village. Didn't Sarutobi tell you? He asked with a frown while placing his hands on his hips, staring between his son and Hiruzen. Naruto, I'm your father. Dot, 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 what? It was a silent question but one that echoed across the rooftop where they were stationed. Naruto stared at Minato with widening eyes, his hands clenching into fists. Yes, you're my son, Naruto. Kushina and I were ecstatic to have you. Unfortunately, things went wrong on the night of your birth. Minato's mood turned sour as he remembered that masked Uchiha attacked them that night and how everything went to hell afterward. Naruto was silent, but the floor he stood on cracked as his chakra spiked. Hiruzen released a strangled gasp as he felt the chakra chains squeeze him harder. Naruto turned his eyes to Hiruzen, with him seeing they were now black and red with slit pupils. You bastard, he said lowly before his chains let go of the old Sarutobi and dispersed. Naruto stepped toward the gasping Hokage and glared at him with unfathomable hate. You knew he was my father, and yet you left me alone to suffer the hatred of the entire village. Knowing that I was the son of their hero. Alone? What do you mean? Hasn't Jiraiya been taking care of you? Minato shouted while his own eyes widened at this knowledge. Naruto glared back at his father, knowing he was condemned to this life of his because he sealed the Kyuubi into him. Who even is that? I've never met anyone named Jiraiya in this cursed village. He shouted while moving forward to stand in front of Minato. Minato had nothing but shock on his face. How could his old sensei not check up on his godson? You want to know what my life was like? It has been nothing but being the hated pariah of the entire village. I was kicked out of the orphanage by the age of 4 and left to wander the village eating scraps of food I could get my hands on. How long was I alone? A whole year and a half before this old bastard decided to care about me and give me a home. But was it with a family that could have adopted me? No, why would anyone want to adopt the fox brat? Oh yeah, the entire village knew about me being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, except me. The ground cracked again, with Naruto's chakra flowing around him mixed with the fox's chakra and the darkness swirling into it. Naruto's features began to be enhanced by the fox's chaotic chakra. His nails, fangs, and hair grow longer, making his whiskers darker. Minato and the other Hokage stepped back when the shadows began to circle the boy. This power was evil and dark, unlike anything they have felt before. Naruto, what's happened to you? Minato thought while seeing his son huffing before turning towards Hiruzen, who had a downcasted expression. But that's not the real kicker. No, what makes this situation better is that someone placed a seal on me. Hiruzen's eyes widened at this, and he stared at Naruto, whose glare made him shiver. Is that the reason this change was happening to him? How did you? A seal? What other seal? No other seal was placed on you after the Kyuubi was sealed away. Minato asked while looking confused and switching between his angered son and old mentor. Orochimaru was simply letting the drama unfold. He was too invested in the scandal his old sensei had thrown back in his face. This would explain why the boy wasn't reaching his full potential before. Oh, so you didn't know? After finding out you're my father, I half expected it was your idea to keep me in check. Why don't you reveal to everyone the seal placed on me that hinders my brain processing power? You know, the one that suppressed my intellect, memory, and general functions that would have made me excel as a shinobi. All three former Hokage were surprised that Hiruzen would have let something like that be placed on this boy. Each of them turned a glare at Hiruzen, who flinched back before sighing. It was designed to limit your potential but ensure you could still be a ninja for the village. It wasn't going to stay on you, Naruto. If you managed to become Chunin, the order to loosen the seal would have been given. Slowly you would come to your full potential. It was just an extra measure in case you lost control of the Kyuubi. You mean in case you lost control over him? Minato asked while stepping forward with a glare and his chakra radiating around him. You sound just like Onoki. Why would you try to hold his potential back and keep his heritage a secret? It was necessary, Minato. With how you left Iwa in shambles after the Third War, there was no telling what would happen if they found out you had a son. No one would expect a blonde boy going by Uzumaki would be your progeny. Especially when he didn't show any signs of being a prodigy like you. It was to protect him. And how is that protecting him if you leave him unable to protect himself? Cuckoo. As entertaining as this is, I have a schedule to keep, Orochimaru claimed while holding up tags in his hands. He pushed them into the first and second Hokage's heads. Immediately, they lost any personality to them with their skin gaining color. Their bodies were fully restored to their prime. He went to do the same to Minato when the blonde turned and grabbed at Orochimaru's wrist. Then the snake Sannin saw the symbol for the Shinigami appear on Minato's forehead. He hissed when Minato tightened the grasp on his wrist before kicking Orochimaru back. You should have researched how I sealed the Kyuubi away and the price I paid. The Shinigami doesn't like when souls are revived. He only let you bring me back so I can drag your ass to him. Though I might be bringing him an extra. He glared at Hiruzen before focusing on Orochimaru and the controlled Hokages. No matter. The first and second shall be enough to end you in this village once and for all. Not on my watch, the clone of Naruto shouted before he slammed his hands on the roof. Several chains broke through and wrapped around the Hokages multiple times. Naruto could feel both of them rising their chakra to challenge his own. It was a little staggering, considering he could feel the chains being pushed back against their chakra. The natural state of the chakra chains was to suppress chakra, but they were only as strong as the user who willed them. Naruto was stronger than his generation and probably even the Chunin now. But both first and second Hokage were out of his league, even if he didn't know their strength was limited with those seals placed in their heads. But he needed to hold them down long enough for his father to handle the snake. He still had to process that. The original Naruto stared at the mini Shukaku that Gaara was transforming into. He had gone to speak to Temari and Gaara about their surrender since the latter was injured. That didn't go well at all. Gaara didn't even let Temari talk. Instead, the gourd on his back had melded with his body and gave him a large sand arm to smack his sister away. He had a deranged look on his face and attacked him. Naruto held his own well, but as their fight continued, so did Gaara's transformation. It started with just the arm and then moved over half his face. With each tactic he used to stop Gaara, the redhead Jinchuriki just got back up, thanks to his sand taking the brunt of the damage. He was also distracted by this feeling of confusion and hatred from his clone. He wasn't aware of what was happening, but whatever he learned, he knew it would piss him off. He would deal with that later. He needed to stop Gaara and force Suna to stand down. If Gaara were defeated, since he didn't want to kill his fellow brother of burden, then the rest of Suna would realize whatever they needed him for wouldn't work. They would see their plan had failed and surrender. Better do it now, kid. If he continues to transform like that, you'll have to face the Shukaku in its full glory. Considering it is still midday right now, you would be at a disadvantage even with your chains being able to suppress their chakra. And then there's all the people still stuck in the stadium here. Since when did you start caring about them? I don't, but they are a good investment for the future. Seeing and hearing how you defeated Suna's Jinchuriki will benefit us greatly. We can gain a few more minions to expand your network. Naruto nodded to that before going through several hand seals. Jackie recognized the sequence he was doing and grinned before sitting up in his seat within the mindscape. Kyuubi hummed since he didn't think they were ready to try this out yet. Are you sure you want to do that now? You'll only have a few minutes to spare once you're in. I'll be fine. I just need 5 minutes top to finish this. Naruto stated before he ended his seal in a clap of his hands. Dark power swirled around his hands. Gaara clutched his head as he heard his mother screaming at him to stop the Uzumaki before he completed his attack. Gaara would oblige and feed the blonde's blood to his mother. It's over, Uzumaki. Die. Gaara shouted while he dashed forward with his sand claw, ready to impale Naruto. Ninpo. Kage no Ryoiki, ninja art, Shadow Realm. Naruto moved past Gaara's attack and slammed his hands into his chest. There was a dark shockwave before both Jinchurikis were covered in a dark purple dome. The fighting stopped to see this new development happening in front of them. WWH, what the hell is that? Tamari asked as she shivered from the feeling the dome gave off. She could see Baki staring at the dome with nervousness. With Gaara trapped in there would be no way for them to complete the plan. She also noticed that he was having a hard time against that Junin proctor that he stated he had killed before. It didn't help that Genma, the proctor for the finals, had joined the fight after taking care of the Chunin who tried to face him. She could see the rest of their forces were injured or dead, with the Anbu that had come not having any injury on them. They needed to retreat. There was no way they could continue going with this ridiculous invasion. She knew it was a bad idea from the start, but her dumbass bastard of a father would not listen to anyone. Shadow Realm. What is this place? Gaara asked while shivering from how cold and dark everything felt. It was an abyss of nothing. A void of black and purple. Somehow he could still see just fine within it, but the problem was he couldn't see the Uzumaki anymore. This is the cage no Ryoiki. Gaara turned around, and his eyes widened when he saw Naruto again. He was wearing his darkness armor and had giant bat-like wings coming from his back. Shadow Realm. Gaara stuttered while stepping back from the blonde. There was something utterly wrong with this. Even Shukaku shouted for him to run and find a way to escape. Before thinking about doing so, he felt something strike him in the face. It was so strong that it broke his sand armor and rattled his jaw. That's right. Now, it's time I end this. Naruto flew at Gaara and began a beatdown that Gaara would later call worse than what he went through against Lee. Every strike Naruto planted against him shattered a bone in his body. He screamed in agony when Naruto flew up with his body before tossing him down at max velocity. Before he crashed on the ground, Naruto appeared with his knee smashing into his sternum. Blood was spat out of his mouth before the blonde summoned his chakra chains again. Though this time, they didn't come from his back but out of his hands. They wrapped around his gauntlet-covered fist before Naruto unleashed a fury of blows on the redhead. Gaara felt his body break with each strike and his chakra suppressed or destroyed. He wasn't sure. By the 10th blow, Gaara realized that the screams he heard weren't just coming from him but also from Shukaku. It was like the chakra chains, and whatever power Naruto wielded pierced through the container and attacked the one contained. Naruto held his right fist back with the darkness and Kyuubi's chakra covering it before Naruto punched Gaara in the face. The combination of power sent the boy flying through the Shadow Realm until he crashed into the ground. The sand that had covered Gaara was dispersed entirely from his body. He was broken and felt like he would die. He couldn't even move to crawl away from Naruto, only having the energy to stare with absolute fear as the Uzumaki heir stepped next to his body. You know, Gaara, this is where I hold your life in my hand. I could kill you and end this whole invasion right now. You were an essential part of the established plan. With you gone, Suna would have no choice but to retreat with the losses they suffered already. Naruto held his hand up with the claws on the gauntlet shining in some unknown light within this dark realm. Gaara was scared but couldn't do anything to stop the Uzumaki from going through with his threat. But I'd rather not kill a fellow Jinchuriki. No, instead, I want to make a deal. He crouched down to stare Gaara in the eyes while the redhead looked hesitant. What do you want? He managed to get out. He shivered when he saw a gleam appear in Naruto's eyes, knowing whatever deal would cost him and Suna much. Outside, Sasuke was panting as he held his shoulder. The damn seal was acting up, but it felt different. It felt like he needed all his willpower to push it back down. Like whatever caused the seal to act up was trying to break his resolve. He wouldn't admit it, but he was thankful that he received assistance from Shino, who came down to fight the puppet user. Claiming they didn't get to have their match. Most of the fighting around them was dwindling, but who knows what was happening in the village. Before he could think any further about it, the dark dome encompassing Naruto and Gaara faded away with a flicker. Eyes turned to see Naruto, no longer in his darkness armor, holding Gaara over his shoulder. Tamari looked frightened and feared the worst until she noticed her brother tilt his head to stare at her. He gave a slight nod to her, which eased her worry by only a little. Tell all Suna shinobi to retreat. We failed. An enhanced torrent of wind blasted against the 3 water dragons that manifested from thin air by the second Hokage, Tobirama. The three water beasts roared as they fought against the buffeting wind before the reincarnated Senju pushed more of his chakra into his technique. Even with Naruto's enhanced state with the Kyuubi's chakra, Tobirama's chakra was strong enough to go through his technique. The Naruto clone, going to start calling this one C Naruto, clone Naruto, for clarity, used his chakra chains to protect him as he dodged to the side. They took the brunt of the damage before he bounced back to keep moving. The second Hokage had come in with a punch that destroyed the branch he had been on. Minato flashed next to him to catch the next attack before kicking off his predecessor, allowing his son to hit Tobirama with a drop kick. The revived Senju used the momentum from the hit to backflip over the incoming tree roots, flying at the two blondes like spears. Minato grabbed C Naruto's jacket and tossed him high while he flipped over the incoming roots and ran down one of them toward Hashirama. The first Hokage met his charge with a blank expression due to the kunai in his head controlling him. C Naruto shot a chakra chain to one of the tree's thick bark to swing him down toward the second Hokage. Minato flashed next to Hashirama with a kick already in motion. The Shodaime caught it before pushing him back to punch his successor 3 times over in the gut. Minato used his signature technique to flash away. He grabbed several kunai and shuriken before tossing them at the legendary Senju. Then he quickly went through several hand seals, and the weapons multiplied in the hundreds with a few puffs of smoke. Another set of seals and he blasted wind to increase their speed. Hashirama slapped his hands together, causing the wood in the area to form a shield. He then sped through a new set of seals before pointing his open palm toward Minato. The shield shot several pillars of wood faster than the last ones he had to dodge. Minato used every ounce of acrobatic skill, plus his Hiroshin, to dodge the pillars. Even with the current circumstances, Minato couldn't help but be excited to test himself against the legendary Hashirama. C Naruto used his chakra chains to block the punch from the Nadame and couldn't help but be astonished as the force of the man's strike was pushing him back. His feet were creating a trench into the roof. He wondered if it was a Senju thing to have strength this amazing. Jumping over the man, he sent a heel kick to his head that was blocked before C Naruto spun with another kick. Tobirama caught his foot and brought the clone into a knee strike before hitting him with 2 strikes to the face and then an uppercut that launched him upward. Barely a twitch was made by Tobirama before he shot a spiraling torrent of water at the blonde. The clone crossed his arms as he was blasted further away before rolling on the tile floor. He skidded to a stop before flipping back to his feet. He was panting but didn't have time to catch his breath completely when the foot of the Nadame came to crush his body. He rolled to the side before going through a few hand seals. Futon. Haoitotega no Hoko. Wind style. Roar of the white tiger. With a deep breath, C Naruto let out a mighty roar that shook the surroundings. Massive hurricane winds expelled from his mouth destroyed many of the trees with pure force alone. Tobirama covered his face from the attack and used his chakra to stay in place. If his personality hadn't been suppressed right now, then he would have been mildly impressed by this genin for having such raw power in him. This technique hasn't been used in decades because Konoha has had a handful of wind users. Naruto felt drawn to it when the Darklings returned with those copied jutsus. It was a B-rank jutsu and one he managed to get down, mostly, within a week. It still took a lot of chakra to do it, but it was one he managed to streamline quickly enough. When mastered, the technique was supposed to shoot out a torrent of hurricane-level winds but would be focused enough on the target that the pressure could quickly kill those incapable of handling it. The revived second Hokage went through a few hand seals before a water vortex manifested around his body and combated against the wind before bursting to slam into the clone. C Naruto cancelled his attack by using the chakra chains to create a barrier to protect himself. The attack suddenly stopped as a Rasengan, courtesy of Minato, launched the Nadame back. The Yondaime moved next to his son and stared as the 2 Senju brothers were once again next to each other. They needed to get to Orochimaru to end this, but the previous Hokages made it hard for them. Over to the main focus of the invasion, Orochimaru chuckled as he dodged another strike from his sensei before kicking the old man back. He went to stab his sensei, but he barely held a block with his adamantine staff. Using his serpent flexibility, he maneuvered around Sarutobi and punched him in the face. The old Hokage launched his counterattack by extending his staff to hit Orochimaru in the sternum. Jumping, he began pushing him through a branch before slamming the snake Sannin into the tree trunk. Quickly going through hand seals, Sarutobi shot mud to lock his traitorous student in place. He went through another set of seals before shooting a fast fireball to blow him up. Orochimaru went up in flames, but his body turned into hardened mud, showing it was a mud clone. He then revealed himself again through a nearby branch and shot a wind jutsu at his old sensei. This attack launched him to the roof and cratered the tiles. He coughed up blood and did his best to stand again. Orochimaru laughed before turning his head at a sudden shout. Naruto! Hiruzen turned and felt his blood chill at the sight. Naruto had been blasted by high-pressure water before spears of wood impaled him. See, Naruto gritted his teeth while glaring at the resurrected Hokages. Minato ran to him with horror flashing through his eyes at seeing his son being killed here. But his terror turned into confusion when he noticed that his son's body was turning into black smoke. Relax. I'm just a clone. Though, the B-boss isn't going to be happy once he gets these memories. He chuckled darkly before his body disappeared in black smoke. His words were right as killing intent and Biju chakra exploded back in the stadium arena a minute later. This stopped much of the fighting, with everyone seeing a pillar of red chakra shooting into the sky with a roar accompanying it. Veterans knew this was the Kyuubi's chakra and had flashbacks to that night 12 years ago. Moments earlier, Naruto had walked to Temari and Kankuro with Gaara over his shoulder. He handed the redhead to Temari, who placed her little brother on the ground to check him. Your ace is defeated, and he has agreed to a deal with me to save his life and all of yours, so long as you comply. Temari wasn't sure why, but the way he stared down at them made her shiver before giving the blonde a shaky nod. Baki, who had been injured thanks to the rejuvenated Hayate, was confused but knew that if Gaara was standing down, there was nothing the rest of them could do. He had a grimace on his face as he turned to one of the Chunin that was still alive. Go inform the rest of our forces to commence a full retreat. Let Otogakur deal with the rest. The Suna Chunin nodded before moving to spread the word. Genma wasn't sure if this was smart, but they could fix things, considering Sunagakur was their ally. Though, the Jonin couldn't help but be curious about what sort of deal Naruto made with the unstable kid. They all froze before he could walk and ask as Naruto rapidly turned his head toward where the Hokage was fighting Orochimaru. His face went from shock to rage, with his killing intent being felt by everyone there. Ino, Sakura, the two girls he called instantly disengaged from the enemies they were facing before jumping down into the arena. They came to a stop and couldn't help but shiver at seeing his face currently. Something was incredibly wrong for him to be this pissed off. Watch them. He pointed at the Sand siblings before walking off, his chakra rising further. I'm ending this invasion now. Everyone was confused by why he asked those two girls to watch them and why he was so mad right now. Then Naruto threw his head back and let out a roar as red chakra blasted out of him. Everyone couldn't help but step back as they witnessed Naruto gain a red cloak around his body with two fox tails sprouting behind him. Holy shit, Kankuro shouted as he was glad they were pulling out of this. There was no way he or his siblings would have survived if this kid could use this much of his Biju's chakra. Naruto roared again before sprinting on all fours to the stadium walls. Those watching saw him quickly scale to the top, jumping past the roof and leaping towards the cage. The Anbu stationed outside, who had been trying to figure out what to do, looked up as the cubified boy landed in front of them. They let out a surprised gasp as the boy ran towards the wall, with those on the inside getting a look to see Naruto running at them. No one could warn him before he used his claws to stab into the barrier. The Sound 4 merely chuckled at his attempt, thinking he would just get himself killed. Those who could see him were surprised that the Kyuubi cloak was protecting Naruto as he was using its claws to try and pry an opening for him to get in. The problem was that even with the cloak's protection, the nature of the barrier jutsu was trying to fight back against the intrusion. As such, the Kyuubi cloak was being eaten away just as much as the barrier was breaking. Naruto had to jump back to save his fingers when he noticed the cloak had difficulty keeping form around his hands. He was about to try again but used just the cloak's claws this time when he heard the Kyuubi speak to him. Idiot brat, use your chakra chains. They are made to nullify chakra so they can help you break through. Combine that with my chakra, and this barrier will crumble. Naruto wordlessly nodded before he summoned 10 chains from his back. He growled before focusing on coating the red chakra of the Kyuubi around the chains. Once that was finished, he launched them forward and made them spin like a drill. Sparks were flying as the barrier tried to hold against the onslaught. The Sound Four were worried since, while they were positive that the Four Flames formation would hold against any person, jutsu, or weapon, they were unsure if this barrier technique could withstand a Jinchuriki or a Biju attack. The drill attack continued with the 4 bodyguards of Orochimaru now having to focus as they could feel the barrier trying to break from the attack. The is that shithead doing? How is he forcing us to focus on just keeping this thing up? The redhead of the group shouted while the one at the other end, who had multiple arms, looked worried as he could see red cracks starting to form. They would force more of their chakra into fortifying the barrier, but more cracks would appear. Commander, he's actually making a dent through it. One of the Anbu on standby said while their squad leader looked astonished, even with his mask covering his facial expressions. This is our chance. I want all of you ready to engage once Uzumaki makes a breach. Hi. Naruto released a low growl as the resistance from the barrier kept pushing against his chains. He didn't have time for this. A third tail formed behind him, with dark rings forming at the edge of his eyes. The chakra became even more chaotic and turned a darker red color. He roared as he gave a final push, and his chains pierced through the barrier. He sent them each to a different part of the tiled roof or the trees the Shodaime created. With them secured, he began forcing a way open. The area where the chains pierced through tried to close but merely sparked from the chain's interference. Soon, there was a hole large enough for people to jump through, and that was all the Anbu needed. They didn't waste time and rushed through the opening, pulling out their weapons to back up the Hokage. Naruto also jumped through the opening he created before dismissing his chains. He ran on all fours to Orochimaru, who frowned and glared. He had not planned on facing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki like this, let alone that he still hadn't seen the Ikibi be released to commence its part of the plan. Orochimaru jumped away as a giant claw hand came crashing down where he was. Naruto jumped after him with a hand ready to rip his face off, but Orochimaru was substituted out of danger. Turning his head, Naruto saw Orochimaru standing far from where he attacked. Then, one of the Anbu appeared beside the traitor Sannin before removing his mask to reveal Kabuto. Orochimaru-sama, I have word that all of Suna's forces are pulling out. I also saw that Gaara was defeated before he even had a chance to summon the Ikibi. HMMPH, how bothersome. Orochimaru glared down at the cubified Naruto and somehow knew he was the reason for Gaara's defeat. He also somehow breached the barrier he was sure nothing could overcome. He stared at his sensei, who was helped by one of the Anbu. He was still alive but could barely stand, and his breathing was most likely ragged. He released a hiss before glaring at Kabuto. Call for a full retreat. We've done enough damage even if I didn't get to kill my sensei. Their destruction will just have to be delayed for another day. Kabuto nodded before he motioned to the Sound Four to drop the barrier. They did as told before making it to Orochimaru's side. Naruto glared at them all and was ready to chase but had to stop as the resurrected Hashirama and Tobirama landed in front of him. Minato landed next to Naruto and was worried for his son for using so much of the Kyuubi's chakra as he was right now, but it seemed like he wasn't going completely berserk yet. Hiruzen came up behind them both and was breathing hard. Orochimaru glared at them but smirked. You get to live for another day, sensei. However, how long afterward is anyone's guess. He chuckled before he and his bodyguards began leaving. Kabuto used a radio to inform their forces to make a full retreat. As they left, Orochimaru made a few hand seals and released the kinjutsu that brought the past Hokages back to life. Hashirama and Tobirama lost the color in their eyes as their bodies began breaking away like paper match, revealing Dosu and Zaku. The Otogakur genin that were in the exams. Minato looked at his hand to see that he was also breaking apart. Well, looks like this is goodbye. Even with the Shinigami preserving his mind and ability to act against Orochimaru, the snake was the one who performed the technique. He turned to see his son stand from his crouched position as the Kyuubi's chakra receded into the seal. Naruto took a deep breath and felt the rest of Kyuubi's chakra leave his system before he turned to his father. I hope we meet again on better terms, Naruto. I know things have been difficult for you, but know that your mother and I love you. Naruto grimaced at these words, not knowing how he should feel at the moment, but gave him a nod. Minato nodded back with a sad smile before hugging his son as his body continued breaking apart. Stay strong, Naruto. We'll always be proud of you, no matter what. And do me a favor, will ya? He pulled back to look at him as most of his body was gone now, with his hand and most of his upper torso still there. What's that? Give Jiraiya a good kick to the balls for not being there for you like he was supposed to. Minato smiled wide as he finally broke apart and returned to the afterlife inside the Shinigami's stomach. The body that was used for his resurrection was that of an unknown man Naruto couldn't place. His features were bare of anything noteworthy, and he would most likely have just been one of the many people you would pass by in the village. He turned to the village and saw plenty of destruction in different spots, but he also saw the various retreating forms of the enemy shinobi. He sighed and scratched his head, as Shikamaru would put it. This was such a drag. 2 weeks have passed since the invasion, and things are returning to a relative norm. Reconstruction is underway and going smoothly with the help of workers from the Land of Waves. The hospital was piled with those injured and those working overtime to save the ones still in critical condition. While grim, things looked up as more people left the hospital as patients instead of residents. Currently, it was late at night. All was quiet and as peaceful as things could be right now within the walls of Konoha. At least, that's how they were above ground. Below was a different story. Stop him. We can't let him get to Nifumi-sa. The man shouting orders died with a demon arm hydra shooting through his chest and eating his heart. This was an underground club and base. You could still hear the music bumping behind the walls on the other side. Naruto was led here after visiting his dear friend Sejima in his cell. He felt the rogue ninja turned bandit had more information he was holding out on. He was right, as the man had somehow been in Konoha's walls before and had told him about this place. To think Konoha's ninja always missed this place. He couldn't help but scoff at the audacity of such a place like this, which was filled with criminals and low-lives freely walking around Konoha. Indeed, the loss of the Uchiha police force was a lot worse for them than expected. It's not like Naruto cared either way, honestly. What the is this kid? Who cares? Just kill him. This brings back good memories. There's nothing like slaughtering a bunch of 2-bit thugs to get to their boss. You really need to tell me about your past life. I want to know what your world was like and how you came here. Later. Just work on creating us a base here. Naruto mentally nodded before watching as more of the local goons charged at him. Honestly, he would have thought they would have learned by now. Snapping his fingers, several darklings came from the shadows before jumping onto each man. They screamed as the creatures beat their faces in or bit them on their ears. One of them even smashed one of the guy's head into the wall before springing off of him to claw at another one. He walked past the scuffle and began trekking down the hall. As he walked, more and more goons began attacking him. And just like the rest, they were killed without mercy. His demon arms, aka Hydra heads, made short work of them. One wrapped around the neck of a man that came from the left and used him as a flail against another. Swinging him like a medieval weapon, something Naruto had no idea what that was, just another one of Jackie's references to something from his world. 2 came from his right side, and Naruto jumped over the tackle that one of them had tried. He came down and stomped the man's head into the floor before using a black kunai to block an overhead strike from a machete. Why, you stupid punk, you think you can come in here and challenge us? Challenge? Hardly. That would require for you guys to be a challenge to me. The man growled and tried to push against the kid's kunai, but as a regular civilian thug, he couldn't produce the strength needed to face him. Sliding the kunai down, Naruto disarmed the man before swinging the kunai and disarming him once more. The man screamed as blood spouted from the new stump where his elbow used to be. His arm flopped to the ground right next to the man whose head he stomped. Flinging the kunai, it embedded into the screaming man's neck and shut him up for good. He gave one good to the guy beneath him and heard a resounding crack that echoed through the halls. The hydras ate their hearts, and he continued to go to the man in charge's office. Turning, he saw the office doors with a secretary at a desk looking through reports. He stepped up to her desk, curious as to why she wasn't freaking out like the rest. Of course, this was only an initial thought. He could make out the slight shake of her hands as she sifted through the papers. Her handwriting was scratchy as she tried to keep signing off on things. A bead of sweat fell down her brow, and she quickly averted her gaze when she dared to glance at him. "It's open. Nifumi-sama will see you right away," she struggled to say while continuing to work and ignore the looming threat of death if she defied him. Naruto nodded his head and walked past her. One of his hydras hissed in her face before he dismissed them. Opening the door, Naruto saw the man sitting behind his desk with 4 guards that had swords drawn. Entering and closing the door before locking it, Naruto turned to them as his darkness armor faded away. He crossed his arms and gave them each a smile that didn't meet his eyes. "Well, it's good to meet the big boss of this place. I hope you excuse the mess in the halls. Your thugs have some terrible hospitality." Naruto chuckled and began walking forward. As soon as he was 5 feet from the desk, 2 of the guards held their swords in his face. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "You got balls, brat. Thinking you can just waltz in here, in my club, my domain, and kill my men. I don't care how you discovered this place, but you won't get out alive. But before I have you killed, you're going to tell me why you're here and who sent you." "Let's see," Naruto said, adopting a thinking pose while tapping his foot. The guards glared at him for his indifference. "I'm here because it's become known that we have a leak in the system. Someone gave information on the route where the nobles, fire daimyo, and any other well-off merchants were coming from. I'm positive you were involved and plan to figure out why." The group of men chuckled as if Naruto had said a joke. The boss grinned, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it up. Taking a long drag, he blew smoke out before leaning back in his chair. "Sure, you will. Now, hurry up so my boys can get rid of you." "Who sent you?" "I doubt it was the Hokage. That old bastard barely even knows the tip of my whole operation." "Well, you are right. The Hokage didn't send me. In fact, no one sent me." Naruto glared at the man and his guards before snapping his fingers. "I came myself." From the shadows, several darklings rose with different weapons in their hands. The guards moved to surround and protect Nifumi while the boss stood up and glared at the current situation. "You think taking me out will change anything, you bastard? I've got contingency plans on top of contingency plans. My empire will continue, even if you somehow root us out of Konoha. You'll never destroy what I've created here." The darklings began laughing together, making the atmosphere feel more ominous than it was. Naruto started to chuckle himself before wiping away an imaginary tear. "Destroy? No." His darkness armor returned before the lights in the room went out, making it so that only the glowing yellow eyes of the darklings were showing. Naruto's eyes became a shining black and red with his demon arms returning. More like under new management. The secretary outside did her best to ignore the screams from her boss's office. Everything would be fine if she blocked it out and continued like normal. Her nights will be filled with nightmares for the coming days. 1 hour later. "I swear, that idiot always does things on the fly," Karen mumbled as she, Kin, who had fully recovered since the ones at the hospital over her were in charge of keeping her condition terrible or making it worse so she wouldn't leave, and the girl he and Sakura saved named Jodoka. Why was it necessary for him to barge down here and do? Right as they got away from the club area and made it to the halls, they saw several bodies lying about. A few janitors were cleaning up the mess, each looking freaked out. Jodoka hurriedly walked through the halls. She idly asked one of the workers where Naruto was, and they quickly pointed out where to go. She did not wait for others and was already heading to meet Naruto in his new office. Why is she in such a hurry? Karen thought with narrowed eyes. Kin sighed and rubbed her arms from the chills running up them. Let's just go. We don't need to be late, she said somewhat subduedly. Karen sighed and walked with her through the halls. As they walked, no conversation started. Kin was very reserved nowadays. She didn't speak to anyone openly, not unless it was to Karen or the blonde who saved her. When she first awoke from the mini coma that the doctor over her placed her in, she was surprised at where she was, being in the apartment complex of the Kyubi Jinchuriki in one of the abandoned apartment rooms. Naruto and Karen were the first people she saw that day. She rightfully wanted to fight and escape since this wasn't where she was supposed to be. Naruto had stopped her before she could even get up. She was given a simple choice of either telling them what was happening or letting her out in Konoha, where the men in the blank masks would eventually find her and snatch her up like they were trying to do back at the hospital. Flashback. You're just saying that to scare me. What makes you think I would betray Orochimaru-sama? She said. Karen held her down since she was still not in the best health. She wasn't a doctor but knew some basic stuff to help. And she would be damned if she let someone who could be an enemy bite her to heal. She revealed that to Naruto when he started to have her train with those two other girls. Naruto, of course, didn't allow her to be used like that if she didn't want to be bitten again. It was abusive to be used as nothing but a quick heal depot. He wouldn't allow anyone to use her healing abilities unless Karen was okay with it. That had earned him a big hug when they returned home and more cuddle time, something he was getting used to with her. Well, let me think of a few reasons. Oh wait. He's Orochimaru, Naruto shouted at her. Did he really need to spell out for her? The man is a creep who is only after power for himself and is using you guys as his path towards it. Shit. I may not have known anything about him until after we ran into him, but from what I gathered during this month, he is a crazy mad scientist. What makes you think you'll leave Konoha alive returning to him? Kin hesitated and grimaced. She knew about his experimentations cause everyone in Oto knew. They all prayed not to be next to be sent to his labs, which was one of the reasons why Kin was happy she didn't have a Kekkei Genkei. Every time they found a person who had one that piqued her master's interest, they would either be trained to be one of his elite jonin to lead his forces, or they were taken to his lab, where he experimented with them and dissected them to understand how they worked. Orochimaru-sama has always been there for us. Because of him, my team and I could be as strong as we are and prove ourselves. So, there's nothing you can say that can change my mind. Really? Naruto crossed his arms with a raised eyebrow. Kin narrowed her eyes at him before giving a slight nod. Naruto shrugged before motioning Karen away from the girl. His fellow Uzumaki sighed and stepped back. If you won't listen to me, then how about to this guy? A dark portal appeared on the wall next to the Oto girl. She freaked out and backpedaled on the bed she was on before seeing a man fall out of the portal. Then, two weird gremlin creatures grabbed him before pulling him to his knees. Naruto walked towards him and pulled the blank mask he wore off his face. State your mission, Naruto said. The man looked like he wanted to resist, but he didn't have the power to. His body went rigid before lifting his head to stare at Kin. Mission. Body retrieval. Objective. Collect the Otogakure genin from the hospital and prepare them for sacrifice. Sacrifice. Sacrifice for what? Kin thought to herself. She's seen these types of guys before. She was positive she wasn't supposed to, as it was during Orochimaru's meeting. She had just seen them walking around the base in an area that wasn't occupied before leaving. She had no idea who they were but left it alone as they weren't attacking them. And what exactly were they to be the sacrifice for? Jutsu preparation, was all the man said before Naruto nodded and turned back to Kin. The girl shook her head and looked between the blonde and the emotionless drone before her. Naruto gestured to the darklings, and they tossed the drone into the portal before leaping in themselves. It was quiet momentarily, with Kin now thinking about the new information. She was meant to be a sacrifice, along with her teammates, for whatever jutsu Orochimaru had set up. She wasn't meant to go further than that, just meant to die once her use was up. She knew what life she signed up for, but she didn't think Orochimaru would toss them aside like that. Not with how well they did before coming here. She placed her head in the palm of her hands. She was such a fool. What is it you want to know? Kin asked, her voice a lot lower than what it was before. Naruto nodded before pulling out a notepad. How about what are Orochimaru's plans? And from there, she told Naruto all she knew about the invasion plans. She wasn't high, so all she could tell him was about Suna teaming up with them for the fight and how they would have several of their forces hidden within the crowd for the time to strike. She didn't know the specifics about what he had planned for the Hokage or what exactly Suna's Jinchuriki part was. It didn't matter, though, because that was enough for him. She couldn't be seen outside of this apartment just yet, so he would be her caretaker for the meantime while Karen did all the health checkups. Flashback ends, and through the rest of the week leading to the finals, he did good by her. He made sure she fully recovered from whatever was done to keep her in a vulnerable state. After that, he spent a day or so with her learning about who she was, but she rightfully didn't say much about her origins. He respected her wishes at the moment and just did his best to make her comfortable. Her new life would follow him since he doubted she would want to become part of Konoha's forces or if they would allow her. Kin didn't fight against this decision since she had nowhere else to turn. After the invasion came to an end, she began to open up. Primarily to Karen, but she slowly stopped ignoring Naruto's insistent attempts to get her to talk. The boy was interesting, even if he was vastly different from what she had known about him. Soon, the two caught up to Jodoka and saw a woman sitting at a secretary's desk. She was sipping tea to calm her nerves, but all three of them could still see her shake in her seat. Yu Uzumaki's Sama is inside. He's been waiting for you, she said with a stutter at first. The three nodded their heads before opening the door to walk inside. Once they were in, Karen closed the door and looked at the office. It was pretty expansive with a bookshelf, a few plants here and there, and some paintings she didn't know if they were real or fake. The desk was pretty big, and they could see Naruto chilling in his seat with his feet kicked up. Happy to see you three. He gestured to the new chairs he had brought in. They were needed after he broke the other two on two of the guards' heads. Each girl sat down, but not before Jodoka ran around the desk to hug him tightly. Something she's been prone to do after her rescue. It was a trauma response from what he was told by a doctor he had talked to. She did this because of the nightmares and thoughts of waking back up in that hotel beside another creep who wanted to use her body. Naruto hugged and rubbed her back, which caused Karen to clench her hand into a fist and grit her teeth. She was not jealous. The hug ended, and she returned to sit in the seat next to Karen. The redhead ignored the feelings raging in her chest and deeply breathed. She released it before turning to her blonde clansman. So, you gonna explain why you broke into this underground hideout and slaughtered all the guards? Is there a reason for you to take over a club? Not particularly. He shrugged, which caused Karen to facepalm while the other two stared incredulously at him. Sort of just a bonus with the new position. You know, I came down here because of that guy the first interrogated back at IT. I had a feeling he knew more than he let on, so I had revisited him. He told me about this place, and after scouting, I decided to look for myself. He grinned and grabbed a folder before tossing it at her. Karen caught it and began to look through its contents. This place is a treasure trove of illegal activities happening in and around Konoha. With this new information, I can easily take control of these operations and set them up for failure. Though, I did find a few to keep around because the money would be good. It'll be good for when we leave. Leave, Jodoka said. Her voice was quiet and soft. Naruto could see nervousness and curiosity in her eyes. You mean, leave Konoha? Yes, he said. That caused all three of them to look at him in confusion. To put it simply, I'm done with this place. Even with the few people I can say I care about in this village, there's nothing here for me or us. We won't be leaving anytime soon. No, I need a firm grip on this new empire I've acquired. Where do you plan on going? Do you have any idea what leaving your village even entails? Plus, I doubt they would let you just leave, Kin said. She didn't look so reserved but more shocked, which was valid. Yeah, and what about Sakura and Ino? They definitely won't let you leave with an heiress like Ino. Karen said next. Relax, will you both? I said we wouldn't leave anytime soon, so your concerns and worries are unnecessary now. Naruto sat up in his chair before looking at the three seriously. I will be planning extensively for when the time comes. For now, I need you three to work down here. We need to get a firm footing in this underground world I find myself in now. After that, we'll take it one step at a time. Are you with me?" The three were quiet for a moment before Karen was the first to nod her head in agreement. "We're family. We stick together through everything. I'm in this all the way with you." Jodoka was the next person to answer. "I'll follow you anywhere you go. You saved me from 2 years of torment, and I can't thank you enough. So, I'll be by your side always." Karen didn't like how she smiled at him but kept her thoughts to herself. This was not the time. "I really have no other place to go or be. I have no purpose, and I'd be killed if I tried going elsewhere just because of my connection to Orochimaru," Kin said. She sighed and then nodded to him. "So, yeah, I'm in." Naruto gave them a smile before standing from his seat. "That's what I like to hear. Let's get started. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.